where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka planet Earth can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the Blessed One and the Blessing One is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers and participants to today's first session of the Paramashivoham Level 1, 2 and 3. In this first session, we'll be performing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and I request all the participants to be seated in a comfortable position as we enter into this beautiful sequence. Now make sure you have the Panchapatram and Uddharani, the water pot and spoon. Have some Bhasma, sacred ash on your forehead, if possible, the 16 places of your body. And I request all the male bodies to remove your upper cloth. And with this, as you get ready, let's first start this beautiful session with the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking Swamiji's presence into this beautiful ritual and yoga practice. Now bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji and let's chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now we'll be chanting the Shivamoola mantra Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. I will be chanting it aloud so we can chant it together as a group. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now slowly open your eyes and let's start performing the Tattvachamanam, the sacred ritualistic cleansing process. Now keeping your Panchapatramanoddharni in front of you, keep your hands in the Gokarna Mudra. Open your palms wide like how the Acharya is showing and bend the index finger to the middle of the palm, keeping the center of the palm cupped, and then make it vertical. Then pour a spoon of water in the between of your palms and drink it at the end of the mantra. Om Atma Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Now pour another spoon and drink it at the end of the mantra. Vidya Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Now pour another spoon and drink it at the end of the mantra. Shiva Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water and wipe the upper and lower lips twice with the base of the right palm. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now wash your hands again with a spoon of water. Now, with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again with a spoon of water. Then, with the index finger and thumb, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb, touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Then wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the little finger and thumb, touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest. And with all the fingertips, touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now, we'll be performing the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Now, place your right palm on your left palm and place both the palms on the right thigh. Close your eyes and hold a single desire you want to manifest through this yoga, through the power of the yoga that we are going to perform. And holding that, let us chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishisthayam Asyam Shubhatithau Purana Arogya Yukta Dridhagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Please wash your hand with an uddhani of water. Om Apa Upasprishya.
Now let's have a quick recap of the 12 components. Keep the Panchapatram and Uddharni out of the palm's way. Now let's enter into the recap. The first component is the asana, the various body postures that we'll be performing. I request all the participants who have any issues, medical issues, ailments, or if you're pregnant, to not perform any of the inverted or strainful asanas that we'll be performing throughout the sequence, and consult your doctor before you perform. Now moving to the next component, which is the pranayama, the breathing techniques that we'll be performing. These breathing techniques are a very powerful way to draw as much prana into the body, pumping the kundalini up to the third eye. Now we move to the next component, which is the bandha. The bandhas help lock the body, and slowly contracting different muscles, they push the kundalini towards the crown center and make sure that the body is always in a tight position. The next component is the mudra. The mudras help us to keep the body in the high space by performing these various hand and body gestures, we activate certain special circuits that in turn activate the energy centers throughout our body. Now we move to the next component, which is the karana. The karanas are the various dance postures we'll be performing. These dance postures were done and performed by Paramashiva when he created the cosmos. And when we perform these beautiful dance postures, we too enter into that space of creation where Paramashiva manifested this cosmos. The next component, the visualization. The visualization of the throughout this entire Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is very important, because the context that we hold throughout this sequence enters our biomemory directly. So holding the right visualizations throughout this sequence is important. So as much as you can, visualize the various gods, sages, and other spiritual symbols and deities that are said during each asana. Moving to the next component, the japa. The japa is the chanting of the Mahavakyas, the secret coded mantras in our throat center. As much as you can, as the acharyas announce the different japas, hold them in your throat center and keep chanting. They will help you to be in a more unclutched space and focus on the sequence. The next is the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas, the authentic scriptural references. Now, chanting these scriptural references give us the confidence and confirm that these asanas are not just a few 100 years old, they are thousands of years old, and they have been given to us by Paramashiva himself. Next is the weightlifting. Weights have been given to us. The science of using weights as part of the yoga is given to us by Paramashiva, and the other aptas have also incorporated the science of weightlifting into the yoga to intensify the sequence. So you can add weights into the sequence, making the whole experience more challenging and fun. The next component is the mandala. The mandalas are the various sacred geometrical figures and visualizations that have been given to us by Paramashiva. The Shri Yantra is the beautiful sacred geometrical figure that we'll be using for this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Just by gazing at this beautiful yantra, you will be having the experience of the powers that will be radiated by just visualizing this Shri Yantra. The next component is the Abharana. The Abharana is the jewelry, the sacred jewelry. For this sequence, we'll be using the Rudraksha. By wearing this Rudraksha, we energize this beautiful energy bead, and it acts like a battery, keeping us highly energized throughout the day. Finally, the Aushadha. The Aushadha is the sacred alchemy products that we'll be using. For this sequence, we'll be using the sacred ash on the forehead and 16 places, the kumkum, vermilion paste on the third eye, and turmeric on the temples. Now with this beautiful understanding, let's enter into the first asana.
Being seated in a comfortable crossed leg position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, bring the index and thumb together into the Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the respective knees and engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka. That is, inhale deeply, visualizing heat flames rising up along the spine from the navel center, and then hold the breath and then slowly exhale. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Tatsukhasanamityuktam ashaktastat samacharet asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Next is the Parvatasana. Bringing your legs into the Padmasana, bring your palms together and raise them above your head. Keep the elbows straight and engage all the three bandhas. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Next is the Hali Pavasana. Bringing the soles of your feet together in the front, hold the left hand by the right hand behind your back and then place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continuously perform the japa of Soham in your inner space. पूरव विधियाहू में जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो पिष्टपछेदो वो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो. Next is the Nagi Pavasana. Keeping the soles of the feet together and the forehead to the ground behind the heels. Stretch your hands out in the front of the feet and cup the palms, making a halo. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake. पूरब विधि परियागाने नीचौ वीकहू निफनास्यु लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे. Next is the Kokilasana. Now, holding the big toes with your index and middle fingers together in the Prana Mudra, stretch the legs straight out and upwards and then cross them into the Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद्वायु संचारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next, placing one ankle on top of the opposite knee and holding the opposite elbows, engage all the three bandhas. Rotate the arms in a circle and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. गोड़ा बामा पाद की आशमाहिली सोज दक्ष चरण को वार लौता परिगुल्फ समोज. Next, pressing the hands onto the ground, lifting the hips up and high. Lower the head, then the chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as an elephant. Nyubjam padagre bhumau krutva lambi bhuja mastakagre nidhaya. Next, from the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha and visualizing yourself as a bear in Rikshasana. Ekaikam padama kuncha gajasanam kuryat Rikshasanam bhavati. Next, standing tall on the tips of the big toes with all the other toes raised off the ground. Keep the head, neck and spine in a straight line and bring your hands into the Hridaya Mudra, touching the heart center. Visualize yourself as Swamiji as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत् अधोमुखः अथवा ईश्या वक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Next is the Urdhvajanukarana. Stand with the heels touching and toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle. Keep the knees bent and both the hands at the chest. Elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center and then raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously, as the leg raises, follow the movement with respective hand, raising it up and across the body. Next, we'll enter into the Balalingasana. Interlace the fingers into the Sarvarva Shankari Mudra from the outside in and hold it onto the knee, pulling it up and towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and engage all the three bandhas. Performing the Mahamudra Bandha, visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasiyalingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, Take one foot and pull it behind towards the buttocks, holding it with both the hands. Keep the head, neck, and spine in a straight line and engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself as Swamiji in Padapidanasana. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next, with the respective hand, hold onto the sole of the foot from the inside. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together in the Bindu Mudra. Simultaneously, kick and pull the foot back up while leaning forward. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja as you engage your Mula Bandha. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be repeating the Balalingasana on the other side. Interlace the fingers from outside in and hold onto the knee, pulling it up and towards the chest, keeping the spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself caressing a baby. एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति. Next, take one foot and pull it behind towards the buttocks, holding it with both the hands. Keep the head, neck, and spine in a straight line and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Swamiji. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. With the respective hand, hold on to the sole of the foot from the inside. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together in the Bindu Mudra. Simultaneously kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now we move to the next, which is Ardharechita Karma. Now come to a half squatted position, Aremandi, and keep the heels touching, knees bent and toes pointed out. Bring the hands to the center of the heart center, and now cross the right leg behind the left heel, keeping the toes down and the heel up. Start moving the right hand in a pendulum motion. After swinging the hand a few times, place the right hand on the nose and perform on the left side.
Next is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake the body intensely. As you shake your body intensely, continue to hold on to the visualization of yourself as a skeleton. This practice will intensely infuse integrity in your bone marrow.
The next is the Kadichina Karana. Now we move to the next, which is the Kadichina Karana. Now come to the half squatting position again, keeping the knees bent, heels touching and toes pointed out. This time cross the hands above the head and turn to the right side and open the hands wide apart and then come back to the center. Repeat it on both sides again and again.
Next, standing tall on the tips of the toes, raise your hands up and above the head beside the ears. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you engage all the three bandhas. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनौ ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् अन्तर्पत्नी पतिप्रिया. Next, from the standing position, lean forward and down, bringing the hands flat on the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and bring the forehead towards your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनौ ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपति प्रिया. Next, keeping your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step the feet back, coming into a plank position. Tuck the chin to the chest as in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate the head from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. As you perform the japa of Shivoham in your inner space. गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्ष्वासनं भवति. Next, lowering the entire body down onto the stomach. And keep the toes pointed backwards. Keep the hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open the mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat, performing the Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha. Angushthanaabhiparyantam adho bhumo vininyaset karabhyam cha dharam dhrutva urdhvashirshapanivahi. Next is the Shashasana. Now, coming into a tall plank position on your hands and feet, alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest and back and forth. Engage the Mula Bandha and perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply through the nose and breathe comfortably, then release through the nose. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasana samstito janudvayamakuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Next, from the tall plank position, place one foot in between both the hands. Simultaneously jump one foot back and then bring other in between the two hands, alternating again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot as you engage the Mula Bandha. Gajasana samstito ekaikam padam puromargena bhramayitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. Keeping one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing outwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Extend the other leg back, keeping the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise the arms up in parallel and pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze into your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Again repeat the Veerabhadrasana on the other side, keeping the one other foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing outwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Extending the other leg back and keeping the knee straight, toes pointed out at a 45-degree angle. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Next, stand tall and bring one foot into the inner thigh. Bringing the palms together, raise them up above the head in the Anjali Mudra. Keeping the elbow straight, pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree as you continue to perform the japa of Shivoham. वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, stand tall and place one foot at the opposite hip, bringing the palms together in front of the heart center in the Namaskara Mudra. Keeping the standing leg straight as a rod. Visualize yourself as Bhagavan Lord Garuda as you perform the Mula Bandha. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Now we'll be performing the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Stand tall and bring one foot into the inner thigh, bringing palms together and raise them up above the head, keeping your elbows straight. Perform the Uddiyana Bandha, visualizing yourself as a tree. वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, We'll be repeating the Garudasana on the other side. Standing tall, place one foot at the opposite hip. Bringing palms together in front of your heart center. In the Namaskara Mudra, visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Next, stand and step one leg far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Keep the arm straight and bring the front arm down towards the ground beside the foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Repeating the Trikonasana on the other side. Stand up and step one leg far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and back toes facing sideways. Keeping the arm straight and bring front arm down towards the ground beside the foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane.
Now we move to the next karna, Nikutaka karna. Now come to the half squatting position. Keep your palms this time parallel to each other, facing each other. Now lift one heel off the mat and simultaneously switch the position of the palms. Repeat this again and again.
Now, lowering onto the tips of the toes, placing the perineum back on the back of heels. Keep the knees and palms together. Have your hands in the Namaskara Mudra, engage your Mula Bandha and perform the Bhramari Kumbhaka. With a restricted breath, inhale through the nose, making the sound of a male bee. Hold the breath and then exhale, buzzing like a female bee. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kabandhasanamittyahuhu gorakshasanameva cha angushtamushtikam nyeyam brahma prasaditam tatha. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in the Varamudra. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space as you engage the Mula Bandha and performing the japa of Sadashivoham in your inner space. Prasaryekam padatalam samsthapitveka padakam. Next, from the sitting on toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and toes up. With the respective hand, reach forward and hold onto the big toe with the index and middle fingers. Keep the opposite hand on the back of the heel. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in the Vidhunanasana. Gulbhastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samsprishet tatkarena. Next, we'll be repeating the Saurasana on the other side. Extend the other leg straight out with the heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in the Varamudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Bhramari Kumbhaka. Prasaryekam padatalam samsthapitveka padakam. Now, we'll be repeating the Vidhananasana on the other side. Now, with the respective hand, reach forward and hold onto the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Keep the opposite hand on the back heel. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagaram samsprishet tatkarena. Next, we will be entering into the Brahmajarankushasana. Keeping the toes on the ground and place the perineum on the top of the heels. Keep the gap between the legs and the back of the hands resting on the knees. Tilt your head down and gaze through the gap between the palms as you perform the Jalandhara Bandha. and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दोबू फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरब कतलियां की माहिली आइस माहेरा शेमिली. Next, we will be entering into the Kapilasana. Place the knees on the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting with perineum down on the heels, resting hands on the top of the thighs. Pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha, and gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as sage Kapila Muni. उभई पगतली समट हरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी उकड़ होए वैसे एडी दोबू जोनी निवैसे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrakorakasana. Maintaining the same position, bring your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दोबू पगतली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे. Next, entering into the Suryasana. Sit with the toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels. Bringing the knees off the ground, bring the thumbs and little fingers together, opening up the palms, resembling a lotus flower in the Padma Mudra. Raise the arms straight up above the head and gaze through the hole between the palms. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha and perform the japa of Sadashivoham. एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने. Next, sit with your toes flat and perineum on your heels. Keep hands on the top of the knees and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a frog. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुजुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्. Maintaining the same posture of Mandukasana, keep the hands on the back, holding the head with the elbows, and lift your tongue up and against the roof of the mouth. Performing the Manduki Mudra, gaze into your third eye, visualizing yourself as a frog. मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्. Next, cross your ankles and sit on your feet. Keep the knees wide and fingers spread on the top. Open your mouth wide and stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Exhale at the tip of nose and repeat several times. Visualize yourself as a lion as you continue to engage your Mula Bandha and perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुली च प्रसार्य च. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana. Sit with your heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross the hands behind the back and hold the big toes with the Prana Mudra. Apply Jarandhara Bandha and gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as Swamiji. गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Next, we will be entering into the Kakabasandhyasana. Squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and keep the knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlacing the fingers behind in the Parashamudra. Gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a crow. प्रथमे वेसकोकटठाने दोबू हातपगं वीच आने. Next, we'll be entering into the Kani Pavasana. Place the palms on the floor with the shoulder width apart. Bring the knees on the back of the arms towards the armpits and lean the chin forward and down and gaze ahead. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आची होई. Next, placing the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, Bring the top of the head onto the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bringing the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulder, and straighten the legs up. Gaze at the tip of your nose, performing the Kapali Asana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पकड़ो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे. Relaxing, coming down. Squat on the toes with the legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands on to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto the arms with balance. Extend the legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakam. Repeat the Parshvamayurasana on the other side as you perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryan majuram dandanamakam. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhairaganathasana. Place both your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch the legs back straight into Tarakshasana. Step one foot outside with the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze at the tip of your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Asana ko gunapiti jayi. Repeat the Bhairaganathasana on the other side, stepping one foot outside the respective shoulder. Bring the foot in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Bhagwan Kala Bhairava. Asana ko gunapiti jayi. Next, we'll be entering into the Unmukha Pitasana. From the Tarakshvasana, place the forearms on the ground and walk the feet forward, raising the hips. Lift the chest and head up and gaze towards the third eye. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. Bhunyastau januni hastau chadushpadama vangmukham utthapitanghriugala katistalama bhiruka. Next, we'll be entering into the Vasishthasana. From the Tarakshvasana, rotate the body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up, keeping the balanced hand directly beneath the shoulder. Raise the hips and gaze towards the sky. ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Repeat the Vasishthasana on the other side. Visualizing yourself as Sage Vasishta, perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Anjaneyasana. With the sit with legs stretched, toes pointing up. Bring the hands under the buttocks, palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and elbows close to the body. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you perform the Jalandhara Bandha. दो कर की उभय हथेली कोरवार ली मैले भेली. Next, with your legs stretched out with the prana mudra, bend from the waist and hold to the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees, and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Swamiji internally. जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताडमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते. Next, we'll be entering into the Ugrasana with your legs straight and apart. Clasp the hands behind the head and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Engage all the three bandhas. स्वपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोन्यसेत्. आसनोग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Next, we'll be entering into the Marichyasana. Sit with your legs extended. Bring one heel to the groin with your knee raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi as you perform the Mula Bandha. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, from the Marichyasana, let the knee fall to the side on the ground. Reach and hold the front foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe jam prapya siddha siddhim cha kapiladyah puragataha. Repeat the Marichyasana on the other side. Bring one heel to the groin with the knees raised and reach your arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the neck. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we'll be performing the Mahamudrasana on the other side. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe. Next, sit and bring the soles of your feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we perform the Vadrasana. Gulbhaut Vrishanasyadah Sivantyah Parshvayoho Kshipet. From Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body. Keep the toes together and heels apart with the knees open. Place hands on the respective knees and tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualizing yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. Purava Charapat Chok Kakhyo Soji Vahi Vidhijo Ki Jai Soji. Next, sit keeping the soles of the feet together and heels close to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring forehead to the feet and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala. Dovu Pakadali Sampudakare Edi Medike Dhingdare. Next, sit keeping your heels together and toes apart and the knees wide. Lean forward and down and extend your hands out and wide, palms down on the ground. Bring the forehead to the ground, bring behind the heels and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham. Purava Vidhi Paripakdali Sampodashola Edi Milirashe. Next, sit with your toes together and heels apart. Bring the arms below the shins, extend out and keep the palms facing up. Bring forehead to the ground above the feet, bringing the toes near the throat. Gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Surya in your inner space. Dobu Pakadali Samputakare Sole Meda Aga Medhare. Sit and keep your heels together, toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up like opening a book, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping the back of the hands on the ground. Press the elbows onto the thighs and towards the knees. And gaze at the tip of your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dovu Pagaki Edi Dharti Magiva Medha Lagave. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together and heels at the perineum. Knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha and gaze at the tip of your into your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dovu Pakdali Sampudadhare Agane Karajare Pasare. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together and knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees on the ground. Pull the stomach in and up and place the hands on knees in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Gulbhau Sambidya Janyonyam Vyutkramenotitam Shanaihi. Next, entering into the Samasana. Sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat. Next, from the same posture, bring your leg onto your shoulder. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze into the third eye. Performing Apanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kevalam padamekam skandhe charopya yatnatah. We'll be repeating the Samasana on the other side. Sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra. Gaze at the tip of your gaze into your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat. Next, we'll be entering into the Apanasana. Sit and place one leg on the top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands onto the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Kevalam padamekam skandhe charopya yatnatah. Next, we'll be entering into the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing the face of a cow. Perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka, meaning place the tongue on the root of the mouth and inhale deeply, making a hissing sound, and then hold the breath and slowly exhale. Savye Dakshina Gulbhamto Prashtaparshveni Jyotajete. Next, entering into the Anusuyasana. From the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Dachin Godo Nicho Thane Vavon Take Upar Ane. Next, we'll be entering into Anusuyasana 2. From the Anusuyasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back in the Parashamudra and lean forward and down, bringing the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham. Jimana Goda ki sandhi, Upreda Vagoda ki sandhi. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana 2. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot flat on the ground and knee to the chest. Keep spine tall and chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopagamodi yedi mahila gulpa mula dwarini chaide. Next, sit placing the perineum on top of one heel with the top of foot flat on the ground. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as Sage Narada performing the Mula Bandha. पिष्टिजुवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा बेफेरी घोड़ा सुदपना है दोजी दछिपा शतीरा शेषोजी. Next, we'll be entering into the Matsyapithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the other hand straight and hold onto the respective toe with index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra and gaze at the tip of your nose. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Repeating the Gomukhasana on the other side. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on the top of the stacked knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself. Visualize the face of a cow in your inner space. Savye Dakshinagulpham tu Prishtaparshve Niyojayet. Next, we'll be repeating the Anusuyasana on the other side. Continue to perform the japa of Om Nityandoham in your inner space. And hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in the prana mudra and relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावों ताके ऊपर आने. From the Gomukhasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chest over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिडा वागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे घोड़ा शिवले पकतल्यालो आडबाई सुधा राशे. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana 2. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopagmodi edi mahilaugalphamula dwarini chaide. Next, we'll be entering into the Naradasana. Sit and place the perineum on top of one heel with the top of foot flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck in Parashamudra and twist outside the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sesh Narada. Pishtijavama Pagadali Keri Bhuparita Hilaga Veferi. Next, we'll be placing one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Vamena vamangushtantu grihitam matsya pithakam. Place one foot on the opposite thigh, placing the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep raised arm by the neck. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Matsyendranatha, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. Udaram paschimabhasam krutva tishtati yattataha namrangam vamapadam hi dakshajanoparinyaset. Next, from the Matsyendrasana, twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Turn the head back and gaze towards the third eye. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Again, placing one foot on the top of the opposite thigh, placing opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand on the ground behind. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Matsyendrana, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. Matsyendra Vedam Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Next, we'll be repeating the Matsyendrasana on the other side. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Place opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside the raised knees. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself at Lord Matsyendranath. Udaram paschimabhasam krutva tishtati yattataha. Next, we'll be entering into the Kubhasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot. Keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear, turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Next, place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far or of opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand on the ground behind. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Matsyendrapidam jatara pratiptim prachanda rukmandala khandanastram. Entering into the Padmasana, sit and place the feet on the top of the opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualizing Paramashiva in your inner space, perform the Sitali Kumbhaka. Gently place the tongue against the back of the teeth and inhale. Hold the breath and then exhale slowly through the nose. And perform the Mahamudra Bandha as you perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your inner space. Asanam dvividham proktam padmam vajrasanam tatha. Next, maintaining the same posture of Padmasana, cross your arms and hold on to the toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati. Uttanau charanau kritva uru samstau prayatnataha. Next, entering into the Kukutasana, sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka as you are performing the Kukutasana. Padmasanam susamsthapya nanbhorovrantare karo. From Padmasana, rise up onto the knees and place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards your body. Keep the elbows together and press the navel. Then lean forward and find balance and extend the knees up off the ground. Dharamoshtabhikaradvayena tatkur paristhapitanabhiparshvaha. Next, we'll be performing the Mayurasana. While on the knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance and extend legs up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Atha vakshe mahadeva mayurasanam uttamam. Next, laying down on the stomach with the feet pointed outwards and forehead on the mat. Interlace the fingers behind the neck. In the Parashamudra, visualize yourself as a crocodile as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Adhyasashete hridayam nidhaya bhumau cha padau cha prasaryamano. Next, we'll be entering into the Shalabhasana. Lay down on the stomach and place the hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. Adhyasashete karayugma vaksho bhumimamshtabhya karayo stalabhyam. Next, laying down on the stomach, bring your hands to the feet and pull the feet down towards the ground outside the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel in your inner space. अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मं व्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्. From Ustrasana, tighten the grip on your feet. Kick the legs back and up and simultaneously lift the chest off the ground and raise the head gazing towards the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow. Asaryapadau bhuidandarupa ukaraucha prishte dhृतपादयुग्मम्. Coming up, sit between your heels with the feet flat, with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your palms on the top of your thighs. Continue to perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो पैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे. Next, we'll be entering into the Gohyasana. From the knees, place the forearms on the ground. Fingers interlocked, elbows and shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head in the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk your toes towards forward until hips align with your shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो हाथ की कहुनी जो जी पुनः कलाई जाने दो जी. Lift the feet up and stack the hips on the top of the shoulders, knees on the top of the hips, and ankles on the top of the knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidaiva viditam hinaha. Next, we'll be entering into the Podhyasana. Sit with your hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up, bringing the forehead to the knees and come to a vertical position with the legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Bastrika Kumbhaka. Continuously make quick burst exhalations out of the nose again and again by pulling the stomach inwards and up. दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने. Next, we'll be entering into the Parighasana. Sit and extend the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright, legs straight and toes pointed and gaze to the third eye. Continue to perform the Bastrika Kumbhaka, visualizing yourself as a mace. Uttanam shayanam kritva pado militva prasarya. Next, sit with and extend the legs out up at 45-degree angle. Keep the elbows down on the ground besides the hips. Keep the chest upright and legs straight with the toes pointed. Visualize yourself as a boat. Uttana shenam kurparabhyam bhumim vashtabhyam. Now, sit and lift the feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine upright and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagadali Sampotaka Hatasyopaga Uchagi. Now, lay down back with the feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and the fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up and high, pressing the feet into the ground. Chin tucks to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to the nose, visualizing yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. Urdhve cha januni kritva shavitvordhva mukham tatha. Relax. Lay down on your back with the palms facing upwards. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. Let the body remain dead. Visualize the body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. Perform the Shakti Chalana Mudra. Engaging, awakening the Kundalini Shakti towards the Sahasrara Chakra. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam to Shavasanam Shavasanam Shranti Haram Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Now, slowly bring the awareness back to your body. Start to wiggle your fingers and your toes. Move your wrists and your ankles, your arms and your legs. Pull your knees upwards towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball. Rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas of the sequence. With this, we are concluding today's yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining us today. The next Acharya is going to join us soon and start the next session. For the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, Yathasa Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any comfortable asana is okay. You can choose it. Place your hands on top of your knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together, palms facing up. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale into your stomach. Visualize fire rising up your spine as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the japa, which we are going to continuously chant throughout the rest of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and inhale and exhale deeply again and again in this asana. Breathe deeply as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now bring the left heel against your perineum and place the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands flat on your knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the supreme pontiff of Hinduism.
निबीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position, but gaze upwards towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhi Asana. Maintain the same posture. Engage all three bandhas and gaze to the ground in front of you as you visualize Swamiji.
वामपादके ईडीजानो श्रीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
Next up is Uttaraasana 2. Now rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra, palms facing up. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणराखे एकजुगुतीये सेविदिदाखे.
Now gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature in Santadunasana.
आसन की गुणमन की चलता मीट.
Now bring your hands towards your navel, cup one palm over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower. Gaze straight ahead as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकायसमासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandhayoni Asana. Now, sit straight with the head and spine in a straight line in the same position. Set the sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation as you get ready to perform Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way and then lock all your five senses with your fingers. Close your mouth with your little fingers, your nostrils with your ring fingers, your eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh and one foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra as you embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Next up is Valmikasana. Maintain the same posture. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now place your hands flat on your knees and gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिले कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Now gaze upwards towards your third eye. As you keep visualizing Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Padrasana 3. Now join the soles of your feet together. Bring the heels against the perineum. Interlock your fingers around the feet and press your knees down to the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra as you perform Udyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
The next asana is Aghorasana. With your heels against the perineum, place your left hand on the left knee and your right hand over top of your mouth, closing your left nostril with your index fingers, inhaling through the right nostril, then closing both nostrils, holding your breath, then exhaling through the left nostril, and then again inhaling through the left nostril, inversing the breathing flow again and again in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, push your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra along your nasal tract if you can, as you visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोई.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now keep the toes together and the heels apart. As you lean forward and down, place your elbows on your heels. Then rest your chin on your hands and gaze to the tip of your nose as you exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Hold your breath and engage Udyana Bandha and Mula Bandha while visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Padasana. With the soles of the feet together, scoop your hands below the feet and interlock them in front as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Padasana.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् पायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now, interlace your fingers around the toes and pull your feet upwards. Bring your heels against your chest and rest your chin on your hands. As you gaze to the nose, embody the stage and space of a king.
पूरब विधिपगा का अंगूठा कंठकूप राशे.
Next up is Uddarasana. Now, again, scoop your hands below the feet and then interlock your fingers around the toes. Lift your feet up against your chest and rest your chin on the soles of the feet as you gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवोपगदली संपुट आने उभय हस्तकरयुरत हिताने.
Now raise your feet even higher in front of your face in Vishishtasana as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवोपगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Next up is Bhujasana. Now bring your legs over top of the respective shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to interlock your fingers around your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Keep breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way and hold your breath.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं गिरिवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. With your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows down and interlock your fingers behind your back if you can. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
द्वौ हाथ पगं नीच आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now, place the left foot flat and sit on the left heel as you stick the right knee over top of the left. Keep your hands on opposite knees. Gaze without focusing on any external object, only focus on the object within as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth during the in and exhalation, keeping your navel engaged in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यसधरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left heel outside the hip. Keep your hands on the top knee. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं ऋषिलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot onto the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back. Twist your body to reach for opposite thighs. Once you catch your hold, twist your spine even further. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji.
वामजङ्गभरदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे इति स्थाने.
Next up is Machandasana too. Now untwist your spine. Hold on to the big toes and Prana Mudra and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground in front of you, your navel close to your heels, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोयी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोयी.
We move on to Guru Asana. Now interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage Ortho Dandha's Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now repeat Sankatasana. Stack your knees as you sit on the right heel. Hands on opposite knees, visualizing yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यसधरणीतले.
Now slide the right heel outside the hip, sit on the ground with your hands on the top knee. Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, abdominal lock and root lock engaged as you visualize a cow.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं ऋषिलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Place the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot onto the left knee. Bring your right arm behind your back and twist your spine to hold on to opposite thighs as you gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपरिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे इति स्थाने.
Now untwist your spine, hold on to the toes, lean forward and down, forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोयी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोयी.
Rise up, interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now place your feet flat, knees against the chest. Cross your arms and hold on to opposite knees with your hands as you gaze to your third eye. Press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra and visualize Swamiji in Parshasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनिर्सि निधाय.
Next up is Bodha Shokasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Bring your knees closer towards your chin. Rest your chin on your hands, on your knees. As you gaze to your nose, press your tongue upwards and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss.
दोवू पगतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now, bring your hands underneath the legs and hold on to opposite elbows. Pull your knees towards your chest. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ले आवे, गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
We move on to Sumati Asana. Keep holding on to your elbows as you cross the ankle of the right foot over the left, toes pointing upwards. Gaze to your nose and visualize a great sage, a Maharishi, Sumati.
मूलद्वारी धरती पर ठाने, डावा पग परि दचपद आने.
Now extend your legs out in front of you. Interlock your fingers and raise them up above your head with the wrists pointing outwards, engaging all tribandhas as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Adambhasana. Now lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes as you bring your head towards the knees. Perform Nadi Shodhana without the support of your hands. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly. Lead the prana through all your chakras as you cleanse Ida and Pingala Nadi, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees as you bring your arms below the shins and hold onto your feet from the outside. Lean forward and down, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कछक ऊर्ध को कुरुडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Join the soles of the feet together and bring your hands below the shins, elbows on the ground, palms facing up. Place your face on your feet as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कछक ऊर्ध को कुरुडो डारे.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. With your legs extended forward, bring one leg behind your neck and then lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that your prana is flowing upwards through 9 points of your body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्. ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now lean back with the foot still behind your neck. Keep the other leg extended forward as you visualize yourself being unending, infinite, endless, ananta in Anantasana. Gaze to your nose.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll to the side of the hand holding onto the feet. Rest on your side as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
The next asana is Dridashasana. As you lay on your back, now pull your knees up towards your chest and circle your legs with your hands interlocked in Parusha Mudra and rock your body from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्ठम्भा जङ्गासहित ऊरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji and visualize your prana flowing upwards through your body through the 9 points as revealed by Mahadeva.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Lean back, keep holding onto the foot with your hand and keep the other leg extended forward as you visualize yourself as infinite in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll to your side, rest on the side as you feel yourself being in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, lift your legs behind your neck one by one. As you gaze through your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama and interlock your hands behind your back.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
The next asana is Atmaramasana with your legs over top of your shoulders. Now bend your elbows upwards and interlock them behind your neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सूधो सोवे.
Next up is Kutrikasana. Now lay on your back and pull your knees up towards your chest, keeping the soles of the feet pointing upwards, extending your arms out at the side at shoulder level. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji, and focus on the prana flowing upwards.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिनसो उबे सपा करे.
Next up is Jatara Parivritti. This asana has 3 steps. We're going to perform all 3 steps on one side and then repeat them on the other. Now lay on your back and extend your arms out to the side as you pull your knees up to the chest. This is the neutral position to which you are going to return in between the repetitions. Throughout this whole sequence, visualize Swamiji, perform Pratyahara Pranayama and engage the Mula Bandha. As you start with the first step, dropping one knee to the side and extending the opposite leg down. Second step, bend both your knees to the side. Third step, extend your legs out to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Now, return to the center. Drop the other knee to the side. Both knees to the side. And extend both your legs to the side as you visualize Swamiji and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next asana is Dvipada Pitam. As you lay on your back with your feet flat, hold onto your ankles and push your hips up as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge. Push your hips up. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka in Dvipadapitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. Now, place your hands over top of the shoulders and keep the fingers pointing towards your feet as you raise your hips up. Off the ground, lift your entire body up. Walk your hands closer towards your feet as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe calmly through your nose in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशेन मस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिम् अष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा
Lay back down on your back as you place your hands on the respective shoulders. Lift your knees up towards your chest and rotate your legs in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
सवत्शरीरं संस्थाप्य जाननी सम्मील्य नाभुवाणीजा.
The next asana is Viparita Karani. Now keep your hands flat on the ground and push your legs and hips up towards the sky. Please move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Viparita Karani.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be sturdy in this posture as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Now drop the feet down over top of your head. Place your toes on the ground as you interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra, placing them down on the ground as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shayita Paschimottanasana. From the same posture, now hold on towards your feet as you visualize Paramashivoham. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Sopta Konasana. As you lay on your back, with your feet over top of your head, holding onto the feet, bring your hips above the shoulder level and open your legs wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now join your feet together above your head, hold onto your ankles, and then roll onto your back as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
The next asana is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you lay on your back, with your legs extended upwards vertically, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. And then open your legs wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together. Keep holding onto the big toes as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now cross your feet into Padmasana and place your knees on the ground as you bring your hands over top of your head, holding on to opposite elbows. As you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, gaze towards your nose in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्य मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana, laying on your back with the legs in Padmasana. Place the back of the right hand on top of the left, palms facing up over top of your head. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space in Parasharamasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. Now raise your knees and your hips up off the mat, supporting your lower back with your hands, elbows on the ground, bearing the weight of your body. Gaze to your nose, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अथ क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. As you lay on your back, place one foot onto the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee towards your chest. Extend your arms up above your head, hooking your fingers forward as you tuck your chin to the chest. In Jalandhara Bandha, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishikasana.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिके शिखी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishikasana as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिके शिखी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishapada Shivasana. Now lay on your back and interlock your fingers behind your neck. As you lift both your legs off the mat, hold them there and alternate pulling your knees in towards your chest back and forth. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Next up is Maruttanasana. As you lay on your back, with your hands flat next to the hip, alternate pulling one knee in towards your head. Touch your ears with your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
श्वोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and then stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. Now lay down on your back and kick your legs up, rolling over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, finally finishing in a prone position on your stomach.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
As you now lay on your stomach with your hands next to your shoulders, contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute while inhaling. As you visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Sarathasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Dehal Ulanganasana. Now push your hands into the mat, lift your body up into a plank position, then jump your feet in between the hands back and forth. as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Dehalulanganasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, and place your hands on the ground. Walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जाति स्मरो भवेत्.
We move on to Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Adimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards, and your knees bent. Raise your arms up to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body as you lean back. Move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarupasana. Now, if you have a rope available, tie your feet and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your arms flat against your body, hands on the respective thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Shakti rising up, curling around your body. Breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Deeply inhale and exhale. Lead the prana along your spine.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
In case you tied your legs, untie them now. And remember, there are yogis who stand throughout the whole night like this with their legs tied to awaken their Kundalini Shakti, to get a glimpse of this power. For us, it is just the glimpse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that simply awakens the Kundalini Shakti in us. So let us bow down in gratitude as we move on to the next asana, which is Ushtra Sadhanasana. Lean forward and down. Place your hands on the mat in front of your feet. Step your toes onto your fingers. Clench your hands into fists and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
From the same posture, now hold the toes from the side and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse in Ashvasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now stand with your feet together as you interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra and pull your hands down towards your calves. Lean back as far as you can as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving. Breathe calmly through your nose. Try to relax in this posture.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तोजङ्गापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Stand in Adimandi posture. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bow down to both sides again and again as you raise the respective heel and open up your palms to the side as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose as you lay down on your stomach. And then jump your feet up towards your hands and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् खड्गासनं भवति.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana as you sit down to the ground or as low as you can, and standing back up again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यमसितव्यमिति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा
Next up is Utshirshakasana. Now hold on to one foot with both hands and pull it up against your chest. As you sit down and stand back up with the opposite leg alternating on both sides, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत्.
Next up is Parishvajanukarana. Now raise one knee up towards your chest. Keep the hand which is holding the knee in a fist. Keep the other toes pointing outwards, your hands on the respective inner thigh pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now extend one leg and both your arms forward. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. And sit down and stand back up as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you raise the left foot towards the inner right thigh, stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands at the side and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे जित् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left foot over top of the right knee and tuck the left toes behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Place the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
We move on to Dhruvasana. Hold onto the left big toe. Extend the leg out to the side as you rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. As you stand erect on the mat like a rod, pull one leg behind your neck and then perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Stand tall, sit down and stand back up as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now let us repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Pull the other knee against your chest and circle the leg with your hand in a fist, the opposite hand on your thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana. Extend your opposite leg forward and sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now raise the right foot and place it towards the inner left thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Now bring the right foot over and around the left knee and tuck your toes behind. Bring your right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana on the other side. Raise the right foot onto the left thigh and stand erect on the mat like a rod, one-legged, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana. As you hold onto the right big toes, rotate quickly on the left leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck as you stand tall, and then sit down and stand back up 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Visualize Lord Vishnu within.
गिरिवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand with your heels together, hands extended away from your hips. Fingers pointing one by one. Relax after these intense asanas. As we get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence, starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now, squat down as you bring your arms in between the legs from the outside, interlocking your fingers in Parashva Mudra in front of your navel. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachara Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply and hold your breath as you move your prana through all your limbs and up and down within your body by the force of your will alone.
प्रथमहि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीचोपुनिहो वे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind your back and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिम् अष्टभ्य.
Next up is Bhairava Asana. Now join your feet together. Keep the heels at the perineum and interlock your fingers behind your back. As you gaze down towards your navel, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दोवूपक की थल्या की माहिली कोर मिलाई.
Next up is Varaha Asana. As you sit with your heels against the perineum, the toes separated, join your hands in Anjali Mudra and bring them behind your neck. Fingers pointing downwards. Keep your neck straight. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागथली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ बैसे.
Next up is Prikritasana. Now hold on to the big toes and raise your hips to the same level as your knees. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय तिष्ठेत् प्रपीठासनं भवति.
Next up is Pakasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Raise your hips, lean forward, and lift your legs off the mat as in Kanipavasana as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapale Asana. With your hands flat, your head on the mat, lift your legs up, and then cross your legs into Padmasana as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई।
Next up is Guptasana. Come to a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Gaze to your nose and keep your hands on the knees. You are now sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. As you place your hands on the mat, kick your legs up into a handstand. You can lean against a wall or ask a partner to aid you in this asana. As you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground, breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shibo Asana. From the same posture, bring your hands and feet closer together and gaze to your third eye as you visualize tejas flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पगजोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana too. Place your hands on the mat. Step your feet back into the plank position, Kalakshvasana. Lower your body down and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana too.
निब्जं शयनं कुरु पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Laying down on your stomach, keep your hands on your hips and lift your head and chest from the left to the right. Visualize yourself as a snake in Sarvasana too.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीघीकृत्य.
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of your body. Bring your hands together in Padma Mudra and rest your chins on your hands as you feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायि निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Next up is Chakrasana. As you place your hands flat on the mat in front of you, bend your knees, raise your feet up, then straighten your arms and bring your upper back close towards the feet, tilt your head back, and visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now, sit on your heels in a kneeling posture. Extend your arms out in front and place your forehead on the ground as you gaze through your nose. Visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Meshasana. With your hands flat on the ground, raise your hips up into Gajasana position. From there, alternate striking your hands to the ground. Visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Next up is Ajasana. As you place your hands on the ground and raise your legs up into a handstand position, lower your face down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. Come to a kneeling posture and hold on towards your big toes. Pull the toes towards your perineum and then place your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. As you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation.
पूरब विधि परिहाता की काकसी से भणा शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlace your fingers in front and move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions. Give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind your back and repeat the movement, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
The next asana is Garudasana form. From the kneeling position, turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side. Place your thighs and calves on the ground and place your hands on the knees, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now place your soles together, toes pointing back. As you keep your knees separated, hold onto your ankles and place the front of your buttocks on the ground. As you gaze up towards your third eye, visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः हस्तयुग्मं पाददेशे पादयुग्मं प्रदापयेत्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now overlap your feet and sit on your heels as you place your hands underneath your knees. Press your tongue flat against the top of your mouth in Mandukya Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog as you engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तो पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on raised heels with your knees separated on the ground. Place your hands flat on the mat with the thumbs touching. Gaze to the tip of your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Mahavishnu.
दोवो फणा पाणी होय वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी काट हरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
Sit in the same posture as Narasimhasana on raised heels with the toes tucked, knees on the ground. Now cover your mouth with your hands, thumbs underneath the teeth. As you close your mouth, inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishlaka Pranayama. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears in Vishlakasana.
दो पगां की एडी जोजी गोड़ा फणोवाण पुनिहोजी.
Next up is Makadasana. Now place the soles of the feet together, toes pointing backwards. As you sit on your heels, raise your elbows and bend them to bring the fingers towards your armpits. Mimic a monkey scratching itself as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दोवो पगदले संपुट आने तिनिकी पिष्टे भूमि परिठाने मूलद्वार एड्यां परिल्यावे मूडा हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे.
The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Now sit on raised heels as you bring the soles of the feet together. Open your knees wide and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होय वैसे दोवो एडी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your knees on the ground and place your hands on the ground next to your body. Gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
खञ्जनासनमा वक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तो भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
The next asana is Kurmasana, the turtle posture. Now place your hands on top of the knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle as you embody a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries. Gaze to your nose.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधोऽभ्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरोग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Maintain the same posture, but relax your upper back and neck. Keep gazing through the nose. Your hands on the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Place your feet to opposite knees. Now hold on to your calves with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru, Swamiji.
गोड़ा वाम उभो हो जी गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी दछी पागड़ी पानी रहावे फनो वाम गोड़ा ढिगिल्यावे.
Next up is Ushrasana 2. Now place the top of your feet flat, stand on your knees, hold on to your heels as you lean back, tilt your head back and visualize yourself as a camel. Keep breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविवादैषु पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. Now hold on to the soles of the feet as you lean back. Place your elbows and then the back of your head on the mat. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
दो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारि धरे.
The next asana is Vidatasana. From the same posture, now lay back, place your back on the ground and rise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed. As you gaze through your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनी संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapotasana. As you lean back and bring your arms over top of your shoulders, try to bring your head in between the feet and hold on to the feet as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविवादैषु पुमान्.
Now rise up. Stand on the knees with the toes tucked behind. Hold on to opposite arms as you gaze to your nose. This is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashivoham as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Varasana.
जानने भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत वारासनं भवति.
Next up is Varahasana 2. With your toes tucked, sit on your heels and lean forward, placing your forearms on the mat. Rest your head on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते कूर्परौ भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानुभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य हस्तो मस्तके संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Mundasana. Now, place your forearms on the ground, interlock your fingers, and rest your head on the mat. Raise your hips, walk your feet forward, and lift your legs up into another headstand posture. Lean against the wall for support if needed, as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a kneeling position with your feet flat. Lean forward and down. Place your head in between the knees as you hold your head with both hands, keeping your elbows outside the knees. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth in this asana. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथम भगदली सम ठहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach. Raise your arms above your head. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you lift your arms, your upper back, and your legs off the mat, hold it as you visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now, keep your arms at the side of the body, palms flat next to your hip as you place your forehead on the ground, and lift your legs off the mat. In Kapalasana, the skull posture, visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and a strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत् कपालासनं भवति.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. With your arm flat, bend your knees and push your hands into the mat, lifting your legs and your hips over top of your body. Try to bring your feet on the ground in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Now rise up into a kneeling posture and place your forearms on the ground in front of you. Be stable as you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य जानुनीनाभौ सङ्कुञ्च्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana too. Now, from the kneeling posture, place your forearms on the ground in front of you and raise your hip and your legs over top of your body. Bend your knees and try to place your feet onto the back of your head as you visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishikasana too.
विच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Now, kneel down. Sit on your right heel as you keep the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Place your hands on the ground in front of the knees as you visualize yourself as a bull. Breathe in Antarangaka Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully through your nose. Hold your breath for a short while and then again exhale slowly through your nose.
न्याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Ulasana. With your hands on the ground in front of you, lift your knees off the mat and balance on your arms as you cross the toes of the left foot over the right, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture on the other side. Keep the right toes pointing to the side and visualize yourself as a bull.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now tuck the toes of the left foot, sit on the left heel. As you keep the right foot flat, the knee raised against your chest. Place your hands on respective knees and visualize Balaguna Hai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुणजल विकार जायी.
The next asana is Grahasana. Now squat down. Bring your arms in and around the thighs as you hold on to your ankles, squatting down all the way, visualizing yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां गुल्पप्रदेशो धृत्वा.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Sit on the right heel as you keep the left knee against your chest, hands on the knees.
आसन को गुणजल विकार जायी.
The next asana is Utkatasana. Now bring both your feet in. Sit on raised heels. Keep your knees together, hands on top of the knees. You can hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानो यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Now let's enter into Vajrasangarasana too. Bring the soles of the feet together, heels raised, and hold on towards your elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajrasangarasana too.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होय जैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदा निवैसे गोड़ा उभा राखे थीय आड़े वाज पसारे धीर.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your palms on the ground and your heels on top of your hands. Squat down all the way and keep your arms straight as you gaze to your nose, visualizing that you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी नाभिलग आने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the ground and step your feet onto your hands. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes as you walk around on the mat. Visualize that you are wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutodhanasana. As you place your hands on the mat, kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले चोर्ध्वमुद्दानं कृत्वा भूमौ पतेत्.
The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Place your hands on the mat and kick your legs up into a handstand, dancing on two hands as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं अष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Stand with your feet separated, place one hand flat on the mat and keep the other hand at your face as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now place the other hand on the mat. Lift the opposite hand towards your face. Visualize Swamiji in Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way. Keep your heels close towards your hip. As you hold onto your ankles, lift your feet off the mat and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Kadambasana.
पार्ष्णिभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन कुल्फौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्ब भवति.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now place your feet flat, your knees raised against your chest. Pull your knees against your chest with opposite hands as you visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनी वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रतीकरबन्धनैः.
The next asana is Chakodasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck. Place your hands to the side. Keep the other leg straight in front of you. As you lift your body up, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्च शलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now keep the left heel against the perineum. Hold onto the big toes with both hands in Prana Mudra. As you keep the right leg straight, lift the other foot towards your ear and visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now bring the left leg over the shoulder and Hook the right foot over the left as you extend your legs out to the side. Lean forward and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now bring the left foot on the right thigh, the right knee raised. Bring the right shoulder beneath the raised knee as you push the left knee to the mat. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize that you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana in Pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsindrasana. Now bring the left heel outside the right hip. Step the right foot over the left knee. Bring the left shoulder outside the raised knee, the left arm below the knee, holding onto opposite hands behind your back. Twist your spine, gaze up and visualize Sage Matsindana in Parshvamatsindrasana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्ततेजास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Hands at the side. Lift your entire body off the ground as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana. Hold onto the big toes and pull the right foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. On the other side, and bring the right legs over the shoulder. Hook the left foot over top as you extend your legs out to the side. Lean forward, balance on your arms and visualize yourself as a flying crane. Still breathing in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Keep the left knee raised, the right foot on top of the left thigh, the left shoulder beneath the raised knee. Gaze up. Visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्ततेजास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Parshvamatsindrasana on the other side. Place the right foot at the left hip, left foot over top of the right knee. Twist around the raised knee and bring your arm below. To interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze upwards to your third eye and visualize the great sage Matsindana, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg extended and bring the other foot against your perineum. Lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. Visualize Swamiji as you perform Jivachala Kumbhaka. Move the retained prana freely in your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा.
We move on to Crown Shasana. Now keep the left foot outside of the hip as you hold onto the right foot, pulling it up in front of your face. Keep your knees straight and visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against the perineum and lean forward and down, visualizing Swamiji.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Crown Shasana. Bring the right foot outside the hip. Hold on to the left foot with both hands and lift it up in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane, Krauncha and Kraunchasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे
Next up is Swastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position and bring your toes in between the thighs and calves. Gaze towards your nose as you keep your hands on the knees and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space in Swastikasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते
Next up is Gorakshasana. As you maintain the same posture, cover your heels with your hands. Gaze to your nose. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. As you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तारौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and place your right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, the Lord, as you get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra once more. Inhale as deep as you can and then shut your senses with your fingers. Close your mouth with the little fingers, your nostrils with the ring fingers, your eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वमुकुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने
The next asana is Yogasana 2. Place your feet onto opposite knees and gaze to your nose as you place your hands on the ground beside you with your palms facing up. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachandra Kumbhaka. Stick your tongue out, roll it up, and inhale through the rolled up tongue as you keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Exhale through both your nostrils. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Yogasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम्
Next up is Urdhva Kukkutasana. As you place your hands flat on the ground next to your body, lift your entire body off the mat and visualize yourself as a rooster as you balance on your arms.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. Now bring your hands in between the legs, place them flat on the ground as you gaze to the nose. Don't lift your body off the ground, stay seated on the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep breathing in Kakachandra Kumbhaka.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोकरे हस्तुतो भूगोडासन्दिधरे
From the same posture now, push your hands into the mat, lift your body off the ground and balance on your arms as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं मूरोनि नीत्वा
Next up is the Karmukasana. Now, rise up onto your knees as you bring your hands in between the legs and bring your hands behind your forehead on the ground. Interlock your fingers as you sit down on your hands. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, in Karmukasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, घोड़ा संधि माही कर इधर है।
Next up is Kurmasana 2. In Padmasana, now bring your hands in between the legs and bend your elbows upwards so you can hold on to your shoulders. Balance as you visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा, दाई जंग पर बाई ल्यावा।
From the same posture, now tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the nose and rejoice, knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, cutting to all the knots in Granthi Bhedasana.
अथ पक्षे नीलकंठ ग्रंथि भेदासनम शुभम ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रम सूक्ष्मवायु निषेवनात्।
Now roll onto your back in the same posture. Hold onto your shoulders as you embody a turtle laying on its back. Gaze to your nose in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासन बंधस्थम कराभ्याम धृतकंधरम पीठम कूर्मवदुत्तानम एतदुत्तान कूर्मकम।
Now rock your body back up. Sit in Padmasana. Now bring your hands in between the legs. Place the palm of one hand flat on the mat and hold the wrist of that hand with the opposite hand. Lift your entire body off the ground. Balance on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा।
Place the other hand on the mat. Lift your body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster and breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, repeating Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा।
The next asana is Gurudasana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes. Interlock your fingers in Palasha Mudra. Rest your chin on the fingers as you press your thumbs against your throat. Visualize that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ कुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्।
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now, sit in Padmasana. Keep the right hand over the left, palms facing upwards in your lap. Sit in a meditative space as you gaze to your nose. Engage all the bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्।
Next up is Padmasana 4. Now place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः ऊरुमूले वामपादं पुनस्तद्दक्षिणं पदं वामोरे स्थापयित्वा च पद्मासनमिति स्मृतम्।
We move on to Karmukasana 2. Now keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the index and middle finger of the right hand around the right big toe. Move the big toe round and round. Pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring. As you then repeat the same movement on the other side, visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 2.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्गयोस्थितं हस्तमेकं तु जङ्गाय कार्मुकं कूर्परोर्धकं पद्मासने समाधाय अङ्गुष्ठं परिधावयेत्.
We move on to Karmukasana 3. Sitting in Padmasana, now cross your hands behind your back. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, engage all the bandhas and gaze to your nose as you keep breathing in Kakashantra Kumbhaka.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदवायुर्वसो जाते कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना कृत्वा पद्मासनं मन्त्रे वेष्टयित्वा प्रधारयेत् करेण दक्षिणो नैव वामपादान्तिकं ततम्.
We move on to Dridhasana. Now, keep holding onto the big toes. Raise your chest. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्ततः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके.
Next up is Nagrasana. With your arms crossed behind your back, holding onto the big toes, roll onto your back. Lay flat as you gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a snake and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Lead the Kundalini Shakti along your spine and hold the prana in the individual chakras on and off.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दोवो हाथ पाछाने आने पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी सोबई कहुन्या कुल्या पानी.
Next up is Kandukasana. Now, free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Bring your chin to the knees as you squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत् कन्दुकासनं भवति.
Now place your feet flat. Interlock your fingers around your neck and breathe calmly through your nose as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Pavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे गुल्फमा हिला अंगुष्ठ दोजी करे एक समेल रसोजी.
Now bring your upturned palms underneath your heels and push your hips up. Lock your throat as you breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now raise your hips and bring your hands to the lower back. Rest your body weight on your elbows as you stretch your legs, point the toes, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up, point your toes upwards as you keep your arms flat on the ground and balance in Narakasana as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Narakaloka unharmed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वमुत्त्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Keep your body straight. Slowly lower and angle your body down. Keep your core engaged intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara, breathing in Murcha Kumbhaka in Tiryan Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now place your hands back on the ground, toes pointing up. Be straight and stable, sturdy, like a flagpole, as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेन पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वनयेत्.
Now place your legs flat on the mat. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, palms facing up. Completely relax your body. Stop any movements internally or externally. As we enter the final asana of this sequence, Mritasana. Once more, pull the Kundalini Shakti up forcefully along your spine in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally, chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
Completely relax your body. Disconnect from your toes. Completely remove yourself from your feet, your ankles, your thighs, your hips, your stomach, your chest. Move upwards along your spine. Slowly. The feeling in your fingers is removed. No longer you perceive your arms, your shoulders, your neck. Leave your body to the top of your head. Center your awareness on the crown center. Visualize that you are dead. Swamiji is liberating you right now as your body is burned completely. Move freely without your physical body. As Swamiji is taking you higher and higher to the higher lokas, the different vertical time zones. Just pass them as the destination is clear. You are moving straight to Mahakailasa. Raise up as Swamiji is liberating you.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Feel how you return to the tip of the toes. Wiggle your toes and your fingertips. Rotate your feet and your ankles. Move your legs. Bend your knees and elbows as you raise your knees towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball. Rock your body from side to side. And comfortably return to a seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. All the 308 asanas. Applaud yourself as we are getting ready for the next session of the day, which is the power manifestation. After this intense Kundalini awakening, immediately let us manifest the powers of Paramashiva to mold this experience into our system. Make this a permanent experience. Thank you all so much for joining and sincerely participating in the yoga. Let us now sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Join our hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji now in a space as we chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
आनन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Yes. Nithyanandam, I will give each one of you, all the Paramashivoham level 2, level 3 and the level 1 participants for the next session, which we are going to have, the power manifestation session, manifesting Shaktis of Paramashiva. So it was such a wonderful session which we had, that we have been manifesting the yoga within our body, the Pratama Vinyasa Krama and the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the full 308 asana sequence. Now, as we're entering into the second week of this entire Paramashivoham level 3, today's 11th day, let's do something completely new for this power manifestation session. So what's that something new? Just before that, requesting all the participants to please turn on your cameras and please be seated. Please bring your iPads, pen and paper, and settle down in that very space of oneness, that very space of receiving Paramashiva within you. So today we are going to have completely 10 different rounds, or maybe 8 different rounds. 8 to 10 different rounds. Quick, intense, powerful third eye manifestation. What we're going to do is we're going to see numbers blindfolded. Hope all the participants able to get along. Chandrasekhar, Ezekiel Franco, Chaikor, many other participants as well. Please turn on your cameras and please be seated. We're going to have 8 to 10 different rounds of seeing numbers blindfolded. It can be 1-digit number, it can be 2-digit number, it can be even more than that. So please blindfold yourself now. Please close your eyes. I'll be reciting the Shastra Pramana and the translation, and then we'll be entering into the quick manifestation. कपालान्तर्मनोऽन्यस्य तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसो धाद्यात् लक्षयेर्लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. The translation goes is by fixing the mind on inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having your eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya, by having vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So now requesting all the participants for being seated here, watching us live from YouTube, various social media platforms, sitting as in a various Zoom rooms, all the Paramashivoham Zoom rooms. Please blindfold yourself as we're entering into the rapid, quick, intense, powerful manifestation of seeing with your eyes blindfolded. At least it's going to be 8 to 10 different rounds. For the past 10 days, maybe the first week of the program, we have been manifesting colors, pictures, numbers, shapes, scenes, Swamiji. Maybe 1 or 2 rounds as well blindfolded. But this time we're going to take it a bit higher. Bring the intensity of the powers into your very being itself. So you can raise your consciousness to the space of Paramashivatva. Please keep your eyes closed. Remember Swamiji in your third eye. Close your eyes. Start chanting the Mahavakya, requesting Swamiji to show what is the number which is going to be there. The whole round, the first round and the continuous rounds, it's going to be 40 seconds, less than a minute. We're going to be intensely remembering Paramashiva, seeing how does Paramashiva is going to manifest through all of us in this quick round. 40 seconds, it can be 30 seconds, it can be even less than a minute of the entire complete rounds of the power manifestation. Hope all the participants are ready. Please keep your eyes closed and let's chant the Mahavakya along. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes. So now requesting all the participants to relax, take off your eye bands. Please open your eyes. Slowly open your eyes. Now let's quickly, we have 10 to 20 seconds left to pen down all your answers. You can type out your answers. What is the number which Swamiji showed you? Ezekiel Franco, Chaikun, Chandrasekhar, please be seated. Do not move your camera. See what is the number did Swamiji show you in this round of this power manifestation, the first round. 63. Okay, that's wonderful. Ezekiel Franco. Let's all now move on to see what is the number which is going to be there. It's exactly 63. So 63 is the number and you actually manifested it. Ezekiel Franco, wonderful. Without even a single mistake, the first round you got it exactly correct. 63. Perfect. So now let's quickly move on to the second round. Keep your eyes closed. Please blindfold yourself. Close your eyes. We're entering to the second round. We have totally 10 or 8 to 10 rounds. Keep your eyes closed.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. manifest the powers of Mahasada.
The power manifestation now. Keep your eyes closed. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting Mahavakya. Keep your eyes closed. Ezekiel Franco, keep your eyes closed as we begin the power manifestation. Huh? So now requesting all the participants to relax, take off your eye bands. Please open your eyes as we have completed the second round of the power manifestation. Now quickly type out your answers. Now let's see what has Paramashiva shown each of the participants. Ezekiel Franku, Chaikun, Chandrasekhar Priya. Please type out your answers as well, what you're able to see. Type out your answers. We have, I think, 10 seconds to go. Okay, it's not a problem. If you're distracted, you have multiple rounds as well. So you saw the number 95. So let's now move on to see now what is the image, which is that, the number. Yes. So the number is the number 2. Okay, so hope all the participants are able to see. The number is number 2 in the second round of the power manifestation. That's wonderful. Now let's move on to the round 3. We are entering to the third round as well. Please close your eyes. Requesting all the participants to again close your eyes. We are entering to the third round. Taike Zhang, please turn on your cameras. Chaikun, please be seated. Weng Ziying, please close your eyes as this is the power manifestation session. Let's all chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep your eyes closed as we begin the third round.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So now pen down all your answers. As we have finished the third round, please write down your answers, type out. Then slowly open your eyes as well. All the participants, please open your eyes. Type out your answers. Quickly, let's see what does Paramashiva wants to show each one of us. What are you able to see? Okay, Ezekiel Franco has put 88. Okay, that's wonderful. Let's now move on to see what is the number which is going to be there. It's exactly 8. Actually, if you're getting 88, it's, I think, so there's no other number which is that. It's 8 actually. So if you're getting 88 or even 888, this number itself is 8. So that's wonderful. You got 2 rounds exactly correct out of the 3. So now let's all move on to the 4th round. We're entering to the 4th round as now. Keep your eyes closed. Again, it's going to be number. Just keep manifesting, keep allowing Paramashiva to flow through you. Quickly blindfold yourself. Let's all chant the Mahavakya now. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Just keep your eyes closed. Allow Swamiji to flow through you as we enter the fourth round.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now, requesting all the participants to relax, quickly take off your eye bands. Let's move on to the next step. Again, writing out all your answers. Let's see what is Paramashiva wants to show each one of us in this round of power manifestation. Quickly type out your answer, what you're able to see in this fourth round of the power manifestation. Let's give him moments to do that before we move on to the next round. Please type whatever Paramashiva is showing you. Okay. So Ezekiel Franco is still in 5. Now let's move on to see what is a number which is there. You are just close to that. It was 4. I think so. You're just very close to that. You saw 5, but that's wonderful. You're getting very close, but the number was 4. You're able to get 5. Not a problem. So let's move on to the next round now. We're entering to the 5th round. Keep your eyes closed. Again, please blindfold yourself as we're entering to the 5th round of the power manifestation. Please close your eyes. Yes, Ezekiel Franco, please close your eyes. And now let's all chant the Mahavakya along. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Just keep your eyes closed and let's begin the 5th round. So now, again requesting all the participants, you can relax and take off your eye bands. Please open your eyes. Now quickly type out your answers. Let's see what does Paramashiva wants to show each one of us. Swamiji wants to show each one of us in this 5th round. What does Swamiji wants to reveal in this 5th round? Let's quickly type out our answers. Okay, so Ezekiel Franco is still in 43. Okay, now so let's all move on to see what is the number which is there. So its number is 5. The number is just a 1 digit, but it is 5. Not an issue at all. At least you can keep manifesting. But the number which Ezekiel Franco has put is 43. That's good. So now let's enter to the 6th round of the power manifestation. Please close your eyes. So a quick round of the power manifestation. We're going to have multiple rounds to see how the Swamiji is flowing through each one of us in spite of our thoughts or whatever we are getting distracted from. Please close your eyes. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya and let's enter to this round of the power manifestation.
Yes. So now requesting all the participants, you can relax, take off your eye bands, please open your eyes, and now type out all your answers, what you're able to see. What does Swamiji wanted to show you in the 6th round? I think so this will be the final round of this entire manifestation session, as we are completing the 21 minutes continuously manifesting Shaktis of Paramashiva. So please type out your answers. Let's see what is Swamiji wants to show each one of us in this round of the power manifestation. I can see Zigul Franco has put a message 23 and 33. So that's good. So let's all move on now to see what is the image which is there. So the image is 9, the number 9 which is there. So this will be the 6th round of this power manifestation. So hope all the participants, each and every single participant seated here in this Zoom rooms, who are able to manifest, enjoy the entire power manifestation session, will be having the same similar type of continuously, either numbers, pictures, able to see many things quickly in the various different power manifestations which is going to come up soon. So now let's all prepare ourselves, as you can take your time before we move on to the next session, going ahead onto the social media and posting your experience. How does Swamiji flow through you in today's day 11 of this Paramashivoham session for all the Paramashivoham level 1, level 2 and the level 3 participants. Stay tuned as we want to move on to the next session. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Understand, program starts but never ends, and it is never the same again. It is actually not a program, it's a lifestyle initiation. It is just upgrading your consciousness, your being. Bring intense sincerity, sincere intensity into this program
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam to all the participants, viewers, every one of you who have joined us from over 100 countries around the globe for the 12th day of Paramashivoham program, the level 3 of Paramashivoham, the season 6. We welcome every one of you for today. Today, on the 11th day of the program, all the participants are here to tap into one of the most sweetest, one of the most juiciest, one of the most blissful aspects of us. All of you here, whether you came here seeing Swamiji on YouTube or whether you accidentally stumbled upon Swamiji's video after which there was no looking back, or whether you were seeking for Guru for so many years and you came to Swamiji. The good
Nithyanandam, I welcome all the participants back. Welcome all the participants back after the beautiful yoga session and the power manifestation session. We will now be continuing with the rest of the sessions for the day and starting with the first session. I request all the participants to gather back after the session and turn on your videos and make sure you're seen clearly in the camera. As we'll now start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyādilakṣyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcome all the participants. Today we have a very beautiful day, and as part of today's program we are going to be learning how to be our own boss. So it's a very beautiful and exciting topic for today and theme for today. So I request all the participants to participate sincerely throughout today's program and attend each and every session and make sure you are here available for the whole day today. So with that, let us now enter into the first session for today. We are going to be learning about how we are the master of our reality. We are all the master of our own reality. Today we will expand on the powerful cognitions of being powerful and how being powerful always makes your space into reality. Over here, Swami is going to explain to us how only when we are in that space of bliss, it manifests that best reality for us. In any other state, whether you're angry, stressed, even if you think by exerting some power, you can manifest what you want, that is not the truth. It might be just in the matter level, or just for some time you might be seeing some results. But only truly being in the space of bliss, in that space of gratitude, in that space with the master, how only being in that space you'll be able to manifest what you want. That is the car manual on how to drive our life. Being in that space of bliss, in that space of completion, continuously. It's very important. Continuously is a very important word as well. Complete completion continuously throughout the day. For no reason we can gather any incompletion in us, manifest any incompletion in us and in our reality. Even if somewhere outside any incompletion is happening, that means we are the source of it. We have to see and complete inside. We have to see how we can drop the non-violence which is inside at that time. So now we will be entering into Swamiji explaining about this, how being blissful is the most important feeling or the most important thing we have to have at all times. Let us now listen, and after that we will go through after a few more clips, we'll be going through a small exercise. I request all the participants throughout any time during the day and now when you're watching this session, please post any questions you have or any doubts you have or any clarifications you need to make this as your cognition. Use this powerful cognition and manifest your life more into a higher quality of existence.
One of the greatest lessons I learned in my life: be blissful. Everything around you will happen in a best way, auspiciously, beyond your expectation. Understand? In a best way, auspiciously, beyond your expectation. Continuously being blissful, being in a very powerful space, continuously raising yourself to that powerful space. Why powerlessness enters into you? It is nothing but incompletions. Some form of incompletion. Please listen. One incompletion is enough to keep you powerless 24 hours. Just one incompletion is enough. It can keep you powerless your whole life. Do not allow incompletion, even one incompletion in you. Bring yourself again and again and again to the space of completion. Bad news is you have to practice again and again. Good news is it is possible. Understand? The biggest wealth any human being can have is completion. Listen. Today, I'll give you the science of possibility. making what do you want as a reality. This is one of the very powerful signs. I myself received it from a great master who in turn received it from his guru, which comes maybe at least from the 10,000 years old Vedic tradition. Science of making what you want as a reality, creating a space for possibility. Please understand. Your mind is established in the space of impossibility, because the more and more you believe in impossibility, only then more and more you can be exploited by the delusion and illusion. You will be kept in the illusion. You will be kept deluded only if you believe things are impossible. In any front, whether it is personal front, social, business, relationship, in any front, please listen. When you are born, you are like a being landed on the planet Earth. Once you form the root patterns in you, root pattern means the deep identity which you create about you and others. Please understand. Don't think you carry only identity of you. You also carry the identity of the world inside you. And look at the world only through that. That is what I call root patterns. The identity through which you see you and the world. Through these root patterns, if you see the world, that is called agamya, means default future. This is the right word I will use. Through your root pattern, seeing the world is default future. Through the impossibility, means not possible, you continue to see the world. Continuously seeing the world through the concept of impossibility,
Yes. So we saw beautifully how Swamiji was explaining. We can see actually, even before this, if you see how much destruction we have done within this much time, like just from the 19,000s till now, how much, because of the modern revolution, how much it has done destruction to the earth, because we have lost our real existence, how we used to coexist in that blissful state. If you see before also, like when you come as a child is in that pure space. But what Swami says is between the age of 7, the child develops a root pattern. So before the age of 7, that is why in those times, before the age of 7, all the children will be put in Gurukul. It was not compulsory. Everyone used to do that before. We used to, literally they say that in every single village, there was at least one Gurukul, and if it was a big city, there was 2 Gurukuls. In every single village in Bharat at that time, we had Gurukul. So you can understand through this, the science, the education system was the Nithyananda, the Gurukul at that time. And now it's being revived as the Nithyananda Gurukul. So when the child is put in the Gurukul, they do not develop the root pattern, and they form the right lens through which they should see life. They should manifest their life. It is given them that you are manifesting your life, and the delusion is not more powerful than you. We can keep two levels. How much we think that the delusion is real, and how much we have our willpower, how much we trust our willpower. If you see, most of the time we always empower the delusion. We are continuously empowering the delusion by telling, oh, I cannot do this, I cannot do that. It is from your consciousness you are manifesting everything you are seeing over here as this reality. So there can never be an impossibility. The impossibility is where we create the delusion. What we see itself as an illusion, or what we understand we are creating it, it's not a problem. But when we start to create an impossibility and start to give the power to something else, to someone else, that is when, like if you can see even a kingdom, if the king is not the person who has power, and all the other ministers are the people who have power even over the king, then the kingdom goes into complete corruption and it falls, it completely gets destroyed. But only when the power is with the king, with the person who's running the whole kingdom, then you can see how the kingdom is beautifully evolved, and the king is a proper dharmic and in the blissful space. So when we are in that blissful space, automatically when we are in that blissful space, we start to understand that there are no impossibilities, and we stop giving power to the delusion. The first step towards manifesting our reality, projecting the reality we want, the way we want to project it, is first understanding that the delusion does not have power over me. The delusion is anything you see over here. Even this body which you're seeing is what you're creating from your consciousness. So you thinking I am this body also is at one level of delusion. And thinking anything else around me is separate. All of this is where we create the duality between something is delusion. So all this delusion can never be more powerful than us. Actually, there's a very beautiful saying in Tamil. They say, even if I, without being born, if it's possible, but even if I have to be born, let me be only born in this place where I'm continuously only remembering you, remembering Paramashiva. Swamiji has quoted this saying in many satsangs. Even if I'm born, let me only remember you continuously. See, why the incarnation, why it's necessity for the Guru itself. When we have that space with the Guru, we are able to simply cut across all our different various patterns. The root pattern is like the trunk of the tree from where we create this whole delusion. The root pattern is the place where we start forming our mind. So completing with this root pattern is very important. So I request all the participants to please post all the cognitions which they received from this satsang, what and all they are able to relate in their lives, and all the cognitions. We'll be giving 2 minutes for this, and then we'll be moving to the next step.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
Actually, also, if you would have seen, I request all the participants to continue posting on whatever cognitions they received, any questions they have. I'll just be continuing to explain in the meanwhile. We saw even yesterday how Swamiji said, like how it is first internalized through our five senses. Situation, I would say, is internalized through our five senses, and then it goes to the chakshu where the elimination process starts happening. And then after that, it goes to our mind, and then it goes to our ego. The ego, the place where we hold our engrams, that is where our root pattern. If you see, our root pattern, unless we do the completion process, we'll not even be able to identify what our root pattern was. The whole life which we are manifesting, anything which we are seeing, we always are taking any situation happening around us, and we are again and again seeing it, comparing it with our root pattern. I see some of the participants have posted. Okay, Samantha D. Andrea has said, root patterns develop until the age of 7. Yes, very much. So that is why I see my baby in the camera too. You can see it's very important when the children listen to this, they start developing the right cognitions. So it's very beautiful, man, to see. And then Ruji Aghorashiram saying, completion is the greatest wealth one can have. Very much. That is the best wealth anyone can have, because only with that completion, you're ready to start seeing life. Otherwise, you're again and again creating the same rut. We can even understand the time dimension with this. Every time, again and again, we are seeing life in the same way. It is our laziness, you can say. It has become a blind spot, the root pattern in us. It is just our laziness stopping us from manifesting the life we want. And then at the end, just blaming it, oh, life is doing this to me, life is so bad, and then blaming whoever we have to blame. Okay, God is not saying, Swamiji is not manifesting, let's leave Swamiji. Anything, all the problems which we manifest is from our root pattern. Continuously seeing life from our root pattern. Sri Nitya Guru Prasadini has said, one completion is enough to ruin your whole life. Yes, actually, it's a very important thing to understand. Even when we get incomplete even once, how much we hold it inside. Maybe the situation outside would have gotten over. Situation outside would have been completely solved. But inside still we are carrying that pain. And next time anything happens, immediately that comes and shoots at us. And tells, oh, see, it happened like this, it happened like that. We are never ready to create a possibility in life. So the first step, that is why we are doing this as the first part of the day. The first step for us to manifest the reality the way we want is to understand we have that possibility and to stop again and again seeing life as an impossibility. So now we'll be moving into the next clipping where Swamiji is going to be explaining deeper about these truths and also be explaining about how in Swamiji's life an incident happened, either in this clipping or the next one after this one. We're going to be seeing how in Swamiji's life, how everyone, you can see in Swamiji's life, how all the work Swamiji has done, everything Swamiji has done. Swamiji has done every single thing which we would have thought impossible, Swamiji has manifested it and is continuing to manifest. Swamiji tells beautifully. First, when I was in Tiruvannamalai, the people who came and chased me away, those rowdies, local rowdies, from that time people have been chasing me away. But all the impossibilities they thought I will never do, I started doing that. First, I created a great samrajya, a great kingdom in Bidadi, which is the Adi KAILASA now, which we see. And then now, literally creating a whole nation, which in the 21st century, which we have seen, literally only 2 countries have been able to join the United Nations. And now creating KAILASA as a nation, literally the most impossible thing anyone could imagine. Because the completion space which Swamiji holds, there's never an impossibility when you're in that completion space. You know, I am manifesting my reality and Paramashiva is manifesting. Paramashiva's will is manifesting through this body. That is the only cognition which we should continuously hold, and automatically we'll stop developing incompletions, which is stopping us from manifesting the reality the way we want. So let us now listen to Swamiji explaining. And then as part of the third clipping, we'll be going through a process. Swamiji will be explaining and then we'll be doing that process after that. I request all the participants to come to the space of listening. Please, I request all the participants, please turn on your cameras and be seated comfortably in front of the camera. I request Ruji Aghorashivam, request to turn on your camera, please. And I see some other participant, Rashida, and I request you to come in front of the camera also. And now let's enter into the next part.
Understand this science which I am explaining. The root pattern which you are carrying about you, with that, if you continue to live, you will have a default future which is called Agamya Karma. that will always be very destructive. If you compete with all that root patterns and create a new space of completion, and live completing all your incompletions, that is living your prarabdha. If you decide to take your life in your hand and rewrite your future, that is Ishwaratva, being a leader. Being a leader means rewriting your future. Please understand, I am not teaching you personality development. No. In personality development, how much ever you struggle, whether you win or lose, you will be struggling. For example, if you are trying to drop your smoking, quit smoking. If you win successfully, if you are successful by dropping the smoking, even after that you will be struggling to maintain the same status, means without restarting the smoking. If you fail, of course, you have failed. Even if you win, you will be struggling. Same way money. If you fail, you fail. If you win, you will be struggling to maintain the same status. Whether you win or fail, you will continue to struggle in all personality development efforts. So all personality development efforts leads you only in more stress and more bondage. So listen, I am not interested in doing a personality development program here. I am interested in helping you to rewrite your future. Means a total, complete disconnect from your past root patterns, from the past ideas you carry about you and the world. Completely creating a new idea about you and life. This is what Krishna says in Gita to Arjuna, Divyam dadami te chakshu. I am giving you the divine vision. Please understand. The matter, the walls around you, the chair you are sitting, and the house you are living, the matter around you is not reality. How that matter occurs to you is reality. Whether you are in the temple or in your house, the wall is same. But in the house, that wall, you feel it is your house and it is yours. The temple, you feel this belongs to the God. This is temple. Matter may be same, but how it occurs to you is reality. So please listen. If the matter occurs to you, causing pain and suffering, you are in hell. If matter occurs to you, causing joy and completion and fulfillment, you are in heaven. The good news here is, whatever way the matter occurs to you can be transformed. Can be transformed. How the matter occurs to you can be transformed. I can say the same truth. Last 10,000 years, our rishis are repeating. Last 10 years, I am repeating. Last 10,000 years, our rishis are repeating. Last 10 years, I am repeating. How the matter occurs to you is reality. No one else can change the way matter occurs to you. No one else can interfere in your completion space. I tell you, no one can interfere, enter into your completion. No one can change the way reality occurs to you. You are the master of your reality. You are the master of your reality.
Wow. Actually, the way if we even try to listen more clearly and listen to what Swamiji is trying to say, it's such a beautiful way how Swamiji is leading it slowly, and it's like so beautifully. It's like a thread, and Swamiji is putting all the beads so nicely into the way how we can manifest our reality. So I request all the participants to really listen. It's such a powerful way how Swamiji said. Like if you understand, actually Swamiji has spoken about this also: static matter, dynamic activity, and strategic will. Static matter is just the matter. The dynamic activity is the way it occurs to you, and strategic will is the cognition in which you are deciding to project the matter. If your basic fundamental cognition itself is only conflict, violence, all of that, that is how you're making the static matter manifest as dynamic activity, as this world which you're seeing, making the matter occur to you. This is very beautifully how Swamiji explained. And also Swamiji is given tons of ways, like even how Swamiji said, it is when Bhagavan Sri Krishna told to Arjuna, Divyam dadami te chakruhu, it is not just like the vision which we think as the eyes, but the way of relating with the world, the very cognition Bhagavan Sri Krishna changed in Arjuna. It's the cognition which is changing this whole world. If we understand, now what we are functioning continuously from is the root pattern. But just our single decision to use the cognition Swamiji is giving us, that cognition, if we just break that root pattern and decide to use that cognition, that's why Swamiji says in Tiruvannamale, before Swamiji could develop a mind, which is the root pattern, before even Swamiji started developing that, Swamiji's gurus made Swamiji understand and cognize that he's an expression of a principle. Our fundamental root cognition, root pattern which we have been carrying until now would have been something of violence, something of anything, greed, fear, or any way how we would have cognized this world first, would have made us associate ourselves with this body and all of that. But if the root cognition can be put in us before the age of 7, before we develop a root pattern, the right cognition, the right way to manifest our life is put in us, then we'll see from that time onwards, our whole life will be such a beautiful manifestation. We can see this actually in the life of Prahalada. Before Prahalada was born, when he was in the womb, that time Rishi Narada will come and will be to Prahalada's mother. When Prahalada was in the womb, Rishi Narada will be telling all the greatest truths, all the greatest cognitions. And at that time, when Prahalada came out after that, from that time, the life he lived till the end, completely Vishnu. He saw Vishnu in everything. He saw everything as Vishnu. He knew he could manifest the reality the way he wanted. That's why when he pointed at the pillar and he said Vishnu should come out of the pillar, Vishnu Swamiji says Vishnu was running and searching which I have to come out of the pillar, I have to come out of the pillar, I have to make sure I'm on my time because my devotee is pointing at that pillar. He was able to manifest anything he wanted, and such a completion space which he carried, nothing could affect him. Neither the whatever his father did to him, Hiranyakashipu, the Asura king at that time, whatever he did to him, whether he tried to poison him, whether he tried to trample him with elephants, tried to burn him, anything he did, just the completion space he held, the way he manifested his reality, we can understand from his life. It is because the root pattern, the cognition from which he started functioning, before he developed a root pattern itself, Rishi Narada, the right cognitions were given to him to manifest the reality the way he wanted to manifest. It's such a beautiful way. That's why Swamiji says, even Swamiji says it's a very beautiful science in the Siddha tradition. Just through the breath, they know how to come to that completion space. If we see actually, anytime when we get angry, if we notice our breath pattern, it will start going deep, or if we are in fear or anything. But when we are in completion, we'll be able to see how that long breath and that completion space our breath. So Swamiji says, if we are able to observe ourselves when we are in that completion space, what type of breathing pattern we are having, and anytime we go to that incompletion space and we try to and we replicate that pattern at that time, we'll simply be able to see we are in that same completion space. It's a very beautiful technique given in the Ishavasya Upanishad, which Swamiji explains in various different satsangs. So, like in the Hinduism tradition, we have been given so many different ways for us to be in that space. Even if we have been born in an Indian family or in Hindu family, one or two of these cognitions would have gone inside us. So it's very simple for us to go. And now attending this program, all these cognitions are surely going to go into us. And plus with the initiation Swamiji is giving us, simply we'll be able to start functioning from these cognitions and manifesting it. We can see how when we are in that completion space, we're simply able to manifest the reality the way we want. So I request all the participants to please post anything they understood from this session. How we can hold that completion space continuously and manifest that space, and how we can start using it in our lives. It's very important for us to start implementing this in our lives. That is when we start doing the manana. Shravana is good. We can start up. By Shravana, we start listening. But now starting to do the manana. Automatically, when we have the right listening, we'll start doing the manana. And then nididhyasana. Being able to manifest it in our life as a cognition. Making it our fundamental cognition. The way we respond to life at any moment. So I request all the participants, you can post whatever you understood from this part. Okay, I see Ruji Aghora Shivam said. None can change the way matter occurs to you. I feel wonderfully grateful. Thank you, Swamiji and Salma. Yes, very much, Aya. Actually, just by sitting in this Paramashivoham program with this space Swamiji is giving us, we'll immediately start to feel more complete and everything. It is our cognition which manifests the reality. We have to understand it. We can understand this. Swamiji gives a very beautiful example. If we understand a projector, how the different various images are continuously going. It's like a little older projector, olden day projector. How different pictures are continuously going, and the light is being shown, and the screen which is there. The screen which is there is our life. The various different types of pictures going continuously is what is our visualization and our thoughts. To make it our cognition, we just have to make the critical mass, more amount of our thoughts towards this science, towards completion space. Keep more of our thoughts contemplating on these greater truths. Then immediately we'll start to see what is being projected. The light coming is the consciousness, but the all the visualizations, thoughts we are continuously having is what is all those pictures continuously moving. And the screen is our life, is the way we are perceiving our life. So through this example, we can understand just by changing all our thoughts continuously changing. What am I thinking? Every time, catch yourself. Again, if you go back to some other, catch yourself. No, come to the completion space. Let me think about all the greater truths. Swami has given us enough number of greater cognitions for us to continuously cognize. Okay, I see lots of participants are posting what they're understanding. Okay, Srinitya Guru Prasadini said, Ishwaratva is taking responsibility for your future and manifesting what you want as reality. Actually, it's a very beautiful and important word, responsibility. Yes, exactly, caught it. Responsibility is very important. We have to start taking responsibility for our life to change the reality and manifest it the way we want. Samantha DeAndrea said, the good news is that our root patterns can be transformed. Yes, totally. It's very much the truth. Just by changing, actually, by changing the root pattern, first is through completion. Swami has given us various ways. Just actually, if we continuously see what am I thinking about, continuously witnessing what am I thinking about, and continuously changing it towards these higher cognitions itself, we'll see we'll start changing all our root cognitions. And Srinitya Guru Prasad said, the matter is not reality. The way you perceive the matter is reality for you. The way you perceive it, that is what is the catch where we have to change it to understanding the cognition. The cognition is the way. Now the root pattern is the way we are projecting it. The root pattern is, it's coming from outside. Having the right cognition, it's manifesting from inside. That's all is the difference we have to make in our lives. So by understanding this, we can understand. Thank you so much. I thank all the participants. Thank you so much for participating and really organizing these higher truths. Just by doing this, we'll see how we'll be changing our lives in such a drastic way. So Bhagavan Shri Krishna tells again in the Bhagavad Gita, Svalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Just by little bit cognizing and internalizing these powerful cognitions, just little bit, so much completion and so much bliss happens in us. So I request all the other participants also to continuously participate and manifest this higher reality for ourselves. So now we'll be moving on to the next and the final clipping as part of this session. And then after that, let us do the exercise Swamiji is given and enter into the power manifestation after that, using these powerful cognitions. I thank all the participants and continue to be in the space of listening. Come to the space of listening now, and let's listen to the next cognition Swamiji is revealing to us.
Just yesterday, the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akkada, Shukdevanandji came to Haridwar and we all went to have his darshan. All of you may be remembering the Swamiji who came December 27th on my birthday and announced that Paramahamsa Nithyananda will be the next Atal Acharya. He will be the next successor. You might be remembering. Atal Akkada is the oldest Akkada, oldest apex body of Hinduism. From Atal Akkada, Mahanirvani was formed. So that Acharya, Atal Akkada Acharya, he was here yesterday. Today, he will be visiting this hotel where we are staying, this place. Yesterday, we went to see him in his ashram. I am hoping tomorrow or day after tomorrow, in next few days, any one morning satsang he may come and grace. We will request him to come on any one day morning satsang. He is highly intellectual. At the age of 10, he took sannyas and now he is more than 80 or maybe 85. 70 years he is in the Sadhu Samaj. Among the sadhus, when we were all talking, he was sharing something. When he heard about all the organizing and the program we are doing here, he said, he made a statement, Maharajji, Krishna played flute, anyone can play. Krishna danced, anyone can dance. But Krishna lifted the Govardhana hill. Asatya sadhaka means making impossibility into possibility. That makes him an incarnation. With that note, he told, Maharajji, the work you do makes you an incarnation. That is the solid proof. It is the karma, the making impossibility into possibility. Then he went on to explain the whole science. Please listen. A man who stops with the idea of impossibility continues to be in the lower worlds, lower existence. Man who goes on making impossibilities into possibility achieves Ishwaratva, leadership, consciousness. Kalpataru is science of initiating you into possibility. Please understand. I am not just giving you some technique to make what you want as reality, like this, the book, The Secret. One book became very popular, The Secret. It just gives you some technique, some key. I am not doing that to you. Same way, I am not just doing the job of making one of your desire into reality by blessing. The job of a mystic. I am not doing only that. Understand, I am trying to do, I am doing both. Giving you the science of making what you want as reality and making one of your desire into reality, so that you understand the power of this science and start living this science in your life. So understand the few principles of this science. First, the first principle: decide not to live with your default future. Second, first, decide not to live with your default future. Second, understand rewriting your future is simply possible. Third, SDHD you carry, self-doubt, hatred, denial you carry. It's the right word I use, SDHD. Self-doubt, hatred and denial. The SDHD you carry is the only obstacle stops making what you want as reality. SDHD is the only obstacle causing what you want as reality. Listen. Complete with your SDHD, self-doubt, hatred, denial. Complete with your SDHD. Actually, when you are suffering with your SDHD, you hate everything around you. You curse everything around you. You abuse everything around you. You are waiting to blame everything around you. The moment you find one small mistake, I told you, na, I was telling, this is all fake, this is all wrong, this is all foolishness. This is one of the biggest suffering all psychiatrists and psychoanalysts suffer. If you are a doctor in the field of psychiatry or psychoanalysis, you don't need a separate curse. Unless you complete every day with your SDHD, please understand the psychiatric profession is very dangerous. I have seen in my life. And you also need to know, as per the statistics, the largest suicide rate profession is psychiatrists. Because their SDHD goes so high. Psychiatrists, psychoanalysts should do completion every day with themselves because they listen to so much of problems, difficulties, impossibility. If they don't complete and protect themselves, they become like that. So much of junk is dumped on them, they become junk. They become almost like a garbage, dustbin. I learned a lesson: never associate yourself with a psychiatrist, psychoanalyst, unless they do completion with themselves. Otherwise, they are going to dump all the junk on you. No, really. Whatever is dumped on you, you should complete and keep yourself in a high space of energy. Otherwise, you will doubt everything around you. You can't trust anything around you. Understand? Not able to see the possibility is the worst punishment in the life. Now, I lead you step by step into the science of possibility. First few minutes, please take the paper and pen. Write any one desire you want to cause as reality. One desire you want to cause as reality, please pen down. And whatever you think is the reason why that desire will not become reality, the doubt, incompletions, fears, anxiety you have related to that one desire, why you think it is difficult or it may be delayed or it is impossible to make that one desire into reality. Pen down all your incompletions, doubt, hatred, denial related to that desire. If you look in, everything will boil down to the self-doubt, self-hatred and self-denial. At one point, you carry a deep doubt about you. You may be carrying that you are not qualified for that desire to become a reality. Or you may be thinking, because many times you failed, this time also it is not possible to make that into reality. Namah Shivaya. Take few minutes, pen down clearly, so that during the meditation you will be able to complete with all that.
Wow. Actually, it's a very powerful exercise. We'll actually be doing the exercise now. I request all of the participants also to come on. See, it's actually just our self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. And actually, one thing what I would like to tell the participants when they are writing this exercise, we'll be projecting the slides in some time. Just want to explain it before we enter into it. Do not create any self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Sometimes you might even not know that you are creating it because you have been so used to it. You're like, okay, why should I take this thing to do? Like, if you want to, do not try to take only things which you think can happen, which is not happening now, which you think can happen. Take even like if you want to have a muscular body without doing workout, any desires you have, pen it down. It should be like any desire, one desire, but any desire to the extreme, take it and pen it down, which you really want to manifest, and do not limit yourself to any self-doubt, self-hatred or self-denial while doing this exercise. You can see how Bhagavan Shri Krishna in this part Swamiji is saying how Bhagavan Shri Krishna lifted the Govardhana mountain. That same thing Bhagavan Shri Krishna gave to Arjuna. So the same way Swamiji is giving us that same thing. Swamiji has this as a possibility. Swamiji knows this. This is a science. And Swamiji is only revealing this to us out of his pure compassion. So let us have gratitude to Swamiji. And now let us enter into the exercise. Sri Nitya Guru Prasadini is saying SDHD is the only thing stopping you from causing your reality. Yes, only the self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial is creating any impossibility which you're having. The impossibility is what's stopping us from manifesting our reality, we can understand. So even during the power manifestation, I'll be explaining something which they discovered in the scientific area, how they've discovered this same thing. I'll be explaining during the power manifestation. Now let us enter into the exercise first. So request all the participants, see, all of you can keep a book of hearts. Keep one book where you pen down all these cognitions. Anytime any problem or anything you're feeling, you get incomplete because of anything, go to that book, go back to these cognitions, pen down all your incompletions in that. You don't need to show that to anyone. Complete with all your incompletions in that book. So I request all the participants, keep this one book of hearts. Let's be integrated to this one thing. Pen down all the cognitions you get, all these powerful cognitions in that book. And do more internalization, pen it down. Anytime you have, spend it on this. This is the best time spent to manifest the reality the way we want. So now I'll be projecting the slides and reading out the instruction what we should do. Write any one desire you want to cause as your reality. Sincerely look inside and write one desire. Please pen down whatever you think is the reason why that desire will not become reality. All the self-doubt, self-hatred, write first the desire, and anything which comes after that, write down. You'll immediately be able to see how illogical it is. Sri Nitya Guru Prasadini is saying, not being able to see possibility is the worst suffering. Yes, because we are continuously limiting ourselves and we are continuously like taking a whip and hitting our own selves with that same whip, that SDHD. But the greatest possibility Swami is giving us to complete with it now. So let's use it. Request all the participants, pen down one desire you want to manifest and pen down anything which is giving power to anything else other than the desire. Hold that strongly. Do not, see, Swamiji said very clearly, pure greed is completely fine. It is verily me. But the moment you start to bring fear in that greed, oh, will I be able to get it? Is this possible? Will the circumstances around me be able to manifest? That is when we collapse it. Pure greed is completely okay. Swamiji has said this. So let's hold this. Let's write down what is our desire. Fundamentally, Swamiji said the whole reason why I'm giving this power manifestation science is for you guys to manifest all your desires, completely exhaust yourself all of these desires and manifest enlightenment in us. So that is the whole reason for this power manifestation science itself. So that we get rid of all the desires. Only the impossibility which we are continuously holding is stopping us. So it's completely fine. Do not hold anything where, oh, I'm not supposed to manifest desire. Do not hold anything. That is why Swami says, Bhagavan Shukracharya, he gives any desire you want. You have to be integrated to him, not holding any impossibility. So let us all hold that space with Swamiji now and write down all the impossibilities and complete with all of them. It may be delayed or any of the impossibilities you're holding. So now request all the participants to take the pen and paper and pen it down. Few minutes to do this and then we'll move to the next step.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
request all the participants to continue penning down. I'm projecting the slide. Continue penning down and actually can continue to listen. That is why if we see nowadays, as soon when we have the children, we continuously give them some or the other device. They're simply doing something or watching some videos or playing some games. But it's very dangerous for them, because then that's what they start to do. If it's about violence or it's about anything which they're watching, especially when it's going into their eyes, what you're continuously seeing and cognizing, that is what you're going to continuously be manifesting. But when you're continuously seeing the darshans or satsangs of Swamiji, when you're continuously even seeing Swamiji, that entanglement, that you're starting to internalize and cognize that. So that is from where we start building. So showing our children all of these darshans, making them do all of these is very important to make sure that they start living the life. If we have to take responsibility for their lives as parents, being a parent. So that is also one more very important way how we create the root pattern and how we can stop doing that and manifesting the reality the way we want. So request all the other participants to continue penning down as they're doing. Just wanted to tell this as very important point to make.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
All the participants are done penning down now what the desire is and what and all are the impossibilities. If any of the participants need more time, you can let me know in the chat, and I'll give you some more time, or we can move to the next step now. So let us now move to the next step. In the next step, I request all the participants. Now we are going to move to it's a very important step. Now, I request all the participants, sit straight. Now, close your eyes. Just close your eyes. Drop everything. Close your eyes. Look inside. Complete with whatever incompletions you wrote. Now, you wrote all of it. It's written now. Just close your eyes for some time. And look inside. Complete with whatever incompletions you wrote. One by one, by reliving them. Really go back to the situations. All those incompletions would be coming from a root pattern. Identify that. Relive that. Go back to any of the incidents where you felt that all the SDHD coming up, no, I cannot do this, I cannot do that. And you stopped yourself from manifesting a higher reality. Like, for example, you had a possibility of higher job, but you wanted to spend more time with your family. So you said that, oh, maybe I'll not be able to do it. And you brought SDHD inside. You brought the conflict inside by bringing duality. Relive those. complete with all the ideas of the impossibility you're carrying, complete with all the incompletions you're carrying about that one desire. That one desire, how many incompletions it can create. Now, even on Swamiji's, like how we even perceive, if someone is speaking to us itself, as soon as a person says something, we're able to see 10 thoughts come about that same thing in our own understanding. We start to justify it, complete with all of them. When that one desire is coming up, all the incompletions are coming. Okay, I see a participant has put, my question is, if we have an understanding of the thoughts and feelings stopping us, but don't know the beginning of those thoughts or feelings, how do we reach the right space? Okay, so the root pattern, you're trying to say that you're unable to identify the root pattern of the source of all those thoughts and understandings. See, more than we can do we have to identify the root pattern. Like we need to take some time actually and sit with ourselves, completely open ourselves to our own selves. It has become a blind spot. We don't even know now why we are functioning the way we are functioning, why we are creating the thoughts and understandings or the feelings, why we are creating it the way we are creating it. So we have to open up more. See, actually, what Swamiji says is, there is one incident in your life where you first started thinking, started perceiving about this reality, where you started feeling, you started creating understandings about this reality. That is where we started forming our root pattern. Like the Swamiji says, I'm just trying to give an example. I hope I'm able to understand, giving the answer to your question the way you're able to understand it, or it's the correct question, understanding the question correctly. I hope I'm understanding the question correctly. Swamiji gives us an example. Like one of the people was speaking to Swamiji. One Swamiji they were in a place where beach was very close, and Swamiji was told, come, let's now go to the beach. And one of the devotees with Swamiji, he, as soon as Swamiji said, let's go to the beach, and started walking towards the beach, the devotee just started to shake and like started to get so scared. Like he started walking behind Swamiji, but like he was so scared and he was shivering. Literally, his whole body had collapsed. Swamiji noticed this and asked the devotee, why are you getting so scared? I just told you, I'm just going to start going to the beach. Why are you getting so scared? The devotee said, when I was young, actually, at the age of at around 7 or 10, like at that age, me and my father were once walking towards the beach, and at that time in the beach, I saw a murder was happening at that beach. I saw that, and from that time, I have never been able to go to the beach. How much ever I try, I've never been able to go to the beach. See, that is a root pattern. Fear. Most of the times, fear would have been our root pattern. Either it could be a very simple things, like you would have wanted a chocolate or something, and your mother would have not given it to you. From such small things itself, you would have created it. From that time, you would have started creating, oh, I cannot get chocolate anytime I want in my life. That is where we start bringing and lowering the possibility of our consciousness. So we have to sit with ourselves and really identify, go inside and see where that incident happened, where the root pattern is, and we have to complete with it. Swami has given many elaborate processes for this. So I hope that is what you are trying to ask, no? I hope that answered your question. Okay, bro. So you can continue actually doing this itself for some time now, what we are going to be doing, sitting with ourselves and doing this and projecting this slide now. So I request all the participants, sit with yourself now for some time, close your eyes and try to find that pattern. All the patterns coming up. If we hold a desire, all the patterns coming up, if we go to the root of where all those patterns are coming up, we'll be simply able to identify. More easier way to identify our root pattern. All the desires, all the self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Sometimes you'll be forced to think only in one direction. That is what Swamiji calls our obsessive compulsive reactionary pattern, is that root pattern. From that trunk of the tree, from where all the other branches are growing, is that root pattern. So let's try to break it and complete with it. So now I'll be giving 5 minutes to do this. Exactly 5 minutes to do this. Keep playing the Mahavakya. Sit with yourself and complete it.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
List all the participants and slowly open your eyes now. Okay, it was very beautiful completion session. I hope all of you are able to complete it. Now you'll simply be able to see as we go more into the program, we'll be manifesting more and more things like this. We'll be doing more and more processes. Soon you'll be able to see simply your intention, your desire, whatever you want to manifest, will simply start manifesting. Okay, so now we'll be entering into the power manifestation. I request all the other participants also to please turn on their cameras and get ready for the power manifestation now. Come and sit in front of the camera and get ready for the power manifestation now. Today, we'll be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. See, now we understood, right? Like how Swamiji said in the satsang also, our will, it is not the matter, the way we perceive matter is how we decide to experience it. So we'll now be manifesting with that same cognition, like how we can project our reality. You'll simply be able to see, now that we've done the completion and all the cognitions we have gotten, we'll simply be able to see the power manifesting, the powerful cognition. With that powerful cognition, let us sit, and I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter. क्वचित् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैर्दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवि शून्यालयो भवेत्. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, having fixed one eyes on a particular object, vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from that object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object. You can see how beautifully Paramashiva is explaining over here. Remove all the conflicts, all this self-doubt, self-hatred, all of the sight which you're holding that object as stronger than you, whatever you're holding as that the matter as stronger as on you, withdraw all of that with the thought and impressions of it. Anything which you get out of that object, withdraw all of that. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, Sa Anya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, where everything exists. That state, nothing other than that can exist, nothing other can exist. In that state, which is the state of consciousness, which is the state of all inclusiveness or infinity, which is our true state, which is what we really are manifesting, which is who we really are. Very beautiful Shastra Pramana to manifest anything we want. It's not just for manifesting this power, but it's for manifesting anything, any matter, anything we want to manifest is related to the matter only in this world. But anything we want to manifest, whether it's power manifestation, anything we want to manifest, we can simply manifest by understanding the consciousness over the matter and not giving delusion its power by saying matter over the consciousness, who we are, which we are actually doing. So now I'll be telling the Apta Pramana for this power. The Apta Pramana is the great rishis and saints who have time tested and verified this science, who have experienced this science over the time until now. There's a great Nayanar. Nayanar, there are 63 Nayanars, very great important devotees of Paramashiva. One of the 63 most prominent devotees of Paramashiva. Sundaramurti Nayanar sang the glories of Lord Shiva, all the Tevaram, very famous in Tamil, they are in Tamil, the Tevaram. One day, Sundaramurti Nayanar, also called Sundarar, was on a pilgrimage at Tirukandayur. He saw Tiruvayar on the opposite bank of the river. The river was in flood and was impossible to cross. Sundarar sincerely prayed to Lord Paramashiva, and at once the river gave way, leaving a sandy track through which they could walk across to the other bank. As soon as they reached the other bank, the river resumed its former form. You can see beautifully how Sundaramurti Nayanar, by holding Paramashiva in his inner space, holding Paramashiva, the consciousness itself, more stronger than a matter, knowing that with that cognition, how he was able to manifest simply, whether even it's a rock or a coconut or anything, he was simply able to manifest even a river parting way. When it comes to consciousness, the quantity does not matter. Whether it's a river, a mountain, a coconut, or anything, it's same. The consciousness is more powerful than that. Now we'll be seeing in the Atma Pramana the accounts from Swamiji's life, which is time tested and verified. This science of power manifestation. One day, Arunagiri Yogeshwara was explaining a Yoga Sutra to Swamiji. He said, when you feel one with nature, nature listens to you. Swamiji asked, how can that be? Arunagiri Yogeshwara told him to feel oneness, become in oneness with a nearby rock. Swamiji had experiences, he just told to become one with a nearby rock. Look at the rock, like with that same sutra. Look at the rock and how in that sutra it explained. In this Yoga Sutra, how it was explaining, Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave that as an initiation to Swamiji and told him to become one with the rock. He just held Swamiji's hand and moved it suddenly. And then the boulder started rolling without even Swamiji touching it. Without Swamiji touching it, just by feeling one with the rock, the boulder started moving. Arunagiri Yogeshwara stopped Swamiji's hand movement and the boulder immediately stopped. We can see how Swamiji manifested this science beautifully with the initiation of Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And now we'll see the Sakshi Pramana. More than 100,000 beings from around the world initiated into the science of third eye and power of consciousness over matter. I'll now be playing the video of the Sakshi Pramana. You can all see.
Get creative. Get creative. Take a picture before you do the TV on them. Then, once the change is done, take a picture and show them. Ask them, do you like it this way or do you want to watch it? See how it's rotating. Better you can record.
You can all see here how the manifestation is happening. You can see the bottle moving on the tablet
Wow.
and the manifestation happening.
Are you recording? Yes.
Okay, so now
Wow.
with that beautiful manifestation, I'll be telling the what science has understood until now as part of this power manifestation. They call it something called the placebo effect. Actually, there was in the placebo effect, they are able to manifest just by making people believe. Like they've done many various experiments just by telling them, giving them a sugar pill and telling them this is a medicine to a specific disease which they have, just through the willpower, because they cognize with what the doctor says is true. When the patient took that pill, they were able to see that after some time the disease immediately got cured. But even though the medicine for that was not given, in the World War II, actually there was one doctor, and he was in charge of doing all the surgeries for the soldiers who got injured. And at that time, yes, at that time, he ran out of morphine, which is the painkiller to do the surgery. So what he did was he took some water and like salt water, what was needed, like just some water, and made it look like the morphine medicine. And he injected that into he put that for the soldier's wound and did the whole surgery without the soldier feeling any pain. Actually, it was not morphine. So we can understand from that that it is our will which is giving the power, even to the different various types of medicine which we are having. It's the will, because we have decided that okay, once the conditioning, the cognition which we are carrying, that is the true. What the doctor tells will be true. Same way there's a nocebo effect. Once there's actually a man, and the doctor once he was diagnosed with cancer, and he said that okay, let me just live, and he was told that he was going to die soon. So he said that okay, let me just wait. Where the Christmas was just a few days. It was just few days to Christmas. So he said, let me just live this last Christmas and then I'll leave. So he, with that will which he held, Christmas got away, and then he left the body the next day. And when they did autopsy of his body, actually they discovered there was no cancer at all. So just by believing what the doctor said, because he decided to cognize that as his cognition, you can see how it took effect. But now, holding the cognition which Swamiji is giving us, holding that cognition, let us now manifest this power of consciousness over matter. We'll be now manifesting this power of consciousness over matter. In this round, we'll be manifesting this power, feeling the energy. I'll be projecting the guidelines. Request all the participants, get a coconut. Please get a coconut on your palm. Place a coconut in your palm. Request all the participants to get a coconut or any other fruit. If you do not have a coconut, you can get even an orange or an apple or any other type of fruit which is rollable, which you are able to cognize as something which is rollable, which can be rolled out of your hand. And keep your palm absolutely flat and place it in your palm. And using this powerful cognition, manifesting the reality the way I want to manifest it. I can manifest it the way I want to manifest it. All the various pramanas which you are giving is just for us to be able to cognize and for us to understand that this is a real science which is replicable and manifestable. You can all get a coconut or any fruit which you have. Request all the participants to, and then we'll start the manifestation of the power of consciousness over matter. I'll be playing the Mahavakya, projecting the guidelines now for all of you to see. And now let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Intensely connect to Paramashiva. Chant the Mahavakya. Listen to yourself chanting the Mahavakya. Reverberate yourself with the Mahavakya. Like how when the sun comes, all the flowers look up to raise and wake up and become alive. Let us all chant the Mahavakya and make ourselves alive. Visualize Swamiji. Rest in the space of Paramashiva. Dissolve into that space chanting the Mahavakya. And let us connect to Swamiji and request Swamiji to manifest this power.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda
All participants to relax. Post in the chat and share with all your friends. Anything you manifested, you can post it in the chat. All the manifestations that you know, you can post in your chat. Anything you manifested, you felt the energy, whether you felt the vibration, you felt the energy, or anything you were able to see that you were able to have your consciousness over the matter. You're able to experience that. You can please post it in the chat. Even if you had a very good experience, you've started manifesting, celebrate that. Celebrate any of the manifestations you experience. See, once we start doing this, we'll be able to see how we can even change things in our life. It's not only limited to this power. It is to change anything happening in our lives. We are only projecting our own reality, so we can manifest it the way we want. And request all the participants to continue posting anything they were able to witness as a manifestation. They were able to experience as a manifestation. Swamiji manifested through them. Whatever Swamiji manifested through you, can please post it in the chat. Okay, I felt it moving in the direction I asked it to move it, and it rolled a bit in my head. Wow. Celebrate Mass, even if it's a little bit manifestation, we have started manifesting. All the cognitions we have gotten until now is just for this power manifestation to happen. It's for us to be able to experience this power manifestation. So celebrate. Everyone should celebrate any manifestation. Everyone should celebrate it. That's the we just need to celebrate. That's all we have come here for. To celebrate ourselves as consciousness. Every time we experience that consciousness, we should celebrate ourselves. So celebrate and please share it and share it with anyone, all your friends, anyone you want to share it with, your family members, anyone you want to share it and enrich them to come to this program. Post it in your social media platforms. Anything you're able to experience, please post over there and enrich. See, enriching is the main part. That's a very important part to make the complete cycle, Swamiji says. So I see a participant is asking, is it possible that this not happen now, but in the morning in a deep view from which? Yes, ma. Throughout the day, anytime any manifestation happen, please share it with anyone. It's not that only when you're sitting over here it's going to manifest. Throughout the day, anytime you're manifesting, because we're sitting and seeing with Swamiji, it manifests anytime throughout the day. Does not have to happen at a specific time. Anytime it happens, ma. Please celebrate, manifest, and share it in your any social media platform you are on, Facebook, any place you share. You can record an experience of yourself. Okay, Srinitya Guru Prasadini saw the fruit shaking in my palm. Very, very great. Celebrate that you have manifested this. Okay, my palm was getting hot and I felt the vibration of the fruit. It moved to the direction that I wanted and ran to the direction. Super. I request all the participants, please share and enrich everyone of your manifestation. So many of you have manifested over here. See, it's very important as when we sit as a group. That's why we are all come to this program. When we sit as a group, we are able to see the manifestations happen much more. So please share any manifestation throughout the day or now. Please share it with everyone and enrich everyone to come and experience this higher possibility of theirs, breaking their impossibilities to manifest a higher possibility. And with that, I hope all the participants enjoyed this session. Now we'll be moving to the next session. As part of today, we'll be moving to the next session. It's very beautiful to see how all the participants have manifested. Even if you're not able to see the manifestation, hold that cognition. My consciousness is much more powerful than any of the matter I'm perceiving now. With that cognition, hold it. And with that, let's move to the next session. The next session, which we are going to be going through, is the session on leadership consciousness. We're going to be understanding about leadership consciousness in this session. I request all the participants to come to a listening space, turn on your cameras, and come to a listening space now as we move into the next session. Okay, the next session is on leadership consciousness now. So, what are the various barriers to us being leaders of our life, to us manifesting the reality the way we want, expressing Ishvara Tattva, the leadership consciousness in us? The next leadership barrier is all your behavioral constraints, all the things which are binding us, all the things which are making us feel that we are bound. All of those is the next layer where we are feeling bound. Before we solve the impossibilities, now we are going to be seeing the constraints, the behavioral constraints, and how we are continuously holding these rather than holding what our consciousness as a higher possibility. See, the constraints caused by your fixed behavioral patterns. For example, your angry behavior, your submissive behavior, impulsive behavior, and lazy behavior. What are the patterns? That's why it's a pattern. What is continuously happening? Like sometimes the obsessive compulsive reactions you're holding inside. Sometimes for no reason, if something happens in your life, like if you're put through something, you're like, no, I can never go through this experience. I can never go through it. Or like if someone does something, like if it's like such a loud noise over there, you just tend to get so irritated. Or if your food was not given, like many people have this, like if you do not have coffee in the morning, you will not be able to run through the day. All these various patterns which we are holding, we are going to be seeing how we can complete all these patterns. Your behavioral patterns are also mental patterns that you adapted in various situations and incidents in your life. Mostly it's at the time when we were a child. What at that time, what Vatavarana, what ecosystem we were in. That is what, like what our mother told us, what our friends told us, all of that is what. Like now, at that time in your life, suppose your friends, there's a type of fashion, you have to cope up to that fashion around you. At that time, all of these are the behavioral patterns which we have put ourselves through. All the incidents which you had gone through, we are going to be going in depth about these. These behavioral patterns limit the way you look at situations and people, and therefore limit your scope for performance and expressing leadership. See, you can see these behavioral patterns, even though you want to do something, these continuously, you can see like flash up in your life, flash up continuously and bind you. It's like literally taking you and binding you with a rope continuously. You're continuously bound only with this way, how you have to see your reality, how you have to manifest your reality. You're bound in that way. These are your behavioral patterns. Any questions you're having throughout the session, and any questions you have, or any powerful cognitions you want to share, you can please share it in the chat and be happy to answer or clarify about it. Thank all the participants for attending, and now we'll be seeing more deeper into these behavioral patterns. Each one of you also have a fixed behavioral pattern to escape from emergency, like our fight and flight reactions. What comes up? See, what Swamiji says is, our muscle memory is our day-to-day actions, what we usually do. But now, at that moment, like when something really, like either it's extreme fear which you go through, at that times your fight and flight reactions is when we open up our biomemory. What we do, either our reactions to that situation, or how we try to escape from that situation, all of that is our cognitions. That is the cognitions in our biomemory, which is stored in our biomemory. This is a typically fixed way of being, a standard behavioral pattern that you use to exit from any confronting situation. For example, some of you may cry and get away from a tough situation. Some of you may manipulate or tell a lie and get away from a difficult situation. Some of us, we all do this in our lives. So it's very important we complete with all of these. We have to identify them first. Where we are, when we are even in a very low level, like if your mother suddenly catches you doing something, the way you respond to it immediately, whether it's you lying, instantly you lying, that is what you have continuously been organizing and internalizing. We should understand that very clearly. At that moment, what is coming up is what we have continuously been organizing and internalizing. So when we complete with this, we'll be able to see how we are able to bring a leadership in our lives and be able to manifest the reality we want to manifest. So as part of this, we'll be doing our first exercise. Pick one behavioral pattern which you are able to identify. Enact a situation where you express this pattern. Like suppose you're going and taking chocolate from the kitchen without your mother knowing. When your mother catches you, what you try to do? You try to lie, no, I did not take it, or anytime happens. Like example, you get angry when others talk loudly. See, like they're talking loudly, you get angry at that. You feel helpless when you're given negative feedback from your boss. All of these situations, identify the pattern and then enact a situation. Try to form a situation out of that pattern. See, when Swamiji says, when we relive it, that is when we come face to face with it and we are able to catch how you're reacting to it. As long as we're just penning it down and just doing that, it's still not complete. Only when we relive it, we're able to experience how we go through that situation. And at that time, when we are in this space and going through that situation, how you can catch up those patterns, where and all I'm this thing. So let's relive it, bring it in this time and see how we can complete with it and this thing. So now I request all the participants, I'll be giving few minutes to pen down all of these behavioral patterns and enact the situation. Pen down one of them. Let's try to complete with one of them for now and enact the situation in which you will do it. All the participants, I request them all to participate. See, only when we participate, we are entering into the situation and participating. As long as an example, as long when you're sitting in the stadium and you're watching a game going on, okay, great. You don't have the power to change what the game is as the game is going on. But only when you go down in the field and you play over there, suppose it's a soccer match, only when you go down and play in that is when you're engaging. You have the possibility to change it, to manifest the reality the way you want. So request all the participants, please engage, participate, and let us manifest our reality, our small desires which we are carrying. Let us manifest all of that and ultimately manifest Paramashiva in our lives. So now I'll be playing the Mahavakya and just give few minutes for us to pen down these patterns and identify them.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest.
Actually, I just realized I wanted to tell, like, most of us will have this pattern. Like, sometimes we cannot eat the food if it's not made in that specific way. Most of us will have this pattern. Like, either it has too less salt or it has too much salt, it's too spicy, or not even in that context, but like if it does not taste how you want it. All of we very picky in food. All of these patterns are also very deep patterns. So just okay. Ma Nitya Chandrasekhar Priya saying, please give an example of behavioral pattern. I'm not really. Okay. Example of a behavioral pattern, ma. See, ma. Suppose like you can only eat this type of food, or sometimes if someone is making a loud noise around, you're not able to focus. You're like, I need a quiet place in my room. I need a quiet place to be able to do work now. I need a quiet place to be able to do the work. Like sometimes your parents, if you go into their room, like so I'm just on, like they do not like you coming into their room. So that time they are going through that behavioral pattern where you are designed to only be able to react and sustain in a certain situation. Trying to think of any other examples I can give you, ma. Was it able to click with you, ma? The way I explained it? Or you need some more examples, ma? Please do tell, ma. I can go back to the slides before this also. They had some examples. Just to make sure. Sometimes when you're like you try to enact something or you try to respond it into a way where you try to, like if your mother catches you doing something, you try to do that, or if someone catches you doing something, you try to show it in a way like as if you do not make a mistake. Or when you're given negative feedback, when you're given negative feedback, some people they like see most of these patterns we might not even know that we are doing. Like actually they did an experiment where when someone was speaking, they actually was speaking so fast, and when they were given feedback, that actually you're speaking so fast. The person told that, oh, I did not know I was speaking. I never knew I was speaking fast. I always thought that I was speaking very slow. So yes, ma, you can see I'm very picky about I'm picky about food. Yes, ma. So like we can see the pattern happens, like we're able to see this when the food is not proper, how we react to that situation. See, actually what Swamiji says, renunciation is not giving up something external. It is not giving up the matter which is external, but it is giving up the doing tyaga of the pattern inside. Giving it up external is okay. That is easy for all of us to do, but completing with it inside, giving it up inside, we have to give complete with it inside. That is what is true renunciation. When we have, okay, thank you for the reminder of the Tyaga. Oh yes, ma. Tyaga, that is the Tyaga, very much. That doing Tyaga of all of it, surrendering it to Swamiji. What is the difference between pattern and habit? Swamiji says that the habits are what become our patterns. Habits are what become our patterns. There's actually not much of a difference between a habit and a pattern. A pattern is something which we might even be holding. See, a pattern, habit will be more in the muscle memory level. In a muscle memory level, how you do day-to-day life. Your day-to-day life. Every day morning, you get up, you brush your teeth, you walk to office. You might not even be aware of it. But like when someone scolds you, how you react to that situation, you get angry at that time, that is a pattern. Because what you have been made to cognize by your society, what society has put on you, but which you actually do not have. Like a baby, it does not have any problem, anything happens. Maybe it just cries. But we start giving attention to it crying and make it flower in a way, thinking that that it is, when it's crying, it should be given attention. Like all of these are what we start, what society and our parents ignorantly, it's all out of ignorance, but our parents, whole society, how it is being conditioned, how we condition ourselves. But when we decide now that we have been given these powerful cognitions, when we decide, no, I'm going to do tyaga of all of it, I'm going to surrender it to Swamiji. Whatever Swamiji wants to manifest, let Swamiji manifest. Let me not have a specific way how I want to manifest my own reality. Then you'll simply see all your desires will simply get fulfilled, and Swamiji will manifest it the way it's supposed to be manifested and the best way we can manifest our lives. So request the participants once they're done. Okay. So now we can move to the next step now. I hope all the participants were able to at least identify one situation. It's very easy. Surely all of this should be very easy for us to identify. We go through it a lot in our lives. So only when we come to these powerful cognitions, we'll be able to remove that. So now we'll move to the next part. The next part, we are going to be seeing, recollect two of the challenging situations you have faced in your life recently, like recently within the last week or yesterday or past few days. Identify the typical behavioral pattern that you use to escape from the situation and describe it clearly and complete with each incident. I'm going to be giving some time for this too. Identify the pattern, like recently what you have done. Even like recently is what we would have remembered now. So remember that. Recently, what would have happened, how you used to escape from it. See, you getting incomplete is you escaping from someone scolding you. You doing completion is taking responsibility and completing it. Even you getting incomplete is an escaping. So not just the word like, okay, you lying is not just escaping, but you getting incomplete. Any pattern, any way you have responded to that situation and gotten affected by that situation is you escaping from that situation. So try to pen on two of these. It should be easy for most of us. If at all you're feeling stuck, try to come more to a calm space, to a complete space, peaceful space, and try to identify it. See, it's very important that we complete with all of these patterns for us to manifest the way we want to manifest our reality. So identify it and complete it. Just do tyaga of it. Decide from now onwards, I'm no more going to get affected. Surely I am much more powerful than what I'm perceiving as this delusion. someone telling me few words. It's just words that they are telling me. How can that affect me? To make me angry or react to what they're saying. It's just few words. How can it affect me? It's just some sound put in a very in a way which we are able to communicate with each other. So it's surely not more powerful. We have to be able to remember these cognitions. Why this much completion we have to do? We have to be able to remember these cognitions, recognize these cognitions at the time when it's happening. Now might be irresponsible. We might be irresponsible, but when we take responsibility for it, at that moment when that problem comes up, we'll be able to simply complete with it. Also, anyone who wants to be their own boss, today is the day we are going to be doing it, being your own boss. So it's very important you attend today's sessions. How to be your own boss. So anyone who wants to manifest, I'm sure most of us want to manifest it. Please attend today's session, and we'll be going through various other sessions throughout the day to be able to manifest our reality. Being our own boss is not just in the work level, but being able to project the reality the way we want to. Okay, so I'm going to be giving some time for this, and then we'll move to the power manifestation after this. Thank all the participants for sincerely attending and participating in this program to make our own lives more powerful and empowered with these powerful powers.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Okay, I see Maliti Chandrasekhar said, a participant in the here, said, is the way we want our life to be the same as how Swamiji wants to manifest it. Most of the time, I feel frustrated that nothing seems to be going my way. See, Ma, first I'll tell you what you're trying to tell. See, the way how Swamiji wants our life to go, okay? The way how Swamiji wants, he wants us to recognize that I am the consciousness. The frustration is happening because we are giving power to the matter, first of all. Matter and consciousness, let's understand, matter and energy is the way we want our life to be the same as how Swamiji wants to manifest it. See, the way we want our life to be, we, first of all, we are not taken responsibility. See, Swamiji says, you can never tell that something is not going the way you want it to go. There is somewhere, still I'm not looking in enough, and do not need to feel that, oh, I'm just putting it onto you that you're saying, okay, not looking into enough. Going through this program, if you sit here for some time at least, you'll be able to understand how actually you are limiting your possibility. What is your true possibility? That frustration is there, Ma. That's more, what I'm holding as my context is more important than what is happening outside as the matter manifesting. Okay, Ma, you can see anything you want to manifest, it's related to as this life, what you want to manifest. Maybe you want to manifest a good career, you want to be your own boss, or you want to manifest anything else in your life, what you want to manifest. The frustration which you bring in is what is stopping it from manifesting. The first thing we have to drop is drop that frustration. Hold a little bit will persistence. How much Swamiji is holding us. Hold that same little bit will persistence to drop it. Do not try to expect something to continuously manifest. First, drop that expectation. When we continuously trying to expect something to manifest, we bring frustration inside. Drop that. hold, decide now, consciously decide. Your conscious decision is more powerful than anything. Swami says your conscious decision is the highest reality, is in the Turyatita state. And now what we experience, this Jagrat state, is lower than that. So that will eventually, when we sit in the space of unclutching, it will manifest as our reality. So hold that conscious decision now. I am going to manifest with my complete will, with my consciousness, which is surely 1,000 times, billion times more powerful than anything I perceive over here as my reality. It is 1,000 times more powerful. Hold with that conscious will now. Drop all that frustration. Decide now. It's just your conscious decision. For some time, now you do not need to hold that frustration anymore. Drop everything. Now it's not the time. Drop that. Hold it with little will persistence. Do not expect it immediately, it has to happen. Hold it with little will persistence. Hold it with that little will persistence. See, we have taken 100 hours to empower that frustration of it not manifesting. Correct? So now let us take at least 1 hour, this 2 hours let us take to hold as, no, I'm not going to empower that frustration anymore. Decide, go all out to decide to prove that that frustration is wrong. Swami tells is a very beautiful statement. Do not try to show your delusion. Do not try to show how big your delusion is to your guru. Decide, I am Swamiji. Swamiji is manifesting through this body. Show how big your guru is to your delusion. Anytime your mind tells you anything, go. I am Swamiji now. I am only holding Swamiji. This should be throughout the day. It should not be just now, but we should hold this throughout the day. When we hold this, we'll soon start to see the reality will start to manifest. It might not be immediate or the way we want. See, we have, Swamiji says, will persistence is there, okay? It's like continuous energy flowing. Now we have wanted something. Suppose now, try to see it in a larger perspective. At some point, now, I'm just giving an example, ma. You wanted to work. At some point, you have wanted to work before. You hold it so much in your will, I want to work, I want to get a job, I want to get a job. But now when the job is coming, within that we have changed what we want. No, I want to be my own boss. I want to be my own boss. I do not want to have that job anymore. But I've held that before. Swami says your will is that energy continuously flowing. Now you have held for that much time. So let little bit go by. Now you're holding, I want to be my own boss. Surely it has to manifest. That is the truth. The truth is it has to manifest. How much ever the delusions tell us anything, if we decide to hold it, that's not the truth. So hold the truth. The truth is Swamiji is surely manifesting through this body as the consciousness in this body. Just by hold on to this one thing. Hold Swamiji. Do not drop Swamiji for any reason. Swami is saying, just hold on to me. You'll simply see all your reality will manifest. Try to hold on to that as much as possible. The more and more we sit in unclutching, do completion. See, it is the frustration stopping us from manifesting the reality. Do not try to go to the reality in any way. The frustration. Drop that frustration. That's all Swami is saying. He's not telling drop what you want to manifest. You have to manifest what you want, is what Swamiji says. You have to be able to manifest what you want. That is the truth. And I am empowering you to manifest whatever you want. Drop the frustration or anything else you're holding which is stopping you. That is what is holding you back. So first decide now with a conscious decision. Let me drop my frustration. Let me only hold that space. And from that space, with that clarity, see how you can manifest what you want. Ryuji Aghora Shivam is saying, thank you for the wonderful session thus far. I'm going to go to work now. Okay, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for taking your time to join now. But try to hold these powerful cognitions even as you go on to your work or towards whatever you're doing next. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Hold these cognitions and run your life this way. Decide you project the reality the way you want. Okay. So now drop this frustration and take this conscious decision. As soon as we do that, hold some will persistence. Let me hold the will persistence. To become enlightened, if we read the autobiography of the avatar, actually, how much Swamiji held the will persistence to hold it for such a long time. Reading all of that itself, just to manifest enlightenment, which is the ultimate itself. But to manifest these small realities, we just have to hold little bit will persistence. Actually, after this session, whenever you go on, try to read the autobiography of the avatar. That is also a very powerful way. With these cognitions, try to read that. How much Swamiji held his will, how much will persistence Swamiji had to manifest enlightenment. So as soon as we start doing this, we'll immediately see, we'll simply be able to start manifesting what we want to manifest. So I hope all the participants have finished managing to pen down what they want to manifest and been empowered with these cognitions to manifest what they want. Now with this clarity, let's sit with the power, doing power manifestation. Now we'll be doing the power manifestation, second round of the power manifestation. When we sit with this clarity and with this cognition, the power manifestation, you can take the power manifestation is the scale now, which you can relate to. You'll see simply Swamiji will manifest. Even little bit, if you decide now and you're able to manifest it little bit now, you'll see you'll be able to change those big things in the life, in your day-to-day life. So let's take some time. The power manifestation is the testing part, where how we are going to see how we are manifesting, how Swamiji is flowing through us. It's actually such a joy and celebration, ma. Anything happens in life, Swamiji tells. There's one cognition which his gurus empowered him with. Anything happens in his life, it is auspicious. It is auspicious. It is auspicious. That's all. Anything happens in life, it's auspicious. Do not try to find the reason why it is wrong or why. Swamiji says, even if my guru kills me, I'll only find the right solution. Maybe my guru wants to liberate me from karma which I might be going through in many janmas. So try always to find the right solution. Try to find the right part. Why it is right. Continuously try to find the solution of the problem. If you continuously start to do this, you'll see continuously you're starting to manifest. It is continuously because I am holding continuously the impossibility. I'm continuously holding, why is this happening? Why is this happening? But when you start holding the solution continuously rather than the problem, you'll simply see how you started. Okay, so now we are going to be doing the power manifestation. As part of this power manifestation, we are going to be doing the power of consciousness over matter. We are going to be doing moving the sorry, just a minute. Yes, so we are going to be doing moving the coconut on your hand. We are going to be moving the coconut on our hand. So with this same Shastra Pramana, which we saw before, actually there's a place in the United States, Southern Baptist Center. Over there, these people over there, what they do is they connect and they say, God is protecting me. God, they hold that trust. Same way, we should hold our trust on Swamiji. They hold that trust on God, whatever they perceive as God and whatever they cognize as God, they hold that trust, their complete trust on that. And they holding that trust, they take poisonous snakes like the rattlesnake and all of that, and they play with it. The snake actually bites them, and they even take like some different types of toxic fumes, like they take that and holding that trust that God is protecting them, God is manifesting their reality. They do all of these stuff. And even actually the snakes bite them, but nothing happens to them. They do not die the way we do it. They defy the laws of what society has taught us. So we should also cognize this. And actually, in scientific research which they did, they started flashing images in front of a person, and they were measuring the person's brain. At that time, when they were flashing images before the person, almost 9 seconds before the image appeared on the screen, in the person's brain, they were able to see that the person has already cognized what the image is. They're already holding what the image is inside them. They were able to see. This is pure scientific research. This is scientific research done in laboratories. So we can understand from this, it is actually us projecting our reality, and we do not have to get affected by the external situation. We can see there's tons of scientific research proving what our Shastras are claiming, all these various cognitions. So with that, let us now enter into the power manifestation, the guidelines. Chant the Mahavakya. Connect to Swamiji intensely. Hold your complete trust on Swamiji. Anything happens, surrender it to Swamiji. Anything happens, tell Swamiji you are manifesting. Hold your Atmalinga. Tell your Atmalinga, no, you are manifesting it. I know you are manifesting it. That's all. Even if it's the worst thing, the worst situation happening in your life, you being able to hold Swamiji, holding your trust on Swamiji, and Trusting Swamiji is manifesting my reality is a conscious power. It is our conscious power, which is the truth in the reality. So, holding these cognition, let us now chant the Mahavakya. Intensely reverberate your whole consciousness with this Mahavakya. Excite your consciousness. Like how when we put salt in water, how it just dissolves into the water. Like that, let us decide. Take the conscious decision. Let me dissolve into Paramashiva. Let me dissolve into Swamiji. With this conscious decision, now chant the Mahavakya. Listen to yourself chanting the Mahavakya. Hold the Mahavakyas ajapa japa. Anytime any problem comes, chant this Mahavakya. You'll see you'll simply be liberated from any problem, any frustration, anything which is affecting us in our lives. Now chant the Mahavakya and let us enter into this power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
You open your eyes, share anything you experience. See, the cognition part is the most important. That's why this much time we've been doing the cognitions, and this only manifests as the power. Only when we come to the clarity that I can manifest and go beyond the mind, only then. Actually, there's a very beautiful verse from one. It's in Tamil actually, but a very great saint had revealed this. Anytime you have any problem, or anytime when you're sitting with yourself, visualize your mind as a ghost and speak to it. You have to speak to it, like speak out loud. Visualize your mind as a ghost and speak to it. Speak to it very logically and deny everything it says. After you will simply see your mind becomes a baby, and you can simply play with it how you want. So it's one of the verses in Tamil scripture, which one of the great Tamil saints had revealed. So you can do this anytime you have any problem. You can start doing this. Swamiji has given us hundreds of various types of techniques. Swamiji has told this itself in the satsang. And any other time you have any other problem, Swamiji has surely given us, empowered us with enough powerful cognitions for us to directly go to the space of enlightenment itself. So we do not have to bind ourselves with any of this delusion. So request all the participants to please post anything you manifested. Also share and enrich all the other people, all your near and dear ones, all your family members or your friends, anyone you feel should experience this same space in their lives. Please enrich, share this in your social media platforms, anywhere. How you can enrich everyone. That's the best space. That directly takes you to the space. You'll see thousands of things will start opening up in you when you start enriching. These cognitions will become more powerful in you when you start enriching. Okay, I see a participant, Samantha the Andrea saying, yes, felt it rocking and creeping up my hand. Super, ma. Celebrate, you have manifested Swamiji. Again and again, celebrate. The more and more we celebrate. The whole, when we do that, the more and more we do that, we are again and again empowering our consciousness to manifest in us. So, with that, I thank all the participants, sincerely thank all the participants for joining and being part of this session, empowering all of our lives and raising the very quality of our existence and celebrating ourselves as Paramashiva. I thank all the participants and please stay back for the next session, which will be conducted by the next Acharya. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. Nithyananda. We'll be ending with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. I thank all the participants for joining once again. Thank you all. Please stay back for the next session. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, let us open this session with a Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasgaram Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sabisham Tadvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Samakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunavaditam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes, Nithyananda, welcome to the next session, which is going to cover the leadership consciousness and how to manifest Ishvaraka, the power of lordship.
So now, as Maharaj was saying, that we want to learn and listen directly from the Supreme Body of Hinduism on the very concept of how to create the space of leadership consciousness into our being. In the previous sessions, we have been going through the barriers to the leadership consciousness. When you become a leader, what are the different barriers did we go through? And how does it affect our life? When we become a leader, how it affects our life? And then we went through the master of our reality. How, when we are the master of our reality, when we face. So we have manifested many different and went through many different powerful cognition sessions and exercises to decide not to live with your default future, to decide to live in that very present moment. And we have the power of manifestation as well. I hope all the participants manifested the power of consciousness over matter. At least we had multiple rounds. As now we're going to prepare ourselves, we're going to move to the next session, which is the Jnana session, listening directly from the Supreme Point of Hinduism, how to create a new ecosystem, new consciousness which creates leaders inside ourselves and in and around us. So before that, requesting all the participants who are being seated here in the Paramashivoham Level 2 Zoom rooms to please turn on your cameras and please be seated and please give a full listening throughout the entire session.
Yes, as we said, the next power, which is going to be explained by the Supreme Point of Hinduism, is Ishvaratva, which is actually one of the Ashtamaha cities, Ashtamaha Shaktis to be precise, as we get the direct initiation from the Supreme Point of Hinduism into manifesting lordship, leadership over everything, which is described in various different places. Let us now get ready to receive the powerful cognitions, the powerful revelations from the Supreme Point of Hinduism.
Subject for today's webinar: can leaders be created or they born? Listen, both. Let me define leader. Leader is a person who can manifest his conscious decision with the will persistence and manifest it as reality in the real life by giving a conscious breakthrough to his own DNA through quantum leap from the normal natural selection process and lead his life is a leader. Let me repeat. Your DNA goes through a natural selection process called growth. Leader is a person who can use his conscious decision power, will persistence, and give a breakthrough to the slow growth natural selection process, a quantum leap, manifest what he wants as a reality in his life. He's a leader. If your conscious decision, will persistence decides you are a leader, you want to be a leader, you are going to manifest. What do you want? I tell you that always gives a quantum jump to your natural growth. Natural selection process. I really want all of you to understand. I really want all of you to understand the natural selection process which your DNA goes through That slow growth is not compulsion or mandation or fate of you. Understand? Till you use the conscious decision power, it can be fate. Once you decide to use the conscious decision power, you can just alter, change, delete, rewrite anything you want. Anything you want. You should know Advaita is not something like a remote possibility you will practice later on. No. It is as simple as having a morning breakfast. You can get enlightened by holding the powerful cognition before your next breakfast. How the death is possible every minute, enlightenment is possible every minute. Enlightenment is the purpose of life, and listen carefully. He is such a good person, good being. Real non-violence comes by powerful cognition. I want all of you to hold on to that powerful cognition. You are Paramashiva. Even with you, behave as Paramashiva. Even when you are alone in your bedroom, talk to you as Paramashiva. Behave with yourself as Paramashiva. Demand yourself to be Paramashiva. You will be so integrated to his principles, his vibration. Cosmos will feel so good about you. You will feel so good about Cosmos. That is what I call leadership quality. Feeling so good about you and the world and life and everything is leadership. You will feel Brahmanyam Bhagavut Pratam. I am the favorite chosen one of the cosmos. Brahmanyam Bhagavut Pratam. I am the favorite chosen one of the cosmos. I tell you. Feeling that is what I call leadership quality. That can happen just by holding on to the truth. You are Paramashiva. Strength of your breathing is your life. Strength of your breathing is your energy. Strength of your breathing is your consciousness. Strength of your breathing is your attention span. All these kriyas make your breathing intense but subtle. When your breathing is made intense but subtle, it electrifies various components of your brain. Understand? There are certain pranayamas. It expands your lungs capacity. It expands the Anahata chakra's power. Means ability to include large number of people in you without judging. Understand? More and more you judge, more and more you exclude. ability to include without judging is expanded through certain pranayamas. That is why yogis are always become very loving people. But bondhus, buddhus, there is a next level where you form judgments but you include them. When certain components of your brain is awakened, it's not that you don't form judgments. You form judgments, but you don't include them. You don't exclude them, you include them. Having proper judgments and including them without excluding them is leadership consciousness. Not having judgments, just including them, you become such fool. Foolishness is not Bolenatha, understand. Sadashiva's name Bolenatha does not mean he is fool, no. He is in such space, never excludes anybody, but he has a right judgment about everybody. Never excludes, but has right judgments. If you exclude because of judgment, you are violent. You will be lifeless. If you include without judging, you will be fool, getting exploited, cheated, finally destroyed. If you include with the right judgment, that is leadership consciousness. Understand, if you have the attitude of why me, even if you are world's richest man, you will not be in the space of completion and relaxed. Just if you develop this one understanding of Tyaga, I don't care about ups and downs. My conscious decisions and conclusions are my life. That's it. That's it. That Tyaga will manifest in tons of ways, like how Tyaga is manifesting in me. I have decided to be ferocious with me and decided to go and be in the temple. Whether it is small or big, only if you make decisions for yourself, you will be complete. And you making decision for yourself should happen from the space of you fitting into the shoes of your responsibility. You deciding to become responsible about your existence. Understand? You deciding to become responsible about your existence. You deciding to be complete about your responsibility. This too makes Ishwaratva happen in you. Understand? Nothing. There's nothing to be achieved in the life other than living Sadashiva and making the world live Sadashiva. Everything else is simple waste of life.
waste of life. You are born deluded into the concept of money, and you run, suddenly collapse. Whether you are successful in saving or not unsuccessful in saving, whether you had it or did not have it, both doesn't matter. You have not even done some good to somebody. Delusion covered by delusion. Understand? Money is great if you use it to fulfill your purpose, if you generate it to fulfill your purpose. But without a purpose of life, money, relationships, people, influence, everything is delusion. By its own existence, which does not bring power, is delusion. By its own existence, Swayam Prakasa, which brings power, is Ishwaratva. Understand, this is the scale. Sit and do the postmortem of your life. Till the last moment, whatever has happened is past. Sit and try to do postmortem of your life. What is the component of me which does not empower me by its very existence? What is the component of me which empowers me by its existence? Purpose always empowers you by its existence. Infrastructural support never empowers you by its existence. It can empower you only if it is added to the purpose. Purpose is the one, everything else is zeros. All zeros will have value when the purpose is added to it. Be responsible for your purpose of existence. Understand? Look brings beauty. Purpose brings personality. Look brings beauty. Purpose brings personality. Beauty can never be permanent component of your life. Personality can be the permanent component of your life. The relationships which are built because of your personality are the most stable, permanent, empowering relationships. The relationships which are built because of your look will collapse the moment look changes. Look changes every 24 hours. Forget about 24 hours. The distance changes look. From distant, looks, just the reduction in the distance takes away the look. So all look-based relationships, look-based decisions will bring powerlessness and instability into your existence. That is choice. Listen. All these words understand. Choices, multiple choices, look-based decisions, unstable relationships. All these words, somehow it will be connected. Infrastructure without purpose, influence without purpose, money without reason, all these can go on stealing your life because it is delusion. It will show as if you have something, but you don't have. The horses in the army which runs in the front always wins and comes back. Which are in the behind and gets pulled, dies before even going to the war field. Horses in the army which runs in the front, goes, wins, comes back. The horses which are behind gets dragged and pulled, does not want to come, dies before even going to the war field. Are you going to be the horses in the front or in the behind getting dragged, pulled? I tell you, life is Kurukshetra. If you decide to be responsible, you are the frontline horses. Go, conquer, win, achieve, be victorious, manifest Shaktis. Or be there getting dragged. Naturally, rope is in the neck. Pulled, dragged. Death before even reaching the war field. Unit of life is responsibility. Based on the responsibility you cognize, powers are manifested in you. Understand? Not the cheating. In responsibility also you have an inner image responsibility separate, outer image responsibility separate. Outer image responsibilities, everyone should become Sadashivatva. Inner image responsibility, let's have a big beach house and vacation house and sleep. Taking rest is a preventive method to stop being affected by the disease of chronic fatigue. So before the tiredness disease attacks me, let me take preventive measurement of taking rest. Why are you sleeping whole day? Tiredness disease may come to me. What will happen? Let me take rest and stop tiredness coming to me. Tongue filled with his name and nose filled with his smell, skin filled with his hug. Emotions filled with emotions. Nyasa means purifying. That is why Anganyasa, Karanyasa. Sannyasa means purifying everything. Sarvanyasa is sannyasa. You invoke the sacred sounds to purify the kara and anga, hands and parts of your body. You need to invoke the divine itself to purify everything. Your will filled with his responsibility.
third eye filled with his vision. Two eyes filled with his vision, third eye filled with his vision. Two eyes filled with his vision, third eye filled with his vision.
Yes. So, as we all heard directly from the Supreme Court of Hinduism, from the various different years throughout the entire satsang, what is the space of Ishwaratva, the space of leadership consciousness, and how to be in that very space. Yes, Swamiji very briefly tells Ishwaratva means power of leading, power of ruling, power of being ahead. Ishwaratva is one of the 8 important powers. Only when you become Ishwar of your life, you will be in the space of completion. Here's Swami is telling. For example, any small thing can lead you to incompletion, to the space of incompletion. But if you're not in the space of Ishwaratva, anything you do will lead into the space of incompletion itself. Just decide to live in that very space of incompletion. Here's Swamiji is very beautifully telling about the choices and freedom as well in this complete discussion. He said choices as well is not a freedom. Responsibility comes when you take responsibility more and more, the freedom comes to you. The choice of freedom, everything has to be from your decision. Only then you will be in the space of complete completion. When you start making your decision about everything, what you give up, you will not feel missing about it. So which is like I'm not feeling that I'm missing or with whatever projects with which I am doing. But whatever I'm doing right now, I'm just fulfilling Paramashiva's purpose. He is in the space of Ishwaratva. So this is the whole essence of the satsang which we just listened. So now let's all move on to the internalization exercise as we go to creating a new leadership consciousness. And let's all see what does Swamiji wants to share with all of us with this next step of the process.
Yes, very much, Maharaj. So, creating a new leadership consciousness with the right understanding and being aware, you can be established in a new leadership consciousness. Who can form opinions about people and evolve their opinions. And when people evolve, is a leader. That is the leadership quality. Forming an opinion is middle class man's quality. Evolving your opinion when people evolve is the leader's quality.
Only a strong man can evolve his opinion without discomfort. A middle class man can never change his opinion. Only a strong man can say, you see, it's based on one principle. I found the opinion. Now you have evolved in your principle. So now I'm evolving my opinion. That's all. Here, Swamiji wants to tell that, we always take people's opinion. And, we just, based on that, we throw our ideas, our thoughts, how people think about us. And keeping the principle and personal relationships separate. That happens only for leaders. You need a strong personality to do the job of a leader. We can directly take an example of Swamiji himself. We don't need to take someone else. Swamiji is not a leader, but more than a leader actually. He keeps, first he doesn't have any personal relationships. Only his personal relationship is only with Paramashiva, with Shiva himself. And whatever happens, there is no ideas, thoughts, incompletions, powerlessness which comes between the purpose of his life, which is creating this KAILASA, creating a the happy world for people to live and raise the super consciousness of the people. And that purpose, whatever comes, nothing stops his personality, which is he holding that space of Ishvara, the space of a leader.
He beautifully reveals the key for this leadership as he reveals, be blissful. Be blissful, and everything around you will happen in the best way, auspiciously, beyond your expectations. If you're blissful, you will just attract everything around you exactly the way it needs to be, and you won't have any friction in that manifestation. See, if you're not in the space of blissfulness, you will always resist what is happening in and around you. And naturally, with that resistance, with that friction, you will create more and more complications in the inner and in the outer world.
So now let's move on to the next revelations. As we heard, the space of blissfulness, to be in that very space of blissfulness, how to be in that, and why it is, why we are not in that very space. Here's what it is additionally telling the root pattern. Many of us may already learned the technique of root pattern from the previous sessions as well. If you know the root pattern, that's what is root pattern. That's great. If you don't know what is root pattern, let me tell again. Root pattern means the deep identity which you create about you, about others. Somebody studying, please understand. Don't think you carry only one identity about you. You also carry the identity of the world inside you, and look at the world only through that. That is what I call as a root pattern, the identity through which you see the world. You think something, you perceive something with whatever is happening in and around you. For example, maybe when you are 6 years of age, you saw something which is happening and you perceive something, you caught up that situation with it. You keep it with you till the time you become 60. That's the root pattern which you still carry, even though you become 60. But here, Swami is telling, you can even complete with that. When you complete with that very root pattern, and you can see something inside you actually changes. You feel little light, you feel, I feel something has gone out of me. And that is the time where you will actually take more responsibility for your being. And then the space of leadership consciousness happen. The root pattern which you are carrying about you, with that, if you continue to live, you have a default future, which is called as Agavya Karma in Sanskrit. It will always be very restricted. If you complete with all the root patterns and create a new space of completion, that's exactly what we are doing now. And live completing with all the incompletions, that is what is called as Prarabdha Karma. A complete life with a happy, blissful happening. If you decide to take your life in your hand and rewrite your future, that is exactly the space of Ishvara, being a leader. Someone is telling in this very part, he's telling, yes, it is. It's completely possible to rewrite your future. Swamiji can erase your past because the master has the power to erase the past of anybody. And you can rewrite your future as you want. Being a leader means rewriting your future.
See, Swamiji reveals matter. The walls around you, the chair you're sitting on, the house you are living in, the matter around you is not reality. How the matter occurs to you is reality. Whatever, whether you are in a temple or in the house, the wall is the same. But in the house, that wall, you feel it is your house and it is yours. In the temple, you feel this belongs to God. It is a temple. The matter may be the same, but how it occurs to you is the reality. If the matter occurs to you, causing pain and suffering, you are in heaven. If the matter occurs to you, causing joy and completion and fulfillment, you are in heaven. The good news here is, whatever way the matter occurs to you can be transformed.
Here, Swamiji is beautifully adding. Please listen. A man who stops with the idea of impossibility continues to be in the lower worlds of existence. A man who goes on making impossibilities into possibility achieves Ishwaratva, the leadership consciousness. Kalpataru is a science of initiating you into the space of possibility. Kalpataru means anything you want, you can make it happen. You can achieve anything into this space of reality. Let you know very clearly. Let you know very clearly, unless you take responsibility, nothing in the life will be solved. You are responsible for everything which is happening in you. Everything is happening in and around you. When you take responsibility, everything in your life will start happening as you want. You will create the reality of what you want as your choices.
It is responsibility which makes you experience your other being. Only responsibility makes you experience your other possibility. Responsibility makes you experience everything you want in your life. Responsibility makes you experience the choice of your reality.
Responsibility only can make you experience the choice of your reality and the highest possibility as well. Responsibility makes not even experience the highest reality, but even can reach you to the space of enlightenment. Here's Swami is telling, instead of being stuck with your fixed patterns, that's what we call as root patterns, which gives you a limited ability to respond to situations in your life. You can be creative, spontaneous, and acquire the ability to lead in any situation anywhere. So that's the whole thing where Swami is telling it is very possible, even though you are stuck with some patterns. The fixed patterns are called the root patterns, which never comes out. But it's actually possible to complete and get rid of it. And when you get rid of that very patterns, and when you decide to be in that space of completion, you can be very creative with whatever is happening. It can be in your life, in your business, in your family, and you can be very spontaneous to any situations which the life is giving to you for you to face, and you can acquire any ability to lead, to be a leader in any kind of situations, any difficult situations. So now let's do a very unique and a simple process. So let's see what does Swamiji wanted to share.
Okay, we are going to enter an exercise. Share what, according to you, is absolutely mandatory to be a leader and express leadership consciousness. Look in and see what impossibilities stopping you from manifesting these qualities and pen them down. These are the first 2 steps. We are going to have 2 more steps after this. Please get a piece of paper and a pen and start penning down. And if you want, you can also share your cognitions, your understandings here in the Zoom chat, or if you are tuning in from YouTube or Facebook, you can share it there as well. Let us share our powerful cognitions and enrich each other.
So adding to what Maharaj just said, here the very exercise which we will do, it's a powerful exercise directly revealed by Swamiji himself. What we will do, if you have a partner with you, that will be good. But if you are sitting alone, that's not a problem. But according to what you know is absolutely mandatory to be a leader, all of us have our own conditions, certain ideas that we hold. When we become a leader, what all qualities should we have? What all behavior patterns? What all thought processes? How we should behave? How we should speak? We have all those kind of ideas. Look in and see inside you what are the impossibilities, incompletions, negative ideas, negative thoughts stopping you from manifesting those very qualities which you are thinking first? The very thought process where you think to become a leader. Because here Swamiji is telling the space of Ishwaratva is completely different from the way you think the way leader is. But that's not completely wrong. Swamiji is not telling the way the ideas which you hold, what is a leader is not completely wrong. So that's a process which we are going to do now. We are going to do now. The first 2 steps is looking in and see what are the possibilities stopping you from manifesting these very qualities, the qualities which you think the leader is. And then now just take few minutes to pen everything down. If any of the participant participating in this very process in the Paramashivoham Level 2 Zoom rooms having any doubt in between, please be free. You can leave your message on the Zoom chat. With our acharyas will respond to you and guide you step by step during this entire internalization process. Yes. As I hope all the participants have written down the exercise which we did, where we know we have our own certain ideas about what is leader, how to express the space of leadership quality in our life, and we have written down all the possibilities we know which is stopping us manifesting those qualities. So if all the participants have written down, you can maybe put a message telling the Zoom chat yes, each of the participant. Or if you need more time, then please let us know that you need more time to pen down to write everything down. Please do that now. And then let's move on to the next step, the next two exercises. It's a very simple exercise. What we're going to do is we're going to complete with these impossibilities. Whatever impossibilities which we have written, each of us might have written 5, 10, 15, 50, but even 60 impossibilities. Some of us might have written just one or two. Any impossibilities which are written down, we're going to complete with them, relive them. Means we're going to see that very incident, go back to the very incident, relive the whole thing. We're going to complete with that very impossibilities which we chose that impossibility in some other situations. And then declare to manifest these qualities from now. These qualities means the space of Ishwaratva. That's the ultimate. Whatever the qualities you know is the space of a leader, declare to manifest those qualities from now and start expressing it in your day-to-day life. It can be anything. It can be your job. It can be your business. It can be how the way you relate to people, to your father, to your mother, to your boss. However, when you know, when you declare that very space of leadership quality in your life, and how when you want to manifest these qualities, when you start to how you want to express in your day-to-day life with your people, with your work, with maybe even with your pet, it can be anything. Start to declare to manifest these qualities from now and start to express them in your life, ultimately declaring yourself to be in the space of Ishwaratva. So let's do this now, this very exercise intensely.
Yes, as a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declares, describes, first you reduce the load of the samskara and then you just drop it. So through the completion process, by reliving, we reduce the effect it has on our inner space. And then through a powerful declaration, we just go beyond it. We go to the next level. Let us continue this process for the next two steps.
Yes. So as we completed the exercise where we came to the conclusion, according to us, what is leader, how to manifest this space of leadership consciousness in our life, deciding to be in that very space of Ishwaratva. Before we move on to the next session, how many of the participants have actually declared the space of Ishwaratva? Honestly, you can tell. How many of you declared your space? Yes. From now, I'm going to manifest all these qualities which I know is a space of a leader, and declaring myself to be in the space of Ishwaratva. If you declare, please leave the message yes. And if you have not declared for some or other reasons, you can tell for what reasons you are not declaring. Or if you need more time, please let us know. Because now we are going to move on to the next process, the next session, where we're going to be learning a Kriya directly. How to, from the very Kriya, leading us into the space of leadership consciousness.
Yes, now Samantha has written in the chat, me. That is very great, Mom. See, it is most important that we ourselves make the decision. So the information that we receive, the revelations, the teachings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism can move from the length through our breath into our depth cognition. And from there, we can break time and actually make it our space. So the declaration from the depth, the decision to now apply these powerful cognitions to our life, it is what is going to make our life develop in this powerful way. In this Nitya Kriya, we are going to combine certain asana and mudra to overcome insomnia, which is a cause for many mental problems. And as we learned yesterday, if we want to manifest leadership consciousness, whatever samskaras, whatever mental patterns we carry, we will make our subordinates or the people who we are leading suffer based on them. So let us overcome insomnia, which is a very common mental disorder.
Yes. So, as Maharaj was saying, that in today's session, we're going to do the Nitya Kriya for recreating the space of leadership consciousness. As here, we're going to have the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference. For every processes, every initiation, it can be as simple as yoga or as simple as just a blessing, which Supreme Court of Hinduism is giving. Everything has a scriptural reference reaching back to the Vedas and Agamas revealed from Paramashiva himself. So for this very Nitya Kriya, to create a leadership consciousness, let me recite the Shastra Pramana and then give you the translation and a step-by-step guide you to this very process. I hope all the participants are able to get along, and please be in a comfortable seated posture. And there'll be a few steps given to leading you to this very Nitya Kriya process. Let me recite the verse. Adasya sheta khara yudham bhumim avasthabya karotalavyam pado chashudye chamishasti chodham vande pitam munidraha. So this is a verse directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself, where the translation goes, as you lie on the ground facing downwards, your two hands being placed on the chest, touching the ground with the palms, raising your legs into the air, 1 cubit high. This is called the locust posture. As you lie flat at the stomach with your legs and feet together and soles of your feet uppermost, the arms may be placed either under the body or by the sides with the palms downwards or the hands clenched. Stretch the chin slightly forward and rest it on the floor throughout the practice. Close your eyes and keep your body completely relaxed. This is the starting posture. Now, slowly raise the legs as high as possible, keeping them straight and together. The elevation of the legs is produced by applying pressure with the arms against the floor, comfortable, without strain. Slowly lower the legs to the floor. Return to the starting posture and relax the body with the head turned to one side. Allow the whole respiration and the heartbeat to return to the normal. So as we heard, this is the translation of the verse. Let's move on to the next verse directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Udare paschimam dhanam nabhirodhanam tukarayet udhanam gurute yasmat avishradhavasagaha. So in this verse, Paramashiva tells for the meaning, contract the bowls equally above and below the navel towards the back. So there the abdominal may touch the back. Who practice this very posture, which is Uddiyana, flying up without teasing, conquers the space of death. The great bird, breathed by this process, is instantly forced up into the Sushumna and flies, moving constantly in that only. The translation for this very verse goes as perform the Yoni Mudra, explained in the following verse, and let the Paramatma or the Purusha both have been united in this one process. By this, the one becomes and be in the full of bliss and realize the very highest truth. Aham Brahman. I am Brahman. This conduces a person to achieve the space of Advaita Samadhi. So then now the technique, what we are going to do is face your palms to the above to the ceiling, thumbs apart from your other fingers. Join both the thumbs and index finger together, forming a triangle. As you can see, the acharyas is demonstrating. Perform the Kaki Mudra. Contract your lips like a beak of a crow. And bring the air in and in slowly, very slowly. This is called the Kaki Mudra or a crow mudra, destroying of all the disease. So let's do this for the next maybe 5 minutes to 7 minutes. Requesting all the participants here to lay down onto your stomach in the Shalabhasana posture. Lock your hands with a triangle with your thumbs and index finger together. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Kaki Kumbhaka. You can have the further explanation from the Maharaj as before we move on to the next session.
Yes. Now make sure you have enough space. Maybe place a yoga mat or a blanket on the ground. Make sure you do this on the ground so you have the hard surface to press your legs up. Make sure to lay down comfortably and place your arms on the ground. Then raise your legs up. And once you have your legs raised, lock your hands in the triangle with the thumbs and the little fingers, which is the Yoni Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha. Hold your stomach in and up towards your spine. Try to touch, visualize that you try to touch the navel to the spine. Intensely hold the stomach in and up and keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Slowly, very slowly, inhaling through the mouth and exhaling through both the nostrils. Repeat this again and again. Whenever you feel you lose the contraction of the stomach again, pull your stomach in and up, especially during the exhalation. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, which will lead the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine to the higher energy centers. Continuously inhale through the contracted lips in the shape of the beak of a crow. Feel the cooling effect it has on your system as we are leading the prana upwards, cooling the head in Kaki Kumbhaka. Let us take a few moments and do this continuously.
Paramashivoham
Ma Parabrahma is asking for clarification. Yes, Ma, you're keeping the head down for this posture, and the hands, keeping the hands in Yoni Mudra. The legs are raised from the ground. I hope this clarifies your question. Yes. With this, we come to the end of this process. Again, you can practice this Kriya every night. It is a 5-minute exercise. If you suffer from insomnia, so sleeplessness, this will help you to sleep deeply, and it will help you calm the mind, reduce the compulsive thoughts that are going on in your head. As the Supreme Panth of Hinduism describes that sleeplessness, if you sleep over the day, your body becomes sick. And if you don't sleep in the night, then your mind becomes sick. So you get mentally sick. So curing insomnia is a very powerful technique to manifest the leadership consciousness. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this Kriya, and let us move on to the next session, which is going to be the power manifestation.
So now, let's all prepare ourselves as we will move on to the next session, which is manifesting Shaktis of Paramashiva. We're going to enter the power of consciousness or matter. I think all the participants have been already manifesting the power of consciousness or matter already for the past 2 rounds. Let's enter this power manifestation now. So what we're going to do is, if you have already a matter coconut ready, that's good. If you don't have, please bring that. If you have coconut or anything, it can be orange, it can be apple, something to keep it on your palms. If any of the participants have already had it, you can leave the message telling that yes, I have something with me during the process now, which we're going to have, because we're entering to the first level of the power manifestation now. Before that, let's all go through the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference, and then I'll guide you step by step for this entire power manifestation. Here, the Paramashiva himself beautifully declares from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanai drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. He beautifully declares that Bhagavan Paramashiva tells, having fixed one eye on a particular object, Vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from that object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thought of impressions on it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of all inclusiveness or infinity. So now let's all, watch a short glimpse of a video of the whole power manifestation of this consciousness or matter, how the matter moves just by chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When that Mahavakya vibrates within our inner space, it can even respond to that very matter. This video is just 1 minute. We can have the glimpse of it, of all the participants, if you're new to this power manifestation. Let's watch the video and then I'll guide you step by step.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes. So hope all the participants have just seen the glimpse of this 1 minute of the power manifestation. Moving the coconut out of your hand. So what we want to do in this level 2 of the round of the power manifestation, I think the first round of the previous session with the previous Acharya was conducting, we were able to manifest moving it just vibrating it. We're not moving actually, but we're having the coconut in your palm and just scanning through your thumb and looking at it, and it gives some certain vibration. So this is the first level. In the second level, what we're going to do is we're going to give a command to the very matter, matter in your palm to move from your hand. So this will be the second round, second level of this entire power manifestation. So requesting all the participants to please keep your matter ready. Please keep the object ready in your you can if your palm. If you're able to hold, if you're choosing right hand, for example, you can keep it along because we're going to have 5 to 7 minutes each round. Maybe we're going to have only one round for this entire power manifestation, but keep it ready. But if you're able to, if you're not able to hold, if you're feeling that, oh, I need to like move my, change my palm, that's not a problem. You can move it accordingly to the left palm as well. If you're holding in the right, if you're holding in the left palm, you can move it to the right palm if you're not feeling comfortable. So now let's all sit. If you have extra device to turn on your video recording to record your whole entire power manifestation, then that would be great. Now place your coconut on your palm. Keep your palm absolutely flat. As you can see, my hand, it's absolutely flat. Keep it straight. And keep it the coconut which is pointing away from you. Okay. So now declare from the very space of Ishwaratva, from the very space of oneness, from the very space of I am Swamiji, I am Paramashiva, declare and speak to the matter because you are consciousness. The matter is also holding the very space of consciousness where you can declare and give a command telling yes, move from your hand. Hold it, keep it ready. Requesting all the participants, if you're already holding it up, please either you can give a thumbs up or leave a message in the Zoom chat, anything. And declare Paramashiva, only you can manifest through me. I consciously declare all my confusions, delusions, everything will be wiped out. Okay, if the matter moves within the span of 5 minutes, that's wonderful. You can even try it on the left hand. Not a problem at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a oneness capsule getting played where you are going to just see Swamiji. Just keep seeing Swamiji in the very bhava, in the very space, in the very devotion. Keep seeing him and let's see how the manifestation occurs. Do not like concentrate on the object. Concentrate on the very matter, thinking, oh, well, it's not moving. Let me try to move it. Whether it's going to move or no. No. It's just you and Swamiji in this entire 5 minutes of this situation, of this process of the power manifestation. So let's chant the Mahavakya along and let's sit, manifest this power along with Swamiji. Seeing us, we see Swamiji. Chant the Mahavakya now. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி இசையெட்டும் போற்றுகின்ற என் ஐயன் ஈசனவன் திடமுடைய நித்யநந்தன் தினமும் என் திறத்தை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோ நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோ நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க ஜோதியான தணிகை ஈசன் நித்யநந்தன் விழியை காக்க நாதனாம் நித்யநந்தன் நயமுடன் நாசி காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோ நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோ நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க கருப்பை தன்னை கந்தன் நித்யன் கருணையுடன் காக்க பின்னர் பிடரி தன்னை பிரியமுடன் சிவ நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே தோல்விழாவை திருமகனின் மருமகனோ மகிழ்ந்து காக்க மார்பினை மறுத்திடாமல் மருதமலை நாதன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க 12 கையை கொண்டு பிணியெல்லாம் நித்யன் தீர்க்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே உமை மைந்தன் உறுதியாக முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க உமை மைந்தன் உறுதியாக முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க பொறிக்கரம் விரல்கள் பத்தும் பாங்குடனே புறம் கையும் பின்முதுகும் பின்னவனோ பிணி இல்லாமலை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால்தனை கைலை செல்வன் கனிந்து காக்க தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால்தனை கைலை செல்வன் கனிந்து காக்க நேருடை பாடிரெண்டும் நித்யநந்த ஈசன் காக்க சீரிய குதிகால் தன்னை குரு.
Make sure you share your results here in the Zoom chat. Whether you manifested this power successfully. If the coconut did not fall from your hand, don't worry. As the Supreme Monk of Hinduism says, when you sit to manifest powers, there's nothing like no manifestation. If the desired result doesn't occur immediately, it is just less power that manifested. So as we are going to have multiple powerful power manifestation sessions throughout this day, we're going to continue with the next levels. We are going to experience the breakthrough. With this, let us now move on to the next session.
Yes. So the next session, what we're going to enter is the main theme of the whole day of this entire Paramashivoham season, as today is day 11 of this Paramashivoham. It is be your own boss, the first part of this very segment. Someone is very beautifully telling. The whole context of this whole session is to develop the right cognition to have a rich life. Okay, I'm again repeating. Develop a right cognition or the right cognition to live a rich life. All of us wants to actually live a rich life, but we are not even like trying a step to live a rich life or something is stopping us. So how to live the true rich life as we want? What is the actual cognition that what we need to follow? Here's what it is telling. The first principle is correcting the blueprint which you carry inside you. Whatever you cherish in your heart, the secret chambers of your heart, you attract that. You manifest that. You make that into your reality. A poor man's idea of a rich man is not a rich man. A poor man's idea of a rich life is not a rich life.
You have to acid wash your depth cognition. When your depth cognition perceives yourself as poor, the ideas your logic generates, the breadth your heart cherishes about richness cannot be real richness. Your depth cognition needs to be acid washed. You need to flush out the idea of poverty from your depth cognition.
So what you carry in your heart, in your secret chamber, in your being, in your depth, about your being, your own boss. Listen, so I'm just telling. The idea you carry, the idea you cherish, the idea you enjoy, being your own boss. What do you think has been your own boss that need to be corrected, aligned? The first principle, correcting, aligning the very blueprint. Here, as an example, as I said earlier, if you're really poor and you have an idea, you built an idea about rich life. See, in your cognition, you have been poor. In your depth, you have been poor. You have been perceived from poverty as you in your logic, in your imagination. You built an idea of a rich life, even if you're showered with wealth. You will start living only with the poor man's version of the rich life. So, what is being your own boss means? You decide your health, you decide your whole day, you decide what you should do, what you should not do. Above all, you decide your mood for the whole day, how you should be and how you should not be. Deciding not just your moods, deciding your moods makes your own boss.
To sum up, in a simple statement, that the right cognition defines real richness. What are the right cognitions? All the cognitions established in the space of completion is the real richness. Let us chew on this statement. The completion space where we are running without friction, where we are open for life to happen to us, where we are making conscious decisions, not driven by our hangovers from the past, but instead consciously from the highest space of Paramashivoham, as we are taking the responsibility for what is happening in and around us. We can make the right choices for our life and for the people around us.
So the depth cognition is establishing yourself in the very space of completion. When your cognition, the depth is establishing the very space of completion. From the very completion, the ideas of richness you create just becomes reality. So now, without further explanation, let's listen directly from the supreme body of Hinduism, where he himself speaks about how to be your own boss when you declare that in your life, with whatever possibilities, your mood swings or decisions, incompletions, patterns which we carry, how to declare ferociously being your own boss. Let's listen from the Supreme Court of Hinduism's own words before we move on to the next step.
Secret chambers of your heart, you attract that, you manifest that, you make that into your reality. So what you carry in your heart, in your secret chamber, in your being, in your depth, about being your own boss. Listen. The idea you carry, the idea you cherish, the idea you enjoy, being your own boss. What do you think as being your own boss? That need to be corrected, aligned. The first principle is correcting, aligning the blueprint. Drop the paper and pen. First listen. I don't think you need an enlightened notebook after the program. You need an enlightened being after the program. I am more capable to put these truths in your being than your capacity to put these truths in your notebook. So please drop the notebooks. Just sit. I'll put these truths in your being. Listen. Poor man's idea about rich man is not rich man. Poor man's idea about rich life is not rich life. Careful. Listen carefully. Slave's idea about freedom is not real freedom. Like India's freedom. Still, the education system of the British has not left India. So-called so many years of independence, I don't even know how many years. Still, the judicial system of British has not left us. I forget about all that. We have not left the British first. Slave's idea of freedom is not freedom. Poor man's idea of rich life is not rich life. Worker's idea about boss is not real boss. Listen. Listen carefully. If you were really poor and you had an idea, you build an idea about rich life. See, in your cognition, you have been poor. In your depth, you have been poor. You perceive poverty as you, and in your logic, in your imagination, you build an idea of rich life. Even if you are showered with wealth, you will start living only the poor man's version of rich life. Understand? I call something as off-the-grid richness. See, hooked to the grid richness, all of you know, your shares, car, house, metal. Richness hooked to the grid is things. Off-the-grid richness is experiences. Person who collects only richness hooked to the grid can never be rich. Yes, multiple zeros in your bank balance, large quantity of precious metals, and the huge bungalows, cars, things. Things make you a thing. Understand? Just things make you a thing. In course of time, almost as nothing, because everything is made to make you more and more lazy and non-involving. That is what you call as comfort and luxury. Automating your life is what you call as comfort and luxury. So all the things make you a thing. I am not against things. Listen. I am asking you only one thing. Does things alone can make you rich? No. Wealth hooked to the grid. Richness off the grid. Listen carefully. Person who knows to collect both only lives real rich life. It is very unfortunate. You give so much of importance to collecting things hooked to the grid. And many of you don't even think there is something called off the grid rich, off the grid richness. Because this richness cannot be measured, the system has not evolved method to measure and brag in the night parties. This is my net worth. The most sickening concept, even the NRIs learned. See, somebody from different culture, different country, when they say, utter a word, this is their net worth. At least I feel okay, that is the way they thought, that's the way they are brought up, okay. But NRI fellows talking in US, in the night parties, their share values and home value and their bank balance, totaling that and saying, this is my net worth. Come on, you are Hindu. Stop being stupid. You are expected to be matured. Grid-bound wealth. Cannot be called as richness. I am not saying become homeless, renounce, throw away all the grid-bound wealth. No. All I am saying is grid-bound wealth cannot claim itself as richness. The idea of richness need to be acid washed with completion. Understand? When your depth, cognition perceives yourself as poor, the ideas your logic generates, your breath, heart cherishes about the richness cannot be real richness. Your depth, cognition need to be acid washed. You need to flush out the idea of poverty from your depth, your cognition. When idea of poverty is removed from your depth, from your cognition, then the idea of richness, your logic, length enjoys, your fantasy, breath, heart enjoys. Only that can be real richness. Please understand. I still remember a small incident happened. In my childhood days. As children, for us the hero is only the candy shop owner in the street corner of our villages. Of course, every village street corner in India will have a candy shop. It will always be Chettiar, Reddiyar, Nayar. That candy shop owner is the first hero because he has so much candy. I asked one of my brothers, what will you do if you get lot of money? He said, I'll put all the money with the candy shop owner and eat as much as I want, whole day and night. That is the idea of his richness. Understand? That is all his idea of his richness. When you hear this reply, you have a smile in your face, but you don't understand. All your ideas of richness also is same thought current. Understand, when your cognition experiences poverty, your logical ideas about wealth, your fantasy ideas about rich life cannot be richness. So even if you get wealth, you will only make this concept of richness as reality. You will be stinking with the money smell. Understand? If you think money saves you from many difficulties, you are practical. If you think money is savior, you are gone. You are doomed. Money saves but not savior. There's a big difference. The idea of richness you carry when your depth cognition experiences poverty can never be real richness. Same way, the ideas about freedom you carry can never be right when your cognition depth perceives yourself as bound. The other day, we were having discussion with my first circle. Discussions were going on how some of the organizations degrade after the master leaves the body, how some of the disciples completely change their lifestyle when they leave the master, or master leaves them, or master is no more in the body. I said, I made one statement, listen. Now, if Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Vibhudananda Devi, Raghupati Yogi, my gurus, if they come back, they will be so happy about my personal life. They will be shocked. I have not even changed the way I eat. Understand? Not only what I eat, even the way I eat. Because I have not received instructions from them, I received cognitions from them. Whatever I received from my gurus is not instruction. It is cognition. Understand? I did not feel, I did not cognize. I was slave when I was with my masters. I did not cognize. I was slave when I was under them. That is why I do not have cheap versions of freedom to manifest when they are not there in my life. I did not receive instructions. If I would have received instructions from them, the moment they are gone, wow! Then whatever is your idea of freedom, you will start living it. I never received instructions. I never gathered instructions from them. I gathered cognitions from them. So if they come back, they will feel exactly I am as they left. Understand? Cognitions are the real richness. Right cognitions established in the space of completion is the real richness. Your cognition about rich life established in completion will manifest rich life. Nothing can stop. Understand? If you think, I know how to manifest rich life, it is not happening, Swamiji. People come and tell me, I know how to manifest rich life, but it's not happening, Swamiji. Then be very clear, you do not know. Everything starts with Saraswati. Saraswati is capable of manifesting Lakshmi and Durga. If the wealth and Shakti is not manifesting, be very clear, something is wrong with your knowledge, with your Saraswati. Correct there. Starts with Saraswati. All solutions starts with Saraswati. Don't think you can solve the issues based on Lakshmi or Durga. Means wealth and power. If you think, I know what I want, but still I am not able to manifest, be very clear. You do not know what you want. You are hardwired to manifest what you want. If you are manifesting difficulties, sufferings, and torture, that is what you want, be assured. Be informed that is what you want. I am not insensitive to you. I am sensible to you. I am not insensitive to you and your suffering. Understand? Your ideas about being your own boss needs acid wash. If you cognize yourself as bound by your boss and you create a logical ideas and visualization fantasy about being boss, suddenly some way you get the power, you will only be bossing around, you will never be boss. Understand? Bossing around is different, boss is different. Still in your cognition you are a slave, but you got the power, then you will be bossing around. The first principle, acid wash your blueprint with completion. Understand? Whether you want to manifest wealth, whether you want to manifest power, whether you want to be your own boss, starts with the first principle. What is being your own boss? You decide your health. You decide your whole day. You decide what you should do, you should not do. Above all, you decide your mood whole day, how you should be and how you should not be. Deciding not just your moves, deciding your moods. Understand? Not just deciding your moves, deciding your moods too. Be your own boss means not just deciding your moves, deciding your moods. Most of you I should say almost all of you,
So now let's all move on to the exercise. As we listen directly from the Supreme Court of Hinduism, the first exercise, what we're going to do, the step one, is decode all your incompletions, ideas you carry about being your own boss. If you suddenly win a lottery, ending from tomorrow, no, why tomorrow? Even today. From today, you are your own boss. The first step is what you are going to do. How is your life is going to be, and your ideas, theories, theologies. Why you want to be like this? What is the reason you want your life in this way? Think and pen down why, what you want to be, how you will be your own boss.
Yes. Let's take a few minutes and let us sincerely perform this exercise to have the next breakthrough and become our own boss. Let's enter into this exercise. Make sure you have enough paper ready, and please make sure every once in a while in between you also drink some water. Sitting throughout these intense days, make sure you keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself fresh. Let's now settle down and perform this exercise.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasada
Yes. With this, we hope that all the participants have penned down the first steps. The next step, second, why will you be like that? Many think I'll be in the golf course all the time, fully drunk. I think better to be slave than fully drunk and being in the golf course. Why you want to be like that? Because that is what is your idea of being your own boss when you were a slave. If you are a slave and create an idea about power, even if you get power, it becomes politics, not power. If you have an idea about poverty and you get wealth, you don't become wealthy. Wealth stinks around you. See, the moment we are living in poor conditions, we create all the fantasies how our life should be. We look at people who have money, and they're most of the time those prominent people. They will be a bad example, and we build our ideas about the wealth. So, if by any reason we actually get wealth, we start manifesting those small ideas, those small identities. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, wealth stinks around us because we do not know how to be in the space of leadership. We don't know how to actually use the wealth consciously. It is only based on our precognitions, our small identities.
So now let's move on to the next step of actually we're going to listen directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I know for some of you there are like all these 100 truths are going above your head. Here Swamiji himself is going to explain in detail, giving examples directly in our day-to-day life, like how Maharaj is saying that wealth stinks around you, and you know how to be your own boss, how to behave as you are your own boss. So let's directly listen from the Supreme Lord of Hindus before we move on to the next step.
Understand? I'll repeat the first principle. First principle is acid washing your idea of be your own boss and why you want to be your own boss, what you want to be and why you want to be. Understand? Knowledge, clarity, Saraswati, understanding is the foundation on which anything can be built. People always tend to say, oh, I don't understand all that, Swamiji. You just do. You just say what I have to do, I'll do. You will not do if I just say. Even if I make you understand, you won't do. It's different. Whenever people come and tell me, oh, this is all too much, I cannot understand. You just tell me what I have to do, I'll do. I have always seen those people are worst failures. Understanding is the foundation. It's a basic necessity. Please understand. It is from your understandings you collect cognitions. Cognitions. From cognitions you manifest. It is from your understandings you collect cognitions. From cognitions you manifest. So even in the understanding level, if some things are not there, it is missing, then no way you are going to cognize it and manifest it. So the first principle is why you want to do what you want to do. Even with this understanding, thinking through, internalizing, how many of you realized many of your ideas of boss is silly? Raise your hand. Relax. Understand? If you cognize you are sexually suppressed and your idea of freedom, the moment you grow up and get your freedom, first thing you will do, you will become a womanizer. If you cognize you are deprived of food, playing, anything, the moment you get a chance, first thing you will do is going to the other extreme. No extreme is freedom. Understand? No extreme is freedom. Powerfulness is freedom. When Sadashiva describes about the dress in the Agama, Sadashiva beautifully describes about food, dress, place of stay, such precise definitions. If you are new to Hindu tradition, I will introduce the word Agama. Agama means Sadashiva expressed, Devi received, and Vishnu adopted that as a software to run the universe. Agama is oldest and most updated software to run the universe. Oldest and most updated. Incarnations are the updations. How when you open your gadgets, iPad or laptop, that update requests come. Same way when you happen on the planet Earth, incarnations appearing in your life is update requests. Understand? A guru happening in your life is update request. You can say not now. You can say remind me later. You can say now. You have a freedom. But guru happening in your life is opening not just Windows 10 or Windows 11. It's a door. It's an update request. We have updated. Please download. Given by Sadashiva, received by Devi, adopted as a software to run the universe by Sadashiva, by Vishnu, is Agama. Given by Sadashiva, received by Devi, adopted as a software to run the universe by Vishnu. Maintainer, cosmic maintainer is Agama. He describes beautifully in Agama, Sadashiva describes very beautifully about food. He describes whatever your physical body, Bhaudika Sarira, cannot absorb directly from the nature to run itself in highest energy, should be added as a food in the system. It's a very beautiful truth. If I have to start explaining, it will take, I think, another 2-3 hours. I'll give just 2 lines because it is required for you to understand this basic 2-3 understandings. So I'll help you to understand the second principle. The second principle needs little introduction. See, he says, first you should directly start working with the nature, like breathing, walking barefoot, taking bath in the local water body. With all these, at least for 21 days, work with all this without any solid food. Surely you won't die in 21 days. With a deep breathing means whatever body can absorb directly from the nature. Lot of detoxification will happen in the 21 days. Just with the water, breathing, whatever body can directly absorb from the nature by walking with the barefoot and completing with all the foot patterns. Then, after that, whatever is needed for the body, only support those things in the form of food. The very concept of food is different. Not that wherever you see the big boats and whatever biggest size they sell, up. Now the very concept of food, see, go to fundamentals again and again when you have a problem. When you have a problem, again and again, go to fundamentals. Same way clothes. That is actually clothes is not very simple issue. It is too much of complication. Somebody feels empowered by modesty, covering themselves completely. Somebody feels empowered by nudity, exposing themselves. Somebody feels empowered by mixture of both. Sadashiva says beautifully, whatever empowers you, design your dress in that way. Neither nudity nor modesty, neither covering yourself completely nor exposing yourself completely. If you are exposing yourself completely for the sake of somebody to see and enjoy, and you are covering yourself completely because somebody is threatening you to cover yourself, both are male chauvinism. Whether it is female body or male body, covering or nudity, modesty or nudity, everything, the scale should be, are you feeling empowered? That's all. It is all about you feeling empowered. There should not be any other interferences. External interference or influence based on somebody's ideas. If somebody feels powerless, you are nude, then he has to cover himself, not you. Understand? Things should be your powerfulness. If you feel powerful by covering yourself completely, modesty, then that should be your lifestyle. That should be your way of holding yourself. In every level, the explanations of Sadashiva and the kind of an understanding he gives. Now listen to the second principle. Neither your ideas about being your own boss is right, nor they are wrong. Listen carefully. Coming to the same understanding principle, neither your nudity nor your modesty is right or wrong. If you are feeling empowered by covering yourself, that is your dress code. If you are feeling empowered by exposing yourself, that is your dress code. What all the ideas about being your own boss empowers you? Listen, when I say empowering, making you feel powerful, joyful, ecstatic. I tell you, sometimes you do some politicking and jump into the seat of the boss. Then you know. From where you jump to where. Potato felt the pot and the water in the pot is too hot and it jumped into the fire. Because the pot and the water in the pot is too hot, potato jumping into the fire. Precise stupidity you do because the seat of a worker seems to be too hot, you jump into the seat of the boss. Understand, feeling empowered matters. Feeling complete matters. You may say, no. If I just grab the seat, in 6 months I'll become all right. You may become insensitive, but you will not become all right. That is like astrologers telling, oh, next 7.5 years you have Shade Sat. After 2.5 years, Rahu. Then again, 3 years, a very bad Grahas. Then if you ask, oh, after that I will become all right. No, you will be habituated. Now that is exactly, if you are consoling yourself, let me grab the seat by hook or crook. Then in 6 months, I'll become all right. No, you may become insensitive, but you will not become all right. And one more thing, whenever you become insensitive to some parts of you, that develops as a blind spot and continues to torture you. Understand? Continues to torture you. Completion matters. Feeling empowered matters. To be your own boss. So second principle, listen. Second principle is completing your cognition of slavery, being a subordinate, being a staff, being worker, not being boss. Completion is the second principle. Of course, third principle is responsibility. I call it responsibilism. I want to make this responsibility as a religion. As on now, the religion we practice, at least in India, 3C: cricket, corruption, cinema. 3C is the religion we practice. For any problem, the solution we look is cinema. That's the largest referred spiritual solution center. Now, whenever you have a problem, where you look at, in that movie how he does, in this movie how he behaves. Our education system is basically a visual-based system. That is why, if you see all our temples and monuments, I can challenge, no other civilization produced such large amount of monuments. I want you to know 1 crore means 10 million stone carved monuments exist in India. As per the government report, stone carved monuments.
So now let's all move on to the next step. Understanding is a foundation. It is the basic necessity for the supreme body of Hinduism is telling. Whatever you wrote as a reason, whatever you want to become a boss, do not judge those reasons. Just sit and relive these situations when you took those decisions. Just relive them. In which situations you desire to take revenge on this being by becoming boss? I'll throw my visiting card on this table. I'll throw my visiting card on his face. I'll throw my shoes on his face and my tie on his neck. I'll tie to the tie. You may have what all I don't know. The situations during which you took the decisions to become boss. The reason you want to become boss, relive all of them. The final exercise, what we're going to do now is looking who matters for your life, who's the material of your life. That person should be either you or somebody who empowers you to be your own boss. Only then being your own boss is possible. Other than your guru, nobody will want you to be your own boss. So let's do this for next 2 minutes as we come to the conclusion of this session of being your own boss.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashivam.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. With this, we come to the conclusion of this jnana segment. If you feel there's still more you want to pen down in the exercise, you can continue. But let us now first move on to the next session, which is going to be another round of power manifestation. We are going to continue to roll objects on our palm. So keep your coconut ready, or whatever round object, whatever fruit, or whatever you choose to roll on your hand, keep it ready. As we are going to now enter into the Shastra Pramana for this power?
Yes. So the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for this power manifestation, is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Let me recite the verse of the translation and then we'll begin with the power manifestation. But before that, requesting all the participants to please keep your coconut ready or something to move. In this round of the power manifestation, what we're going to do is we're going to have an object on our palms. We're going to decide which direction to move, either left, right, front, back, or even you can just tilt it up, make it stand, or as it is. So now, let's listen to the Shastra Pramana and the translation, and then we'll get into the space of oneness to receive Swamiji into this, to manifest the science of this power of consciousness of matter. क्वचित् वस्तूनि विन्यस्य शने दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवि शून्यालयो भवेत्. Paramashiva says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from that object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thought and impressions of it. Then, O Devi, one abhides in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is a state of all-inclusivity or infinity. So as we went through the Shastra Pramana, let's all now get ready. Be seated. If you have an extra phone to keep the video recording on, please keep that as well. If you don't have, that's not a problem, but keep your palms absolutely straight now. Either you can choose, as I said earlier, you can choose your left palm or the right palm, but keep it straight. Keep your matter on top of it. Declare ferociously that you are Paramashiva, that you would move the matter now. Let's all start chanting the Mahavakya. Hope all the participants are ready for this power manifestation. Please close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji on your third eye and just declare the space of consciousness in which you are holding, even onto the matter in which is there in front of you. Because you are Paramashiva, the object, it can be any object which is there in front of you, which you are holding, even that is also Paramashiva. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya, and you can watch the oneness capsule throughout the power manifestation. For this one round, we're going to have only one round of the power manifestation and see how Paramashiva Swamiji is going to flow through each one of us in this Paramashivoham Level 2 power manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி திசையெட்டும் போற்றுகின்ற என் ஐயன் ஈசனவன் திடமுடைய நித்யநந்தன் தினமும் என் திறத்தை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம், நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க, ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க. ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க, ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க. ஜோதியான தனிகை ஈசன் நித்யநந்தன் விழியை காக்க, நாதனாம் நித்யநந்தன் நயமுடன் நாசி காக்க. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம், நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம், நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க, வாயை வேலவன் காக்க, நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க. செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க, வாயை வேலவன் காக்க, நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க. கருப்பை தன்னை கந்தன் நித்யன் கருணையுடன் காக்க, பின்னர் பிடரி தன்னை பிரியமுடன் சிவ நித்யானந்தன் காக்க. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம், நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம், நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. தோல்விழாவை திருமகனின் மருமகனோ மகிழ்ந்து காக்க, மார்பினை மறுத்திடாமல் மருதமலை நாதன் காக்க. முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க, முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க. 12 கையை கொண்டு பிணியெல்லாம் நித்யன் தீர்க்க. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம், நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம், நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. உமை மைந்தன் உறுதியாக முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க, கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க. உமை மைந்தன் உறுதியாக முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க, கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க. பொறிக்கரம் விரல்கள் 10 பாங்குடனே புறம் கையும் பின்முதுகும் பின்னவனோ பிணி இல்லாமலை காக்க. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம், நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம், நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க, தொடையோடு கணைக்கால்தனை கைலை செல்வன் கனிந்து காக்க தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால்தனை கைலை செல்வன் கனிந்து காக்க நேருடை பாடிரெண்டும் நித்யானந்த ஈசன் காக்க சீரிய புதிக்கால் தன்னை குரு நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே விடுதிநாதன் பாதத்தோடு 10 விரலும் பறிந்து காக்க காலையோ கருத்தினோடு கௌரி நந்தனன் காக்க விடுதிநாதன் பாதத்தோடு 10 விரலும் பறிந்து காக்க காலையோ கருத்தினோடு கௌரி நந்தனன் காக்க மெய்யுடன் முழுதும் ஆதி விமல நித்யானந்தன் காக்க தெய்வநாயக விசகன் தினமும் என் நெஞ்சை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே மண்ணிலும் மரத்தின் மீதும் மலையிலும் நெருப்பின் மீதும் தண்ணீர்.
With this, we come to the conclusion of this round of the power manifestation. Please share your power manifestation experience, your Sakshi Pramana, in the Zoom chat. If you recorded a video, you can also share it in your social media to enrich everyone about the science of power manifestation. With this, we are going to conclude this session.
Yes, so let's all sit straight and share all your experiences into the social media of how you have been manifesting. As now we're going to move on to the next session, where we're going to be listening to the second part of being your own boss. We're going to be having a new acharya joining us. Let us all stay tuned as we sit straight, finishing the session with the mantra.
Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you, Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
You had a beautiful understanding and experience of the science of responsibility, becoming a leader in your life, and becoming your own boss. So, now in this session, we are going to be understanding more powerful cognitions to manifest this experience in our life. Most of the times, we face difficulties with making what we wanted, what we decided into reality. And that is why we many times we give up on ourselves, not pushing on and making it happen till the end. So when that happens, we keep losing confidence on ourselves, and then we do not have that confidence to manifest our life in the way we want. We feel that we don't have control of the car we are driving. But this is where Swamiji comes and says that you don't need to drive the car. I'm going to drive the car for you. Just sit and enjoy the journey. And that is where we understand how to be our own boss with Swamiji as the CEO. So now let's enter this beautiful session with a satsang from Swamiji where he shares about how to be your own boss and how when you start taking responsibility for your life and when you start to develop the cognition of being your own boss, you experience true richness in life and you start to become your own boss. So now let's enter this beautiful session. And before that, I would just like to again introduce myself. I'm Srinitya Parameshananda. I'm going to be the Acharya for the sessions, for the next few sessions. And if you have any question, even during the satsangs or the exercises, feel free to put it in the chat. And I will be very open to answer all of your questions. So now let's enter this beautiful satsang.
Understand? I'll repeat the first principle. First principle is acid washing your idea of be your own boss and why you want to be your own boss, what you want to be and why you want to be. Understand? Knowledge, clarity, Saraswati, understanding is the foundation on which anything can be built. People always tend to say, oh, I don't understand all that, Swamiji. You just do. You just say what I have to do, I'll do. You will not do if I just say. Even if I make you understand, you won't do. It's different. Whenever people come and tell me, oh, these are all too much, I cannot understand. You just tell me what I have to do, I'll do. I have always seen those people are worst failures. Understanding is the foundation. It's a basic necessity. Please understand. It is from your understandings you collect cognitions. Cognitions. From cognitions you manifest. It is from your understandings you collect cognitions. From cognitions you manifest. So even in the understanding level, if some things are not there, it is missing, then no way you are going to cognize it and manifest it. So the first principle is why you want to do what you want to do. Even with this understanding, thinking through, internalizing, how many of you realized many of your ideas of boss is silly? Raise your hand. Relax. Understand. If you cognize you are sexually suppressed and your idea of freedom, the moment you grow up and get your freedom, first thing you will do, you will become a womanizer. If you cognize you are deprived of food, playing, anything, the moment you get a chance, first thing you will do is going to the other extreme. No extreme is freedom. Understand? No extreme is freedom. Powerfulness is freedom. When Sadashiva describes about the dress in the Agama, Sadashiva beautifully describes about food, dress, place of stay, such precise definitions. If you are new to Hindu tradition, I will introduce the word Agama. Agama means Sadashiva expressed, Devi received, and Vishnu adopted that as a software to run the universe. Agama is software to run the universe. Oldest and most updated. Incarnations are the updations. How when you open your gadgets, iPad or laptop, that update requests come. Same way when you happen on the planet Earth, incarnations appearing in your life is update request. Understand? A guru happening in your life is update request. You can say not now. You can say remind me later. You can say now. You have a freedom. But guru happening in your life is opening not just Windows 10 or Windows 11. It's a door. It's an update request. We have updated. Please download. Given by Sadashiva, received by Devi, adopted as a software to run the universe by Sadashiva, by Vishnu, is Agama. Given by Sadashiva, received by Devi, adopted as a software to run the universe by Vishnu. Maintainer, cosmic maintainer is Agama. He describes beautifully in Agama. Sadashiva describes very beautifully about food. It describes whatever your physical body, Bhaudika Sarira, cannot absorb directly from the nature to run itself in highest energy, should be added as a food in the system. It's a very beautiful truth. If I have to start explaining, it will take, I think, another 2-3 hours. I'll give just 2 lines, because it is required for you to understand this basic 2-3 understandings. So I'll help you to understand the second principle. The second principle needs little introduction. So he says, first you should directly start working with the nature, like breathing, walking barefoot, taking bath in the local water body. With all these, at least for 21 days, work with all this without any solid food. Surely you won't die in 21 days. With a deep breathing means whatever body can absorb directly from the nature. Lot of detoxification will happen in the 21 days. Just with the water, breathing, whatever body can directly absorb from the nature by walking the barefoot and completing with all the foot patterns. Then, after that, whatever is needed for the body, only support those things in the form of food. The very concept of food is different. Not that wherever you see the big boats and whatever biggest size they sell, up. Now, the very concept of food, see, go to fundamentals again and again when you have a problem. When you have a problem, again and again, go to fundamentals. Same way clothes. That is actually clothes is not very simple issue. It is too much of complication. Somebody feels empowered by modesty, covering themselves completely. Somebody feels empowered by nudity, exposing themselves. Somebody feels empowered by mixture of both. Sadashiva says beautifully, whatever empowers you, design your dress in that way. Neither nudity nor modesty, neither covering yourself completely nor exposing yourself completely. If you are exposing yourself completely for the sake of somebody to see and enjoy, and you are covering yourself completely because somebody is threatening you to cover yourself, both are male chauvinism. Whether it is female body or male body, covering or nudity, modesty or nudity, everything, the scale should be, are you feeling empowered? That's all. It is all about you feeling empowered. There should not be any other interferences. External interference or influence based on somebody's ideas. If somebody feels powerless, you are nude, then he has to cover himself, not you. Understand? Things should be your powerfulness. If you feel powerful by covering yourself completely, modesty, then that should be your lifestyle. That should be your way of holding yourself. In every level, the explanations of Sadashiva and the kind of an understanding he gives. Now listen to the second principle. Neither your ideas about being your own boss is right, nor they are wrong. Listen carefully. Coming to the same understanding principle, neither your nudity nor your modesty is right or wrong. If you are feeling empowered by covering yourself, that is your dress code. If you are feeling empowered by exposing yourself, that is your dress code. What all the ideas about being your own boss empowers you? Listen, when I say empowering, making you feel powerful, joyful, ecstatic, I tell you, sometimes you do some politicking and jump into the seat of the boss. Then you know from where you jump to where. Potato felt the pot and the water in the pot is too hot and it jumped into the fire. Because the pot and the water in the pot is too hot, potato jumping into the fire. Precise stupidity you do because the seat of a worker seems to be too hot, you jump into the seat of the boss. Understand, feeling empowered matters. Feeling complete matters. You may say, no. If I just grab the seat, in 6 months, I'll become all right. You may become insensitive, but you will not become all right. That is like astrologers telling, oh, next 7.5 years, you have Shade Sat. After 2.5 years, Rahu. Then again, 3 years, very bad. Grahas. Then if you ask, oh, after that, I will become all right. No, you will be habituated. Now, that is exactly, if you are consoling yourself, let me grab the seat by hook or crook. Then in 6 months, I'll become all right. No, you may become insensitive, but you will not become all right. And one more thing, whenever you become insensitive to some parts of you, that develops as a blind spot and continues to torture you. Understand? Continues to torture you. Completion matters. Feeling empowered matters. To be your own boss. So second principle, listen. Second principle is completing your cognition of slavery, being a subordinate, being a staff, being worker, not being boss. Completion is the second principle. Of course, third principle is responsibility. I call it responsibilism. I want to make this responsibility as a religion. As on now, the religion we practice, at least in India, 3C, cricket, corruption, cinema. 3C is the religion we practice. For any problem, the solution we look is cinema. That's the largest referred spiritual solution center. Now, whenever you have a problem, where you look at, in that movie, how he does, in this movie, how he behaves. Our education system is basically a visual-based system. That is why, if you see all our temples and monuments, I can challenge no other civilization produced Such large amount of monuments. I want you to know 1 crore means 10 million stone carved monuments exist in India. As per the government report, stone carved monuments. I'm not talking about RCC. We don't respect anything which is 1,000 years, less than 1,000 years old. Only if something is 1,000 years old, we even respect. And only if it can withstand 1,000 years, we call them as something decent structure. See, because basically our cognition is janmas, not birth. Understand? Janmas. Janma is different from birth. The word birth is not complete translation of the word janma. Janma means happening. It's from the samdhatu, sambhava. Janma. Birth means it's totally different. The very idea of birth is totally different. Born. We don't believe in birth. We believe only in happening. Sambhava. We are happening. Born means something created out of nothing. No. We are sambhava. Happening. Listen to this truth. The second principle is completion with all the reasons with which you are living, the reasons which are pushing you to become boss. Understand? When you, any reasons you have to become boss, relive them. If they are powerless cognitions, incompletions, they will die. If they are powerful cognitions, they will become strong. That's all. See, reliving is literally acid wash. All the unnecessary things will be washed, necessary things will be strengthened. Listen. Reliving is nothing but manana in Vedic tradition. Internalizing. Many times you grab out of greed and that does not get digested. That's what you need to sit and chew. Ideas also you grab out of greed, but it does not get digested. It sits inside your head undigested. Digesting them is manana. Digesting all your logically, emotionally accumulated, acquired ideas into your cognition properly is completion. Understand? In your length, logic, breath, emotion, visualization, the ideas, concepts you grab, dump, cognizing them rightly into your depth, making them as right cognition by manana, reliving, is completion. Understand? I'm redefining completion. When you relive all the ideas you have again and again, all the ideas which makes you powerless starts dying down. They lose power over you. All the ideas which makes you powerful become stronger. They start growing in you. Understand? What needs to grow grows. What needs to go goes. The power of reliving is what needs to go goes. What needs to grow grows. Add R, reliving, something goes, something grows. Let me explain clearly the principle of reliving. Listen to this principle. Whatever you wrote as reason, why you want to become a boss, do not judge those reasons. Just sit and relive the situations when you took those decisions. Just relive them. Means visualize and see again and again exactly as it happened. In which situation you decided you have to take revenge on this fellow by becoming boss. I'll throw my visiting card on his table. I'll throw my visiting card on his face. I'll throw my shoes on his face and my tie on his neck. And tighten the tie. You may have what all I don't know. The situations during which you took the decision to become boss, the reason you want to become boss, relive them. Whatever you wrote, can you just read for few minutes so you can understand what I am saying and enter into manana, reliving. Now, relive every situation in your life in which you decided to become your own boss. The incidents, situations made you decide to be your own boss. Relive them and relieve them. Come back to learn the next principle. Today I gave you only 2 basic principles. The next is most important principle. Come back to get that. That will make you your own boss. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Sadashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Yes, so beautifully we heard from Swamiji about the different powerful cognitions that stop us from being a leader. The patterns, he explained about the patterns that stop us from being a leader and the powerful cognitions to raise us to become our own boss. Swamiji had said that when we sometimes feel that, oh, the situation I'm in right now is so hard for me, and we try to take the step to become a leader, it most of the time doesn't work out because that is not the reason why we are in that situation. The reason we are in that situation is because we have not understood the science of being a leader, the science of making our decisions into reality. So that is what we are going to be learning now in this session. So there is a small exercise that we're going to be doing. The first exercise in this session that we're going to be doing is now take a few minutes to write down the different incidents in your life where you decided that you don't want to be a leader. The reasons why you did not want to take a responsibility in your life. Yesterday, we had written down some of these incidents where we reacted instead of taking responsibility. Today we're going to write down where we deny the opportunities that came to us in our life. Write down the different opportunities, whether as small as being the lead of your class, to taking up an important position in your job or business. Write down these situations where you did not want to and you denied yourself that jump, that breakthrough in life. Let's first take a few minutes to write this down.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, let's take a minute let's take a few minutes to now relive these incidents. So, if you have written a few incidents, that's perfectly fine. We can continue this completion throughout the day also. Now, the main understanding is we need to first get the experience of a few incompletions, breaking a few patterns. So now let's take another few minutes to relive these incidents and see. Now, for example, if we have written an incident that, for example, when we were young, we were given the opportunity in our school to take responsibility for the whole class. We did even take that responsibility. But what happened after that? All the kids in the class started bullying you together. So then you decided, I'm never going to do this again. I'm never going to take responsibility again. So this is sometimes the root cause for many of our incompletions. So now take a few minutes to see and understand what is the root of these incompletions. What is that moment where in your life you experienced these incidents which caused the root of the patterns that you have, the incompletions that you hold now where you did not take the responsibility? Take a few minutes to see where the pattern, you can see the underlying root pattern in all of the incidents is basically you have not taken responsibility due to fear or whatever that incompletion is. First take a moment to see what the base root thought current is throughout the list of incompletions you have written, and then see the root of this incompletion, because breaking that root pattern is what is going to give us the completion to experience being our own boss. So now let's take a few minutes to find the root pattern for all of these incompletions. Yes. Now, let's move to the next understanding. The ability to cognize independently, which immediately liberates you, is being your own boss. Manifesting your powerful cognition to be your own boss is you need to have the powerful cognition. You have to build your boat while swimming. So, what does this mean? What does building your boat while swimming mean? Let's now hear from Swamiji himself, where he shares to us about this beautiful, powerful cognition.
Listen, ability to cognize independently, which immediately liberates you, is being your own boss. Whether it is about your headache or head itself. The idea, cognition you carry about your headache should liberate you from the headache immediately. If there's a pain, you don't have the right cognition. Don't blame. I have the cognition, but I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to apply it. Still, I have a pain. No. If you have pain, you don't have cognition. If you have cognition, you don't have pain. Whether it is relationship issues, headache, stomach pain, or economical issues, or the suffering of ignorance. Understand, that is very important. Suffering of ignorance means not standing up for your integrity at some time in the past due to weakness and ignorance, and not correcting it even now, is what I call shrinking, withdrawing from life. At some times in the past, you did not stand up to your integrity. And again, when those situations repeat, again, you are not standing up to your integrity. That is what I call suffering due to ignorance, where you can't forgive yourself. Where you can't forgive yourself. In every level, the problems in your life, no problem is caused by one reason. Please understand. As long as you believe there is only one reason for one problem, you don't know the problem. There will be only one reason for all your problems, but for each of the problems, there will be more than one reason. Understand this paradoxical statement. When you analyze, each of your problem will have multiple reasons. When you understand, all your problems will have only one reason. When you are analyzing each of your problems and you find only one reason, you have not analyzed, you have not understood. When you analyze all your problems, source, put together, if you find two reasons, you have not understood, you are failed. You have failed. When you analyze the problems independently, you should find multiple reasons. When you analyze the problem collectively, you should find only one reason. Only then you will find a solution. This law of life. If you find headache, relationship issues, money problem, health issues, each one will have multiple reasons why they exist. If you analyze the why all these problems exist, there will be only one reason why they exist. Understand? the psychological setup you all developed due to the intellectual terrorism of insignificant fraud, Jung the junk. Please understand, even if you are an Indian, don't think you carry the mental setup created by Kapila or Bharadwaja or Vasishta. You do not carry the software generated by Kapila and updated by Vasishta. No. Even you carry the software by the fraud. Pride. Freud only I called as fraud. Sigmund Freud only I said insignificant fraud. Understand, logically analyzing the problem, the ability to logically analyze the problem does not mean it is solved. This whole psychoanalysis, the psychiatry industry is only mastered the science, they only mastered the science of logically analyzing your problems. After 10 years of their help, what you know clearly what is your problem, not solution. Now you have done PhD on your problems and analyzing the problems, then you become a doctor now. Why to waste the 10 years of my time put on that stupid philosophy? Come on, let me stand up now. Listen. Listen. Much of the cognitions you carry are either accidental or wrong. You need to be clear about the first principle. Cognitive clearance means having the right understanding makes you your own boss. Economical freedom and economical independence is only the secondary. If you think that is the primary, even if you get lottery, you will never be your own boss. You will be, please understand, you will be bossed by the people whom you think you are bossing. It is like having a board. I am the boss of this house. I have my wife's permission to say so. You will be boss, but you will be bossed by the people whom you think you are boss. That is what is slavery to the structure. Any structure which keeps you as a boss only if you are involved into that structure is a slavery structure. If you remain as boss, even if you are not involved in that structure, like Krishna, he was not involved in the war, but he is the boss. Everyone knows he is the boss. He is the boss. You can see the game. The whole game. Bhishma, see, the greatest strength any bio-memory can receive is Ichamrityu, means death when you want. The highest powerfulness of the bio-memory is Ichamrityu, death when you want. The lowest powerlessness of the bio-memory is not even able to be sure of your gender. I'm not talking about beyond gender, I'm talking about below gender. Not even Your biomemory is not even sure of what gender you are and what kind of a body you are holding. See, this man who is a boss of the whole situation, he uses the lowest powerlessness biomemory, Sikandi, to finish off the highest powerfulness biomemory, Bhishma, Ichamrityu. The lowest powerlessness, Sikandi, is used to finish the highest powerfulness, Ichamrityu, Bhishma. Because the man is boss. He is sitting on liberating cognition. Krishna could have given 10,000 reasons why he can't. People who give 10,000 reasons why they can't live by bondage cognitions. People who just go on making it, live based on liberation cognition. Now it all boils down to how many bondage cognitions you have, means how many things you want in your life and you have not done it, you can't do it, or you feel you can't do it, you won't do it, you are not able to do it. What reason? I don't care. I just want you to pen down what all you want but you have not. All these are bondage cognitions. Each one of it need to be attended and become liberation cognitions. Understand? I am not here to give you so-called teachings and then ask you to practice. If you are not able to practice, then blow. Mysore Road gives cognitions. This is a road for liberation. It's a road for liberation. I don't give teachings, I give cognitive shifts. First thing, when you pen down what all you want to do, you did not do. Don't give reason. I don't believe any reason. All your reason is equally SHIT. There is no such thing as bull, cow, horse, monkey, donkey, man. It's all same. The problem is you think, oh, Swamiji, I have a very valid reason why I am not able to do Swamiji. Valid SHIT cannot be eaten. Sorry for strong words, but I think I'm talking the truth. I don't want to hurt you, but I wanted to just tell you the truth directly. Nothing, what is there? Now, words are just to be used to explain the truth as it is, that's all. I'm a village boy and I am raw. I'm very clear about it. I'm happy about it. I'm not sophisticated, polished, corporate guru. I'm a raw village boy, Sadashiva. Whole Agama is such a raw Sanskrit. You should read. Just to see the beauty of, see, the poetic sense of Sadashiva. Actually, when you read Agama in originals only, you understand his poetic sense, his economical sense, his charity, his compassion. You approach him and enjoy him as the manifestations of beautiful, auspicious qualities. Actually, you need to cherish and enjoy the expressions of auspicious, beautiful qualities. Only then you will fall in love. You can't fall in love seeing the display picture or the profile picture in the Facebook. Then your love is too cheap. That is why most of the DPs are not real. Because your love is also not real. Your reactions to DPs are as unreal as the DP itself. You should see the expression of beautiful qualities, then falling in love is the real love. Actually, when you read Agamas, you see these auspicious qualities of rawness with Sadashiva. You will see his compassion, his forgiveness, and his ferociousness, his economical sense. You will fall in love with Agama. Agama should be, actually, Agama becomes your inner software only when you fall in love with Agama, not otherwise. Till then, it is only that sand clock showing, wait, downloading. Actually, Shaktipada is like having high-speed internet connection. Anything, the whole Agama gets just like that downloaded. You just get a message. Your iPad is completely updated. Few minutes I want you to spend on everything you want to do to be your own boss and you have not done. It has not yet happened. Don't classify reasons. Classifying reasons is this hen going around the garbage area and classifying the garbage. Is it going to be any way useful? Don't classifying reasons is the first crime you start doing in the self-cheating process. Once you classify the reason, oh, this is the valid right reason and this is the wrong reason and somebody else is the reason and all that, you are caught in the whole network of self-cheating process. Virus has entered the software. You will be tempted to classify your reasons. Say, all reasons are stupidity, blind spot. Then let's start entering into liberating cognitions. Today, let's spend time on finding out all the bondage cognitions. What all you want to do to be your own boss, but not yet happened. List it out. It may be like, I wanted $100 billion and not yet happened. I wanted a head without headache, not yet happened. I really wanted a wife who is obedient, not yet happened. It can be anything. Pen down everything you want to do, have to be your own boss, but not yet happened. Understand, neither completely outside can be changed, nor completely inside alone can be changed. I am not going to say, change only inside, all problems will be solved. All the gurus who teach them, ask them, are they practicing that? I tell you as an insider, it is a false. It's a bogus theory. Saying that everything outside accept, just change inside, problems will be solved. No. It's not right. And change everything outside, problems will be solved. No. That's bogus theory. When you start building the liberating cognitions, many will automatically change from outside and many will change from inside. That is liberation. Where it changes does not matter. You being liberated matters. Anywhere it is not happening, you are struggling, means it is a bondage. Change everything outside leads to revolution. Change everything inside leads to meek civilization. Both does not solve the problem. Change everything outside leads to violent revolutions. Change only inside, nothing needs to be changed outside, leads to meek waste civilization. Develop the liberating cognitions. Spontaneously changes will happen outside and inside. Is the real solution. I'll lead you into solution in the next session. Now first, let's find all the bondage cognitions. Whether you are not able to get up in the morning, or not able to diet, or not able to control your anger, or not able to earn money, or not able to feel complete, or not able to be contented, or not able to make your husband listen to you, or not able to get the Bahubali ticket today. Whatever may be. It is time to celebrate the art, cinema, music, which enjoys and celebrates Hinduism and Hindu tradition. Let's enter into bondage cognitions. Pen down everything you want to do and have to be your own boss, but it has not yet become reality. It can be physical level, mental level, psychological level, physiological level, social level, relationship level, economical level. Just pen down. I'll help you to develop the liberating cognition and develop and make yourself as your own boss. Not just your own boss, your own big boss.
Yes. So now we have heard this beautiful satsang from Swamiji where he shared to us about the finding the root to the patterns. When we have so many reasons, like how we did in the last exercise, we saw there are so many different incidents and reasons that are not allowing us to break the pattern of not being the leader, not being a boss of our own life. When there are so many reasons, only when we understand them and we go through them, we find that there is actually only one reason, which is we not taking the decision. So now we'll be having another small exercise to internalize this powerful cognition that Swamiji has given. Now, let's pen down everything that we have wanted to do to be our own boss, but it has not yet become reality. It can be physical level, mental level, psychological level, physiological level, and social level. Whatever level it is. Write them down, like, I have not manifested enough money. I have not have the correct image, the confidence, the courage to be my own boss. I don't have the whatever energy, I don't have whatever the different reasons you feel. It doesn't need to be that you're starting a new business. It is just the cognition of not taking responsibility, depending on someone else to be the boss of your life. That is what we are seeing. Whether you're just a simple student or you are an adult, in whatever level, see where you have not taken the decisions and what are the blocking factors that are not letting you be your own boss. Let's take a few minutes to pen this down. Please begin.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now we'll be moving to the next step. So the last understanding is responsibility adds to your life. Now we'll be penning down 5 things that we are going to be responsible, that we are going to bring responsibility into our life. 5 different aspects, 5 different ways where you're going to bring responsibility. So, what do I mean by bring responsibility? So, in many situations, we feel that, oh, this person has to do that, then only I will be able to make it happen. For example, only if someone, example, in your job, only if someone in your job tells you do something, you will do it. Bringing responsibilities where you put your life into it and you go forward and ask what is supposed to be done and find out how you can put your life, make it happen. Not just waiting for someone to give you work, but you going and asking, making it happen, and giving it. The science of responsibility is not just doing work, it is putting your life into what you're doing. So let's now write down 5 different aspects that we have not done and we know that we have to put our responsibility in. Write those 5 places and now take the decision to make the responsibility happen there.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasada Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so now I hope you have written and taken the decision now to start taking responsibility in your life. And now with this, we'll be moving into the next segment of this beautiful session, which is the power manifestation. Now we'll be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. First, let's set up by bringing an object that you can roll like a coconut, a fruit, or a ball. Anything that rolls is perfectly usable for this manifestation. Let's take a moment. And as we get ready, I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana once again and giving you a powerful cognition to manifest this power. First, let me chant the Shastra Pramana for this power, the scriptural reference. क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैः दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवी शून्यालयो भवेत्. The beautiful translation for this verse goes as, by fixing the mind on a particular object, one should slowly withdraw the thoughts from that object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object with the thoughts and impressions. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state and space of oneness with Paramashiva, and in that state, you enter the space of all inclusivity and infinity. Basically, Paramashiva here shares with us that technique to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. Now bring the awareness to the particular object that you're going to be rolling, and then connecting with Swamiji, chanting the Mahavakya, start feeling that object is part of you, just like your hands or your body parts. And then you will see by that space of oneness with Swamiji and that object, you will be able to control and move that particular object. Let me now share with you the powerful cognition. Connect with any matter, any immovable, even a stone or a mountain, and ask the tree to bear fruits or the mountain or the rock to move. By connecting with any being and entering to them with oneness, we can manifest the power of consciousness over that object. So this is Swamiji's words. And let me also share some interesting fact about this power. This power is not about moving objects without your hands. It is not just about how we see in movies that they move things with their mind. The power of consciousness or matter gives you the ability to bring the reality, bring your desires into existence. Like how you decide and connect with Swamiji and roll the coconut off your hand, the same way you can connect with Swamiji and request him to make a particular reality happen in your life, either bring wealth, health, or relationship, and you will see those realities happen. So now I hope you're ready to manifest this power. Now let's take a few minutes to first get into that space, and then from that space start chanting the Mahavakya. From that oneness with Swamiji, start chanting the Mahavakya. And now let's enter the manifestation. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Placing the coconut on your hand, start chanting the Mahavakya and declare to the coconut to raise itself or move off your hands. Let's begin. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now with this we come to the end of the manifestation. If you have experienced the power of consciousness or matter, you can share it in the comments. And with this, we come to the end of this session. Now, let's take a few minutes to share our experiences in the chat and quickly refresh ourselves as we get ready for the next session. So with this, we thank all the participants for your participation. And with this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam. So today we'll be entering into the segment where we are going to be learning about how you're going to be your own boss. Be your own boss. Develop the right cognition to live a truly rich life as you want. So now we'll be seeing a short clip where Swami is going to be telling a beautiful story on responsibility.
See, I've seen sometime small story. A guy opens his lunchbox in his office and cries, "Oh God, same brinjal." All his friends are feeling very bad. Next day again he opens his lunchbox, "Oh, same brinjal." Third day again he opens his lunchbox and cries, "Oh, same brinjal. Oh God, I can't take it anymore." This goes on for 7 days. The friends are not able to tolerate. They asked him, Why? Why don't you tell your wife to cook something else? Why are you suffering? The fellow says, hey, I am not married, I cook for myself. No, this goes on in your life many times. Look, only when the problem comes, you even remember you created it. See, when I tell this story, you laugh, but why don't you see? Only when problem comes in front of you, hits you, slaps you in your face, you see, but otherwise you know you are creating it. Sometimes you even create knowingly it is going to hit on your face. Let me handle it at that time. And you know you were not able to handle it last time when it hit. Last time when it hit you, you collapsed. You know you were not able to handle. But you have a false confidence. Let it come, I will face at that time. Let it come, I will face at that time. And you go on, create the problems. Never come out of that rut, that whole cycle. Understand, when you are when you become responsible, you just wake up and ferociously break this blind spot. Ferociously dealing with your blind spots and breaking your blind spots is what I call responsibility.
Yes. So in this clip, Swamiji beautifully shared about responsibility, how we take responsibility in life, and how we are supposed to take responsibility in life. So requesting all the participants to post your understandings in the chat. And also, if anyone of you are not able to understand anything, please feel free to post in the chat and ask your questions. Srinitha Guru Prasadini is telling, responsibility is breaking your blind spots ferociously. Beautiful. Samantha D. Andrea is telling, our blind spots are what we should reveal to ourselves to be responsible. Yes. Responsibility is a power. Understanding that you are the source of everything happening inside and outside of you is responsibility. When something happens outside, when you take a responsibility, when you feel for it, and when you do something to it, that is a responsibility. Not only what you do inside for yourself, for what you do for others is also a responsibility. There is a small story where a lecturer, he goes for for a place where he's going to give a lecture, and then in the lecture on responsibility he gives, and then that he tells that I saw a person lying on the streets and helping or requesting for help from the people, but no one even cared about him. And when I again went back also, and when I went back from my home to my home, that time also I'm seeing that person was still lying down over there, telling that no one is even caring for him. But at the same time, even he did not care. So he could be telling things that people are not caring, but at the same time he did not care. So that's the same thing even we are doing many times in our own lives. where we are just pointing out that someone else is not doing it. Instead, we are not looking inside ourselves that why we are not doing something like that. Why we are not taking the responsibility for the other person, for what is there outside us. Whether you cognize it or not, agree or not, like it or not, it is the truth. Let us now learn how taking responsibility empowers us. So now again we'll be seeing another clip of Swamiji. Please be in the state of listening. And if at all you have any questions at the end of the video, please feel free to post it in our chat.
Listen. Basic problem is you do not have confidence on you to be your own boss. I tell you, only fools work for others. Either you spend your time, life, energy to fulfill your dreams, or somebody else will hire you to fulfill theirs. Understand the basic truth about life. You may be giving little energy to your time. See, you have time in front of you as days. You may be giving little energy to it, but you are not giving life to it. When you give little energy, you come up with some products. How to use your time. Then it's money for somebody. Understand? Time is money for somebody. Time for your boss, your time is money. For your spouse, your time is attention. For your boyfriend or girlfriend, your time is love. But actually, your time is life for you. Understand? Your time is life for you. You may be giving little energy to your time, but not life to your time. That is where this whole problem is. I tell you, even if you think you will be a worst failure, be your own boss. See, when you decide what should be done, how to make yourself a product, how to share with the world, when you have the complete freedom, you can't be in depression for a long period. You can't be in depression for a long period. You have to wake up. There are multiple reasons why you should wake up, but you will wake up. Sometimes greed will push you. Sometimes jealousy will push you. Sometimes inspiration will push you. Sometimes right things, sometimes wrong things, but you will be pushed. When you add life to your time, when I say adding life to your time, I mean, listen carefully. Ends of your actions result completely for you. You become responsible end to end. That is what I call adding life to your time. Listen, I'll repeat. Ends of your action, effects, side effects, everything affects you directly, completely. Naturally, this situation will make you responsible. The responsibility, knowing that you are only going to be affected by the ends, naturally makes you add life to your time. Understand? Your time, if you only add little intelligence, it becomes product. If you add little energy, it becomes activism. But if you add this great, powerful component, responsibility which comes by the clarity, the end is going to affect only you. See, the biggest problem with working for somebody is you do not care about the end product. It means you do not care about your life. It is all about what you can grab from that person to make yourself comfortable. You do not care about your life. Your actions, your thought currents, are they aligned? Are they useful for you and the society? You do not care about that. You do a project for 10 years and the whole project collapses, you don't care. The salary you received and the life you made for yourself all matters. If you are working for somebody, I tell you, that is where all the worst corruption, wrong mental setup starts. Corruption does not mean only which is practiced in India, how we practice here. You take some money and do a favor. That alone is not corruption. You not being bothered about what you are putting your life into. You are bothered only about the paycheck you receive and how much that paycheck makes your life comfortable or luxurious. You don't care about all other things, anything else is corruption. Understand? That is corruption. I should say, not only the person who asked this question, many of you are in this situation. I create product and different people have profit, but not me. How many of you feel you have this problem? All of you do not take responsibility for your actions end to end. You are afraid of the statement, you will be, the end will affect only you. Right or wrong, good or bad, only you are going to stand to face it. You are afraid of that. You want somebody to face for you. When somebody has to be faced for you, naturally the benefits will go to them. It will go to them. So understand, it boils down to taking responsibility. I tell you, failing few times is perfectly all right. Then being under somebody and be a failure for whole life.
Yes. So in this clip also, Swamiji beautifully explain on how we should be the leader for ourselves. like whether we fail or not, we should take the inspiration and we should do it. We should not work for someone else. We should not be a slave for someone else. When we work for someone else, we don't take up the entire responsibility. We just try grabbing something from the other guy, and the other guy just uses you. So this is, instead of this, we be our own boss, where you are your own boss. And in this session, that's what we are learning. So requesting all the participants to post post it in the chat whatever you have understood in the clip where Swamiji had explained. Can be even anything small. If whatever you have understood, you can just post it. Or if you have any questions also, you can ask it. Ask all your questions. Samantha D. Andrea is telling, we should be aware of what we put our energy into. Yes, that's one of the main points which Swamiji is discussing. Swamiji is revealing. Sriniti Guru Prasadini is telling, we do something, but we do not think about the result. And when it comes, we collapse. Sometimes we even know that we will collapse. Yes. So now we'll be doing a small 3-minute internalization exercise. So let's take a few minutes to revisit and recollect what has been revealed so far. So let us internalize the truths. So whatever we have understood, now just sit for a while and then just recollect and cognize whatever you had understood. Just cognize and understand whatever Swamiji was revealing so that it just settles inside you. Yes. So now we'll be looking at another clip where Swamiji is going to be speaking about how to share true love.
When I say be your own boss, I mean your whole day should be decided by you. To whom you should serve, to whom you are going to share yourself, with whom you share your energy, with whom you share your products, with whom you share your love, with whom ultimately you share your life. All this should be your freedom. Understand when I say be your own boss? Multiple levels I am talking. You try to understand only work level. Work level is only one level. With whom you share your time, your boss. That should be your freedom. With whom you share your products, your clients, customers, should be your freedom, I tell you. You are successful as long as your customers do not make you compromise on your integrity. Once you compromise on your integrity, they will be the first failures. Understand? Not you, they will be the first failures. Like pharmaceutical industries. The customers have made the company to compromise on integrity. Who suffers? Customers. Whenever your integrity is compromised for customers, clients, who receives your service or products, they will be the first persons to be affected. Listen to these few things. Same way, with whom you share your love, your life partner. When you are in the mood of demanding love, it's only going to be a constant bondage and torture. When you are your own boss, you know how to share it, how to share the love. Like Sadashiva, he may swallow the whole poison, but he will share the nectar. Understand? All the stress of the things going around you, all the stress of the things happening around you is the poison. The churning of the Milky Ocean, if you know the story, you can understand. The churning of the Milky Ocean is nothing but happenings around you. Sometimes the stress poison comes out of it. Incompletions comes out of it. Difficulties comes out of it. Problems comes out of it. Inevitably, there are some things you can never avoid in your life. The mother-in-law, daughter-in-law problem of India. Indian mother-in-law, daughter-in-law problem. No, please understand, I am very serious. Even if the mother-in-law is dead, you can't avoid the problem. My grandmother is dead, my mother is still afraid of her. No, really. From my own experience, I am telling you. And I have to remind her once, she is dead years ago. Why don't you forget her? She will shiver. My mother will shiver even if the mention of my grandmother's name. I said, don't you understand? She is dead. No, there are many problems you can't avoid just by the very nature of the happenings around you. A man who is capable of swallowing all the poisons and continue to share the nectar becomes leader. That is what I call ability to share love. Understand? Decide with whom you will share love will be in your control, not in the situation's control. Ultimately, with whom you share your life means who matters for your life. That is the most important, I should say, factor makes your life what it is going to be. Who matters in your life? I tell you, when I look back, why I am what I am now, I should say, in the young age, whom I really felt matter for me and my life. I was very clear. It's Arunagiri Yogeshwara who matters for me. Whoever you feel matter for your life means material out of which your very life overflows. The functioning, activation, Jakrat, waking up of your life happens by that person who kindles life fire in you, who makes your eyes wide open, whose memory makes you jump out of your bed, whose thought current is the first thought current before you wake up and last thought current before you fall asleep, who matters, molds your life. Understand? They become the life material for you. You really need to dig out who matters for you, because they are going to manifest through you in next few years. Whoever matters for you, you are in Shaktipada with that person. If that person is a politician, you are going to become a politician. If that person is a cinema celebrity, you may not become cinema celebrity, at least you will be in fantasy of the cinema celebrity. You will be fantasizing. You are a celebrity at least for a few people around you. You are Facebook. Now that everyone tries to be celebrity in their Facebook page. Now. The biggest Maya on the planet Earth is Facebook. Now it gives a kind of a feeling that they are heroes for everyone. In a very deep delusion. Everyone is enjoying that they are herohood. It's actually the side effect of many people having Shaktipada with cinema celebrities. Because when you have Shaktipada with cinema celebrities, you are constantly meditating on being a hero, attended by everyone, which is not happening in real life. The only way is get into the Facebook. Still, I cannot understand what is there in that stupid like, for which people give their life. Now, still I can't understand. When people talk about, anyhow, person with whom you have Shaktipada matters. Look in who matters for your life, who is the material of your life. Understand? That person should be either you or somebody empowers you to be your own boss. Only then being your own boss is possible. Then actually being your own boss is done already. The person who matters for your life should be you or the person who is empowering you to be your own boss. Other than your guru, nobody will want you to be your own boss. Everyone has a vested interest. Understand? Fortunately, my vested interest is you being your own boss. When you are your own boss, I am successful. Everybody else will be successful as long as they are your boss. As long as they remain as your boss. In my case, fortunately, it's the other way. I am successful when you are your own boss. I have done my job when I see you as your own boss. Essence, I should say, this is the third principle I wanted to teach today. The third principle is responsibilism. understanding the end result is going to be affecting only you, even though you try your best to push it on somebody else. See, end of your life, do you want to be standing and giving justifications? Or do you want to be standing and declaring your victories? What is it you are visualizing? End of every situation, do you want to be standing and giving justification? Oh, I tried my best. This fellow failed and that fellow disappeared. He ran away. She disappeared. Do you want to be talking in that language? Or do you want to be standing and declaring, whatever I have been endowed, given, I used it to my best. I did it my best. Do you want to be standing and declaring this? Or do you want to be standing and, oh, I tried my best. This person ran away, that person ran away. Anybody else in my situation would have committed suicide. I at least survived. What is the language you want to talk end of the day? That matters. Whatever language you talk, you are responsible. This understanding will make you your own boss. Understand? Just because you stand up and say, oh, this fellow ran away, that fellow ran away. Nothing was right. All grahas were against me. All this was against me. That was against me. That was against me. And anybody else would have committed suicide in my situation. At least I sailed through. Even if you talk all this, who is going to be affected by the end result? You. Understanding. End of the day, effect, side effect, after side effect, side after effect. All effects are going to be affecting only you. Is what I call responsibilism. Understanding this is responsibilism. Responsibilism is the third important principle to make yourself as your own boss. With this responsibilism, start building. I tell you, like salt adds taste to the food, responsibilism adds life to your time. Till the responsibilism starts, I don't want to use the word responsibility, I want to use the word responsibilism because I want to give responsibilism a religion status. Status of a religion. That is why I am using the word responsibilism. We have given status of religion to too many foolish things. 3C. Cricket, cinema, corruption. Understand? Only when the responsibilism is added into your life starts. Only when the responsibilism is added to your time, life starts. So the first principle is knowing why you want to be boss, what is the reason you decided to be your own boss. Second, completion with the blueprint you carry. Third, responsibilism. You need to know responsibilism is not just technique or a strategy for social success or just being your own boss. It is actually a spiritual awakening. Because when you start feeling responsible, it's not that only you are awakened to the external world, you are awakened even to the internal happenings. Awakening to the internal happenings is what I am calling enlightenment.
Yes, Swami again beautifully explained about the about how we are sharing the true love and about the responsibility of how we be our own boss and how we should take responsibility for everything. So again, requesting all the participants to put their understandings in the live chat. So when we share our understandings to everyone also, the time the cognition gets deeper and deeper into us. And then we get more knowledgeable from the cognitions we understood from what Swamiji had given. So when we internalize it and when we teach it to others, that gets more settled in us, into us. So that's the reason we are asking him to do this. Yes. Samantha DeAndrea is telling, responsibility isn't just a technique for regular interactions in life, but a big part of spiritual awakening. Yes. And also everyone, please take some time and just internalize this. Like whatever you have understood, any clicks you have got, just take some time and just internalize it and then just think how it is like matching with your life. How is it clicking with your life? When you see this, you will see when it clicks, it'll be so helpful in your day-to-day life itself. You'll see changes start happening. Shriti Guru Prasadani is telling, understanding that only you will be responsible for the result will make you take responsibility. Yes. So now we'll be watching another clip where Swamiji is going to be beautifully explaining about how responsibility is a power we have.
Responsibility or responsibilism is what I call third principle. Understand? Not just external. Whenever you become responsible, it's not that you attend only external. Even to many of the internal blind spots, you wake up. Knowing that when you are going to open your lunch box, you will be sick, but still you go on cooking same brinjal because you don't want to go to some other shop and get something new. Is what I call blind spot. I should say, knowing the problem is going to come and continue to create the problem is what I call third eye blind spot. Not just two eyes blind spot, it's a third eye blind spot. Responsibilism opens not only the external, even internal. You You will create the situations only which you can handle. Is responsibilism. You will create situations, enter into contracts, enter into the interactions, everything where you can handle your life on your own is what I call being your own boss. Understand? These words may look, going above my head. With the next few process, internalize. I tell you, if I am uttering 50 statements, even only 5 becomes your cognition, I'll feel I've done my job. I'm talking for everyone. Even if 5 cognitions enter into your system, I'll feel I've done my job. So each one of these truths I am sharing is cognitions, not instructions, cognitions. See, if I speak and you say, okay, he's telling something must be good for me, it is instruction. If I say something, right, yes, exactly, this is what I want to verbalize, I'm not able, yes, verbalized it, then it is cognition. Then it has become your cognition. Even for 5 statements, your eyes lit up. If you are being lit up, it has become your cognition. I'll feel I've done my job. So answer for this question in one line: responsibilism. Because you have not taken it, somebody else is taking it. Responsibility is not work, it is power. It is not work, it is power. Whoever feels responsibility is work will be a Shudra, the 4th class. Whoever feels responsibility is a power, naturally will make their life successful and they will be their own boss. Next.
Swamiji beautifully explained about how responsibility is a power. Only when we take responsibility for our own lives, we'll be able to manifest what we want in our life. And also, like when we don't take responsibility and when we feel responsibility as a burden on top of us, Swamiji says, like, whoever thinks that is a Shudra. When you take responsibility and manifest what you want, you become a Brahmana. Responsibility is a power. Let us decide today to cognize this powerful cognition. Let us take ownership for what is happening around us. Let us manifest life as we want with this one cognition that responsibility is a power, and have this cognition continuously in you. In every small thing you're doing, have responsibility in it. And you will see things just start changing the way you want. So now we'll be doing a 10-minute internalization exercise. So pen down 5 situations where you did not take a responsibility for the happenings around you. For an example, you might have in your house, maybe the house was not cleaned and then you just left it and went off instead of cleaning it. So that is a small example of not taking a responsibility around you. It can be from smallest thing to anything big. So pen down 5 incidents where you did not take responsibility for what was going on around you. And then the second step will be where you will be writing 5 incidents where you did not take responsibility for what is happening inside you. For an example, you would have given a word to yourself that by this time I'll be doing this, but then you miss it, where you don't take responsibility for yourself and make sure this happens. So that is one point where you did not take responsibility for yourself, for what is there inside you. So pen down this in the second step. And the third step we'll be penning down the outcome or the current status for each of the happenings. How did these affect your life? Like, how did you not doing something affect your life? How did you not taking responsibility for the world around you affect your life? And how did you not taking responsibility for the inner world affect your life? So please take some time and start penning down.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda. So now that we are done with this process, let us now get ready for darshan. So now the darshan preparations will start. Thank you all. Nithyananda.